Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Zero Carbon Forum. Here we are at the Paris City Hall, and we are reinventing proximity. There were more than 350,000 people following us, so you can see that debate in itself is not locked down, and this is our chance to take stock of the achievements of the Paris Agreement of 2010, and we have all the mayors of around the world, including here Anne Hidalgo, Mayor of Paris. Hello, Jean Tortora, and thank you for receiving us here at the Paris City Hall. We are reinventing proximity. Yesterday was a day with bringing together all mayors of France. This is the 5th edition of this event. You had as many as 10,000 mayors last time, with including Mayor Bloomberg of New York. But you had to get a new start on this. Well, yes, last year the mayors of France and local authorities decided that we should press the case for climate because we find that if we act locally, we can make a difference, we can find solutions to to contain global warming. Having said that, we met here at the Paris City Hall, and we expressed our concerns, our expectations, and we took this sort of collective commitment to act for climate. That was 5 years ago, and here now we have a number of remarkable, extraordinary players who played a major role in the Paris Agreement. Jean Jouzel, Laurence Toubiana, and many others. And well, we knew that the Paris Agreement didn't solve everything. There remained major challenges, and indeed we faced additional challenges, say, in particular when Donald Trump pulled out of the agreement. But mayors remained committed and tried to be, as it were, proactive and specific. We, instead of being locked down in debate, and that may be a problem we have in France. We had these endless discussions trying to explain that, well, if you fight pollution, you are sort of anti-car, and that in itself was not a good thing, and that sort of thing. Now, I think we've gotten out of this, but we still have challenges ahead. Anne Hidalgo will be to talk about Paris and what has been achieved over the past 5 years. Yesterday there was an IFOP survey. There was a survey amongst the French, and we tried to see who are the mayors in France who are best addressing the climate issue, and you have come out ahead. But it has not always been easy, has it? Indeed not, but it is a source of satisfaction to see that the action is recognized, because there was a lot of personal attacks and bashing, especially around these issues of climate. In Paris, as early as 2014, we started reducing car traffic in Paris to address the climate issue and the pollution issue. But in Paris, it was a major challenge. It was a cultural, a political issue. There was strong resistance to change. In fact, resistance came from people, from people who didn't want things to change, but Paris denizens themselves were not resisting so much. But it does mean that our citizens have had the sort of change of mindset, especially the younger generation. The younger generation was, in a way, very prescriptive vis-à-vis their own parents, and the older generation, they helped change the attitudes, and now nobody's questioning the need, for instance, on the issue of pollution, nobody's questioning the need to control pollution and air pollution in particular. And so in a city, in such a big city as Paris, this means reducing automobile traffic, well, that is ICE engines, and so come up with other forms of transportation. So it is rather promising to see rather that, well, had it not been for this sort of media battle, because day after day on radio and TV we were told about traffic jams in Paris, as if we somehow were the cause of traffic jams in the south of France, of Bordeaux or whatnot. There was some challenging and questionable news. We might have been slowed down in our efforts, but that was not the case, and it goes to show that citizens can make things happen. So is this to say that 5 years ago you felt very much isolated, but now you have won the battle of opinion, and that survey is a clear proof of this? The French feel that they are citizens of the world. This is the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, but we are right in the midst of a crisis with the COVID crisis. But the French don't mean to slow down the efforts against climate change, are they? But this is, of course, a challenging context, but there is still a momentum. So how can we turn the challenge into an opportunity to go faster and indeed to transform the economy? Well, we have to move faster. We do have to transform the economy, to change the economic model. Yesterday we discussed this. Many stakeholders are involved. NGOs, but also the private sector, the corporate sector. Many are actually changing their ways, in particular in the construction industry. There is a revolution underway. People have become well aware of the need to address the issue of raw materials and the zero carbon challenge. In the world of finance, again, efforts are being made. Well, they should go faster, but still we should encourage these efforts, and we find that many of those who started, or who were involved in fossil fuel energy, have now understood that the future lies elsewhere. Well, there's still some resistance, but people have come to this realization. So we have to go faster, but progress is being made, and with the pandemic, the general public has become aware of the fact that when such pandemics occur, this has also something to do with the degradation of biodiversity, of biological diversity. Biodiversity must be protected, must be preserved, and we must be aware of the fact that around the world there are areas that allow biodiversity to flourish. Deforestation in the Amazon is, of course, a disaster for the planet, but you have other countries, Gabon and Congo, they have taken radical steps towards the preservation of the equatorial forest, and that is, of course, the right way to go. These countries have opened the way. I mean, this is useful not just for their own countries, but for the planet as a whole. So there's growing awareness of interdependence, and around the world people are acting up and stepping up efforts. And we can see that we know that containing global warming to 1.5 or 2 degrees may not be achieved, and no one will be spared. No country, no territory will be spared and shielded from climate change. 5 years ago, you wanted to give a new momentum and involve and start a dialogue amongst cities of the world. But this dialogue is meeting new challenges, isn't it? Solutions have been found in cities around the world, but this momentum momentum that you started 5 years ago, how can it be spurred on? Well, I mean, we continue the dialogue with the cities around the world. When Donald Trump decided to pull out of the Paris Agreement, well, cities in North America, with the support of Michael Bloomberg, but also John Kerry and Al Gore, cities in America decided to continue to work and continue the good work and address climate change, continue the efforts. And this goes to show that local authorities can be can act as a counterpower, and this can be, they can be right on the map. This is not sideline efforts. And around the world, especially in Europe, we're facing facing a major challenge. There is a stimulus plan underway, but that stimulus plan will not succeed, and I can say this quite solemnly here. This stimulus plan will not succeed unless cities are involved, are really committed to change. And unfortunately, many cities have failed to make the commitment. Yesterday, I talked with the mayor of Tunis in Tunisia, or in Namur in Belgium. We find that Europe is the missing link. We find that national authorities haven't taken us on board, haven't included cities in the stimulus packages. The money is there. There's, of course, a clear determination on the part of the President of the European Commission to move forward, and we do. There is a genuine desire to restart both the economy and the environmental efforts. Of course, the two have got to go hand in hand. We want to boost the economy while committing to the Paris Agreement. So there's clear determination on the part of the European Commission. But if you can listen to speeches by government officials that seem very promising, but at the finance ministry at Bercy, we hear another discourse. We're being told that the only good expense is the expense that doesn't occur. Now, that's bad news, because if you refuse to give the necessary resources, if you keep out money of the stimulus package, you keep it out of these basic efforts, well, nothing will succeed. It's not just climate, it's also unemployment, it's poverty. All of this will fail unless we commit the necessary resources. And this is a solemn call to my counterparts around Europe. We have to go to the European Commission and let them know that states have left it out of the picture. Well, thank you, Anne Hidalgo. Well, you can see that political discourse is not being locked down, and we have to go further in this political debate and commemorate this 5-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement in a positive way. Now, thank you, Anne Hidalgo, and thank you, Jean-Christophe.
Notre mobilisation, mes chers amis, est historique. Elle peut résoudre.
This is a historic movement. We can address half the equation of the global situation.
Ever before in this fight, we're speaking with one voice, and that voice must be heard.
De savoir que nous allons agir pour une période.
We are acting for a period that will happen after us. We will not be able to measure the effects of our actions, and we may not be judged for today's efforts, but history will judge us if we succeed, but all the more so if we fail. But looking at you, I'm satisfied that we will succeed.
Developing cities would achieve massive carbon savings.
What are you going to do? If we do nothing about climate change, storms will be much worse.
Compact of Mayors formed under Mayor Bloomberg's leadership today encompasses 361 cities, over 337 million people, pledging to take bold action on climate change.
When the world comes together to take action to fight climate change, it is only fitting that the name of this city will become synonymous with climate change for generations to come.
Mayors being closer to the people and closer to the ground and less political, it's not that they're not political, they're just less political.
We are moving to a future world that is sustainable and prosperous and just and equitable.
By signing on to the compact, each city commits to 3 major ideas.
Chers amis, je vais vous demander par acclamation.
My friends, I ask you to adopt the Paris Declaration by acclamation. Well, good morning, everyone. We are happy to welcome you here on this 12th day. Tomorrow, 12 December, will be the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. The commitment was to contain global warming to 2 degrees or even 1.5 degrees. This is a legally binding agreement with measures taken nationwide by each signatory country, a technological and financial package, and a plan involving all stakeholders. I have here Jean Jouzel, who is head of the French Weather Society, and François-Henri Pinault, who is CEO of Caring, and he is in charge of Fashion Pact. And you may know that this involves the textile and fashion industry. But before this, let's listen to Laurence Toubiana, who is the president of the European Foundation for Climate, and she was the French ambassador for the 2015 negotiations. We are meeting here at the invitation of Anne Hidalgo. 5 years ago, the mayors of cities around the world finalized the Paris Agreement, and your action, your commitment at the time was decisive. This is what led to an agreement that made all the difference after many years of trial and error. The Paris Agreement, as specified in the document that was signed in December 2015, proposes to commit to contain global warming below 2 degrees. And indeed, the objective is to stay within 1.5 degrees of the pre-industrial era. And that means a very ambitious objective to reduce emissions and pollution, to halve emissions in 10 years' time. And indeed, by 2025, you want to bring down global emissions in a dramatic way. Now, the Paris Agreement spells out that in 2020, countries that proposed draft climate plans, national proposals, and that was before the Paris Agreement was negotiated at all. These countries themselves, by 2020, at the time when the Paris Agreement enters into force, these countries should present their final plans, their climate plans, and such plans had to be updated and in line with global objectives, which meant that in 2020 or 2021, because the Conference of Parties had to be postponed because of the COVID crisis, this means that the plan should be more ambitious and more consistent and should contain global warming below 2 degrees. But it is essential that pressure be brought to bear to ensure that that commitment is abided by. We have positive signs at the European Union well, I certainly hope today that the Commission will take a formal commitment to reduce emissions by 50% by 2013. 50% compared to 1990, and zero emissions by 2050, 2060 for China, South Korea, Japan, Colombia, and many other countries have taken similar commitments. But all countries, including the United States, are returning to the Paris Agreement, and we can only welcome this development as soon as Joe Biden comes to office. Well, we have a roadmap for the next 10 years. But it is based on the credibility of these measures that we can decide whether we can indeed achieve that ambitious objectives to reduce emissions to almost nil by 2050. But of course, what is essential is that local authorities should themselves make similar commitments. Why is this? Well, because as local mayors, local authorities represent citizens who are very much concerned about climate change. You are the drivers of the solutions. How can one reduce the carbon footprint of the cities, transportation? How can we reduce the carbon footprint of the food chain, the food supply? Of course, we have to go beyond that. And so cities are at the heart of the implementation of the Paris Agreement, but they also are at the center of the decision-making process. You represent growing portions of the populations. You make a difference in national decisions. You express the concerns, but also the expectations of your citizens. And the time has come for governments to abide by the Paris Agreement. 2021 will be the year where new plans must be worked out for 2025. Ambitious plans must be decided. This is a decisive decade. This is where the curve of emissions must be reversed, and this is where cities and towns have a major role to play. Local authorities will be the ones who will introduce the practical measures to reduce emissions. That will be your own work and that of your denizens. But also, local authorities can play a major role in the decision-making process, so as to have a long-term vision and implement right away the necessary measures. This is essential, and I certainly hope that in Glasgow, the mayors of large cities with national governments should take firm commitments, should show that such commitments are credible, because you know how to do it, and governments do have the necessary know-how. And it is on that basis of that joint position, that joint attitude, that we will arrive at a successful outcome. We find that now renewable energies have become competitive. We know how to go to net zero emissions. We know how to do it, but what is necessary now is for everyone to take a clear and transparent commitment, central authorities, but also local authorities and the corporate sector and financial institutions as well. I'm counting on you because you are at the center of this process, and at the request of Anne Hidalgo, you will be able to convey that indispensable message for COP26 in Glasgow should be successful, and that this anniversary should be a happy anniversary.
So thank you very much, Laurence Toubiana, for this message. Obviously, because of the current health crisis, she couldn't be with us this morning, but we all heard her. And in the video message, she mentioned Glasgow. Glasgow is COP26. So the Scottish Prime Minister is now going to talk to us and establish a link with the Paris Agreement. So, Nicholas Sturgeon.
In less than a year's time, the eyes of the world will be on Glasgow for the start of COP26. It promises to be the most significant climate change summit since the Paris conference 5 years ago. and it will potentially be one of the most important global gatherings of the century so far. The fact that COP26 will take place here is obviously a huge honour for Glasgow and for Scotland. But our ambitions for the conference extend well beyond simply being a good host. We are determined to play a full part, along with other governments at all levels, in delivering a successful and ambitious outcome. Of course, Scotland already tries to lead by example. Last year, our country set world-leading targets to achieve a 75% reduction in emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2045. And we're now taking the action necessary to achieve that. For example, having made significant progress to decarbonise electricity generation, we are now starting to decarbonise heat and transport. And we're using our existing offshore expertise to support the development of alternative energy solutions such as hydrogen. In all of this, Scotland is facing up to the many challenges that the net zero transition presents. But we're also seizing the opportunities it creates for new jobs, new technologies, greater well-being and a fairer, greener country. As such, we are pursuing policies which will help us to reduce emissions while supporting a green recovery from COVID and enabling a just transition to a net zero world. Of course, we also know we have a lot to learn and a lot to gain from working with our international partners. For Scotland, that means working closely with governments at all levels. Importantly, that includes cooperating with devolved regional and local governments around the world. The Edinburgh Declaration on Biodiversity, agreed earlier this year, provides an example of how we do that. I am delighted that Mayor Hidalgo has signed the declaration this week on behalf of the City of Paris. The declaration sets out our shared commitment to tackle biodiversity loss, and it calls for a greater level of ambition amongst UN member states in the development of the future UN biodiversity framework. Scotland is keen to see devolved regional and local governments demonstrate similar leadership ahead of COP26. That's something we're trying to achieve, not least through our role as European co-chair of the Under 2 coalition. By working together, we believe we can present a powerful case for greater international action. Another priority for Scotland in relation to COP26 is to press for greater inclusion. Those least responsible for the climate emergency, for example those in the Global South, currently face its worst impacts. So it's vital that their voices are heard in the process. Today's forum is a great opportunity to discuss how we can achieve those aims. It's a chance to consider the progress we've made since the Paris Agreement and what more we need to do. So I'm delighted to be taking part. Next year, of course, I look forward to welcoming you all to my home city of Glasgow for COP26. We hope that the conference will emulate the success of Paris 5 years ago. And like the Paris Agreement, we hope it will mark a new milestone in the fight against climate change. Scotland will do everything in our power to ensure that the conference is a success. And I very much look forward to working with all of you in achieving that goal.
Bien, on a entendu la parole.
Okay, so we heard the governments. Now, Jean Jouzel, let me get back to you. You're a scientist and you've been warning everyone, raising the alarm for many, many years now. Now, you started saying that climate change, global warming was a reality, and I think that 2020 is the warmest year since we started recording data. Are you being pessimistic? Well, first, regarding the scientific message, well, you were right. Yes, indeed, we were right. And I believe that we didn't think we would be that right, really. So global warming that was envisaged in the first IPCC report, 0.2 of a degrees per 10 years, and also rising sea levels, greater warming in the Arctic region, intense events that are becoming more and more frequent. And this has really led us to really consider seriously those projections that were made by scientists. Yes, the five past years were the warmest years, I would say, since 2016, so including 2020. That would be 6 years in total. And 2020 is the warmest year, together with 2018 and 2016. And 2019 and 2016 also. So what you need to see here is that in 2020 we didn't have an El Nino, and this is going to have an impact on rising sea levels, and global warming is there, it's a reality. So we also have the consequences of this global warming, natural disasters, forest fires. Obviously, there are also other reasons for that, the way people are using natural resources. We're going to talk about biodiversity in Glasgow, as we heard. But now, regarding the Paris Agreement, we are not there yet, are we, Mr. Jouzel? So I know there isn't any other planet. Are we going to go back to the targeted trajectory? Well, I'm not going to give you all sorts of numbers, but Mr. Toubiana talked about the Paris Agreement. She said we had to go even further, and I think we need to multiply the country commitments by 3 if we wanted to contain global warming to 1.5 degrees. So it is a huge work that we need to achieve. And cities also have a major role to play. 70% of greenhouse gas emissions in the cities, and I would like to really commend Mrs. Hidalgo for her work. We had the meeting, the convention of 1,000 mayors 5 years ago in Paris, and you have to understand that in 2050, well, 2050 will be a very important year. Population in cities will have doubled. 6 billion people will be living in cities in 2050. So can we do something about this? Well, yes, indeed we can, but everyone has to contribute. Cities, regions, national governments, and Mr. Henri will tell us that corporations are also doing their share. But everyone really has to play a role in this. Local governments also. And this is what I keep repeating. In France, for example, when we move around and the way we decide to heat our flats and houses, the food we buy. Well, Mr. José, we see that young people are extremely mobilized. For this 5th anniversary, they are probably going to demonstrate in several cities. This is what they have announced. COP26 will take place next year. So I have a question for you. We also have the Citizens' Convention on Climate in France. So do you believe that the governments are really taking the right measures? There are 149 measures in this French convention. So what do you think about all this? Well, first, governments have very ambitious objectives, but those are long-term objectives, and I don't see any ambitious objectives for the 10 years to come. And I don't think we will reach carbon neutrality by 2040. So we have to go for it now. So the governments, national governments are doing their share, but they have to be more active. They have to move faster. Thank you, Jean Jouzel. So now let's talk about the role played by companies and corporations with Mr. François-Henri Pinault. You are the CEO of Kering, a luxury fashion group, and you also are in charge of an initiative that is called the Fashion Pact. So what is the Fashion Pact about? How can you contribute to solve the issues that we're faced with today? Well, the Fashion Pact was on the initiative by President Macron in April 2019. It was about making sure that corporations would work with the governments in order to work on those environmental issues. Corporations have to be more involved in all those efforts, and the objective was to create coalitions per industry so that corporations can really work together and have more ambitious targets. This is why we created this pact, so that industrial companies can change the way to do things, we need to have at least 20% of the volumes that are transferred to those new types of environmentally friendly activities. In the fashion industry, we have reached a specific milestone, and we will be able to make a significant contribution. 250 brands, we have producers, distributors in China and elsewhere that are working together, and we have 3 topics. Climate change, here we have strong commitments in order to reach carbon neutrality by 2050, but we also have short-term targets by 2030, 2040 for our operations. We're also going to work in order to improve biodiversity aspect, and we're also going to work on reducing single-use plastic. So those are the 3 main types of commitments made by the companies under this fashion pact. So the targets have been defined and they were presented to the G7 in August 2019 in Biarritz. So as you said, there is one important aspect. You have to measure the actions and the impacts of those actions. Obviously, the fashion industry has a responsibility, has a role to play. What about fast fashion? Are they able to adapt? Maybe it's easier to adapt if you have smaller volumes, but if you have large volumes, how do you adapt to this? And we know that the fashion industry is one of the greatest polluters on Earth. Well, obviously, there are some specificities, but we all use cotton, copper, wool, we use energy. So the commitments that are made, and I can reassure you that groups such as Inditex, which would be Zara, H&M, Nike, Adidas, that have signed this fashion pact, and those are actors of fast fashion, and they are very much focused on those objectives, be it using renewable resources or else. Now, regarding climate change, we have committed to use at least 50% of our energy and to make sure that it is produced with renewable energy sources. We have made lots of progress here. And 1/3 of the members of this fashion pact will have increased their share. It will be more than 50%. And I must say that we were lagging behind in our industry when it comes to biodiversity. We are catching up now, and 80% of the members to the Fashion Pact didn't really have an action plan in terms of biodiversity. But as of 2020, this is the first year, all members have implemented within their companies an action plan that has to do with biodiversity. We do this with Conservation International. Same thing for single-use plastic. We have committed to remove all those unnecessary plastic wrappings by 2030 or 40, and same thing for the industrial packaging. We also talk about the leadership role. So you stand for the luxury sector. Do you feel that you have a specific role to play, that you can change mentalities, because luxury is also about quality, it's also about using good quality materials? Well, the objectives of sustainable development are an integral part of our vision in the luxury industry. If we do not pay attention to preserving and conserving our materials, then this will be extremely harmful. This is why I believe that it is part of our responsibility. When you're in the luxury fashion industry, you have to really lead by example, and you have to find environmental friendly solutions and share them with the other actors in the industry. I think this is one of our main responsibilities. This is why I accepted to be in charge of this fashion pact on behalf of the luxury industry, and this is why many companies followed suit. You also represent companies, and the companies were not associated with the Paris Agreement, but as consumers, as corporations, will have a role to play, and employers also will help people realize what needs to be done. So on behalf of the companies, what do you say? Do you have the feeling that there is some form of an acceleration here, that people are realizing that it's time to change the way we do things. Well, two things here. I think that corporate leaders are becoming aware of the urgency, and corporate leaders and are really realizing, coming to that realization that this is essential. And also consumers, our employees, we have this generational effect. More and more are younger people, and they think they are, in terms of sustainable development, they are native sustainable development promoters, if you will. So either the industry becomes cleaner and there will be a future, or there will be no future. And this will be our reward. But we will be punished if we are not environmentally friendly. So we have to really make sure that we do what we have to do. We have to find the solutions and we have to implement them. So you have a common point where you are supporters of the Rennes Football Club, Stade Rennais. I know that with the lockdown, things are a bit difficult for everyone. So the Rennes Football Club is not doing so well. Well, I'm sure that in Nice they are going to win. I'm sure they will. So 1 p.m. in Nice on Sunday. We'll see. And I know that artists, sports people are in an extremely difficult situation now. Well, yes, this is a pandemic, and everyone is deeply impacted, including sportsmen, and it's up to us to find the solutions. But you must know that what is happening to us now has also to do with biodiversity. So there is a strong link with sustainable development here. Now, regarding the Rennes Football Club, Professor Giselle is one of the main supporters of this football club, and we do everything that we can in order to support them. But this is where you were born, in Brittany, and I think this will lead me to my conclusion, Jean-José. We are undergoing an extremely difficult pandemic. And when we talk about humanity, don't you think that this is a wake-up call for us? No, don't you think that we are all realizing, seeing that there is no B planet? Maybe we are starting to see what needs to be done in the years to come. Well, yes, indeed, maybe. I believe that the lack of solidarity that we have shown collectively, and maybe more specifically a certain number of countries during the past few years, is not a solution. We have to be solidar. This is how we're going to win. This is how we're going to face this COVID pandemic. So solidarity really is of the essence. Unfortunately, there was a lack of solidarity in the past, and we need to change this. We have to work together. We have to live up to the challenge together. This is possible. So, Mr. Pinault, cooperation, working together. No one has to act in isolation, and this is what you have in this passion pact, no? Yes, indeed. If everyone works in isolation, we're not going to get anywhere. We won't have the critical mass. We have to work together in order to reach the same targets. We need to be solid. We need to reach that critical mass in order to really transform things and live up to the environmental challenge that we are faced with. And this is not only the case for the fashion industry, it's also the case for all listed companies. If the financial markets, and this is what is beginning to happen, if they start to understand the true challenges, and if they associate environmental challenges with financial challenges, and I must say that we take part in roadshows, which means that we explain our criteria, our investment decisions to investors, and during those roadshows we also focus on environmental issues. And we've been doing this for the past 2 years now, and if people start doing this more and more, this could really change the way major companies operate. So those ESG criteria are probably going to transform our world also. Unfortunately, we have to stop now. It was a pleasure talking to you both. Thank you. And now we are going to show another video. This is the mayor of Brussels.
Bonjour.
Good morning. So today we're here to commemorate the Paris Agreement in 2015. And we need to remember the decisive role played by cities in the fight against climate change. So what has happened here in Brussels, a capital city for 500 million European citizens and 184 nationalities? It is extremely cosmopolitan city. First, we have chosen not to leave anyone behind. This means that we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The sooner, the better. And we also need to address those who do not feel that they are concerned with those reductions. Let's talk about heating. Heating is one of the main contributors to the bad energy performance of our buildings, be it schools, administrative buildings, social housing buildings. And unfortunately, people who live in those social housing flats do not have the financial means to carry out the necessary renovations and end up paying very high energy bills. So we decided to create a plan which is for those people who were left behind. We shouldn't leave anyone behind, and we are going to make sure that we can create jobs by insulating those buildings. Then we have the social factor, because we help out those people who live in social housing, and from an environmental point of view, we're going to bring down the carbon footprint of our heating solutions in the cities. We also need to work on road traffic, and Home Office is going to allow for fewer cars on the street, but we also need to find other solutions. We need to put forward new ways for people to travel, on foot, on the bicycles. And in Brussels, we've decided to put pedestrians first, then cyclists, public transport, and in the end, the cars, private vehicles. They are not excluded, but they come last and not our priority anymore. With COP21, we have also understood that we are faced with a global challenge, a worldwide challenge, and we will only succeed if we work together. This is the reason why I'm really proud to be taking part in this conference. I'm really proud to have the opportunity to share our message, to spread the word, and to explain how determined we are to reach the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Thank you for those inspiring words. Good morning, everyone. So 5 years, what are 5 years in our history? Our researcher in biomimetism tells us that our knowledge doubles every 5 years. So our cities are having a good grip over all that knowledge. This is the topic of our roundtable this morning. I'm here together with Dan Lair. You are a deputy mayor in Paris. You're in charge of energy transition. I am a journalist at La Tribune, so I'm going to ask a question to you. What about the challenges for cities. Why is it so important for them to face those challenges? Well, thank you. I would like to thank the Mayor of Paris for being with us this morning. 5 years ago, almost to the date, on the 12th of December, the Paris Agreement was adopted at COP21. This was a landmark agreement. The objective really was to contain global warming to 2 degrees and, if possible, 1.5 degrees. 5 years down the road, we have to realize that we are not there yet. The contributions made so far are going to lead to 2.5 or even 3 degree warming, and we have to increase and step up our efforts in the 5 to 10 years to come if we want to reach those objectives. Despite all this, cities have been very active. They have really rolled out all sorts of measures in order to implement the Paris Agreement. We have a very high-level roundtable here that will tell us, show to us what has been done so far. We have Mr. Frédéric Vellier, Secretary General of CEMR, and we also have the Mayor of Lisbon, Mr. Fernando Vedina, and the Deputy Mayor of Stockholm, Mrs. Katharina Lohr. So, Frédéric Vellier, we're going to start with you, the Secretary General of CEMR. CEMR will turn 70 in 2021. This is the Council of European Municipalities and Regions. So you are acting at the local level. Does this mean that right now we have too much of a top-down approach, a governmental approach, if you will, for those endeavors to succeed? Well, the way politicians act is quite often too centralized, too vertical, and we've seen this with the way people are handling the COVID crisis also. We must say that cities were really spearheading the political and commitment movement, and the cities gathered in the Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy in order to really act upon this climate issue. And the forum that took place here 5 years ago has, I believe, had a major impact. It has forced the governments to really reach an agreement and sign the Paris Agreement. Now, as you said, we need to turn those commitments into action. There is 5 years, a short period of time or a long period of time. Well, if you look at mankind, 5 years is a short period of time, but if you think about legal, political mandates, 5 years usually is the length of time of a political mandate, and 5 years is the time you need to sow the seeds of your actions and really see the first fruits, if you will, the first outcomes. And we need to really decide on the policies that are going to show some results in the 10 years to come. Well, the Mayor of Paris this morning stressed the fact that cities were not involved in the various national and European recovery plans. So what are your recommendations to the EU in that regard? Well, I listened carefully to what Mrs. Hidalgo said. We should go and see Mrs. van der Leyen. We're going to get together with a group of mayors. Maybe we'll have to do this in a remote fashion, but we will do this. The EU Commission, as of June, said that those recovery plans have to include local governments. National recovery plans have to involve local governments. This is a recommendation made by the EU Commission. Unfortunately, the Commission, as you know, cannot tell the national governments what they have to do. and it's up to the national governments to have those discussions around those national recovery plans. But we will insist in order to make sure that there is some follow-up that is being made, so that we can make sure that via the financial support provided by the EU, that the local governments are associated with those plans. So it's not just about the implementation of those plans, it really is about designing those plans. So local governments have to be involved right from the beginning. This is the only way for those plans to be successful.
Very well. Let us begin our tour of Europe. We will start with the city that was elected the Green Capital of Europe by the European Commission. We have a video conference presentation. Good morning, Lisbon. Good morning, Fernando Medina, Mayor of Lisbon.
So let's switch into English.
No problem. Good morning, Fernando. How are you?
Bonjour. Bonjour, Frédéric.
We will mix between English and French. My first question will be English because Paris, of course, is an international city. You have committed the city of Lisbon to reduce by minus 60% the CO2 emissions by 2030, to become full neutral in carbon by 2050. How can you make this promise possible, and what can other cities learn from you in Lisbon, Fernando Medina?
Oh, thank you very much. I want to start to thank to the invitation and say this is a great day. 5 years ago, I was just a new mayor in office when I was in Paris for what was a very important day. 5 years ago, it was the day where cities stood up, and with the leadership of Anne Hidalgo and Paris, we took a role on climate action. It was a very important day because when it was in a time just after when national governments begin failing under the American positions on denying climate change, that cities stood up, and we begin a diplomacy, a green diplomacy, that it was fully empowered by Anne Hidalgo and Paris, that completely changed the arena and the dialogue between cities and the action on the field. So congratulations to Paris. As Frederick said, 5 years seems too much. In this road, if we look behind the road that we made together, it was amazing, and it is a long due to Anne Hidalgo and to Paris. Going directly to your question, the answers they are not. I'm not going to say anything new to you or to any of the others, because we know what to do. We know where to act. Fighting and tackling climate change is not. We don't need any rocket science breakthrough, any big leap in the space. It's just doing sensible things that we know how to do. So it's basically acting on mobility systems and changing the mobility systems that are anchored on individual transportation fueled by carbon, by fuel energy, to collective transportation carbon neutral, or pedestrian and cycling, or other ways that are carbon neutral. This is not difficult to expose. It's not. We know the technologies. We know how to make it. Technologies are widely available. It's a question of political will. So we have. This is our main problem here in Lisbon: is the transport system. We are still very dependent on individual cars, fueled by diesel and by gasoline, and we are trying, and we are making the shift to put much more people using public transport. to change public transport to carbon neutral operations, and to speed up the pedestrian and cycle ways of commuting. We have done a long road, creating a single pass of 40 euros to circulate in all metropolitan area, so more or less 2.8 million people, 18 municipalities, 3,000 square kilometers. You can travel all month round, 24 hours by 40 euros. It has raised a lot of numbers before the pandemic, and at the same time we are renewing the fleets. We have a goal of a completely carbon neutral fleet of buses till 2038, so 17 years from now.
We have the second question for you. It will be in French, Fernando Medina.
Yes.
Oui, Monsieur Medina, donc,
Mr. Medina, sir, you have quite an ambitious program called Lisboa Ciudad Solar for the development of solar power. We have a similar goal here in Paris. We intend to achieve great strides by 2050. What are your plans in this regard?
The capacity of the ability of solar production here in Lisbon is very high. We have the potential of production almost of 95% of all the consumption of the city. So we are in the beginning of the process, and we are beginning on new construction. We are beginning with using a legal framework of communities of energy. So we have micro producers that can be a building, that can be 2 buildings, a neighborhood, and they can produce for themselves, and then they put it on the network. They put it available on a network. So we are beginning on the new parts of the city that it's easier. In the older parts, in historical, going directly to your question, is a big challenge. But the good news is that technology on this space has been improving very, very quickly. We have solar roofs now that are much more compatible with the age and the preservation of the heritage on architectural and urban design. So the technology is becoming available, and now the framework, the legal framework, it was more difficult to create. Now it is available. It is now a consumer alone, a citizen, can go and they can have incentives to change their systems, and they can produce energy and sell it to the network and reduce their cost with energy. So it's a process that is beginning in the new parts, in the new construction. All municipal construction have these facilities, and now is going to expand in the next years. But the potential is huge.
Thank you very much, Fernando Medina, for those initiatives you just shared. We need to move on and to go to another city. So goodbye Lisbon, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
On poursuit en effet notre halte, notre tour d'Europe de Lisbonne jusqu'à Stockholm.
Nous avons également Stockholm now. We have with us teleconference in the Swedish capital, Mrs. Katarina Lohr, Deputy Mayor
for Environment and Climate. Too. So a question for you. Stockholm has recently committed to carbon positivity by 2040. It is very, very ambitious. What are the measures you have implemented in the capital of Sweden, with, just to remind, a population of around 1 million inhabitants, to achieve this commitment?
Hello, and thank you so much for that question. Before I answer it, I want to mention how delighted I am to be here today to celebrate what the Paris Agreement has accomplished. At all levels of society, it has really spurred the work towards a sustainable future. The Stockholm New Climate Action Plan is indeed very ambitious, as we have now decided not only to be fossil fuel free in 2040, but also to be climate positive. This means that in 2040, the city will then contribute to remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. To reach our goals, we will have to reduce our emissions at a fast pace. At the same time, we have to explore ways to capture and store carbon. When it comes to cutting emissions, Stockholm has already come quite far. We peaked emissions since the 1990s, and we have reduced them by 60% per capita since 1990. We already picked many of the low-hanging fruits on our path to reduce emissions. We have shut down our last coal-powered power plant this year, and a large part of the housing stock is retrofitted already. Fossil oil used for heating should be removed before 2025. Besides, a large number of citizens now commute by bike or with public transports that are already 100% fossil fuel free in Stockholm. We, therefore, find ourselves in a situation where we, together with other cities, academia and businesses, have to innovate and pilot new solutions to move along on our path to climate neutrality. As an example, we are right now initiating a project together with the energy grid owners, creating a market for abstaining energy during peak load, which will help us smooth the energy capacity on cold winter days. Despite all these measures, there is a risk that there will still be some residual emissions in 2040 from sectors of society that are difficult to change. Therefore, it's even more important to speed up the work with our bioenergy with carbon capture and storage facility that will contribute to negative emissions in Stockholm. This is a very hopeful technique, as it will increase our chances to reach the goals in the Paris Agreement.
I think, Dan, you
Oui.
I had a short question. Very shortly, very briefly, maybe.
Une question courte. Nous travaillons
I had a quick question. In Paris, we have been working so that any spending that the city makes is in line with our carbon neutrality goal. I know you have been doing the same. What are the challenges along the road?
Yes. I'm glad to hear that Paris and other French cities are working on their climate budgets. Our climate budget in Stockholm has been calculated to limit the total remaining emissions from the city to 19 million tons until 2040. This amount has been based on a global carbon budget aiming at reaching the goal in the Paris Agreement and the 19 million tons of the Stockholm share. The ambition is to reduce emissions as quickly as possible, which is intended to lead to both fossil freedom and zero net greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. Based on the climate budget, our first goal is to emit only 1.5 tons of carbon dioxide per capita in 2023. This is compared to 2.5 tons in 2015, the year of the Paris Agreement. The reductions are prescribed to different departments and city-owned businesses. This is done in the same way we would ask our departments to cut other costs. Our climate action plans does not commend detailed measure regarding how city departments are supposed to cut the emissions. Instead, it focuses on the goals. We trust that the departments and city-owned companies themselves have the experience and the expertise to prioritize the work, has worked really well for Stockholm, and year after year we have reached our goals earlier than planned. And finally, we decided upon working with the climate budget last summer, so we are still at the very beginning of this journey. So I therefore hope that I will be able to have the chance to know more about Paris work in the field, so we can improve our own work in Stockholm and contribute to further global reductions even faster.
Thank you very much, Katarina Lohr, and have a nice day in Stockholm. Merci beaucoup. Je crois que nous enchaînons.
Nous avons reçu un message de Zoran
We
Jankovic,
have
le maire de
message from
Ljubljana,
Zoran Jankovic,
que je
mayor of
propose de
Ljubljana
regarder.
in Slovenia, and we're going to hear him out via video.
I'm very glad that I have possible to send this message. I'm so sorry that I cannot come to beautiful Paris to see you and your citizen. But I hope that next year we'll see in Paris or in Ljubljana. 5 years ago we had a great event in Paris which we prepared excellently. We signed the contract about the future of this planet and we stay on the same way as we signed in the contract. Together with that, Ljubljana is the Green Capital of Europe 2016, and that means that our city is really green city. And we want to have this city also for our sons, grandsons, and the future generation. In my opinion, all cities all over the world must accept these rules from COP21, from Green Capital of Europe, if we want that this planet survive. I wish you Happy New Year, all the best to you and your citizen, and I hope to see you as soon as possible.
Et on enchaîne tout de suite, on a reçu également un message de Sadiq Khan, le maire de Londres, Londres que vous saluez bien évidemment.
London.
Hello everyone, it's Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London. I want to begin by paying tribute to my good friend Anne, Mayor Hidalgo, for hosting this important event. The signing of the Paris Agreement 5 years ago was a landmark moment in the battle against climate change. It showed what is possible when we put aside our differences and unite in common resolve. In London, we've been determined to play our part in this mission, and I'm proud of what we've achieved. We were one of the first cities to outline how we intend to comply with the Paris Agreement. We have set a bold target of making London zero carbon by 2030. And we're pushing ahead with ambitious policies to bring down our emissions and to clean up our air. Now, as we start to emerge from this terrible pandemic, we're working together with many of you through the C40 to see how our recovery can accelerate the transition to renewable energy, grow our low carbon economy, and create much needed green jobs. This is also why I've put a Green New Deal for London at the heart of our recovery effort. It's clear that our cities are fully focused on keeping the promise of the Paris Agreement alive. But as we approach COP26, it's now incumbent on national governments to follow suit. I look forward to our continued collaboration and wish you a successful event. Thank you.
Merci au maire de Londres.
Thank you very kindly,
Mr.
Sadiq. We now have a message from Mark Watts, the executive director of the C40, is going to describe the climate plans of the cities of the world.
La keynote va bientôt se lancer.
The keynote speech is about to begin. We have Mark Watts from the C40. We're just about to start. Mr. Mark Watts. You have the floor, Mark Watts.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the delay. And good morning, bon matin. It's a real privilege to be part of this event, and I'd really like to thank Mayor Hidalgo for the invitation, not only because I remember with great pride that extraordinary gathering of mayors in Paris City Hall in 2015, but also a year later as C40 cities we gathered in Mexico City under the leadership of Mayor Hidalgo to agree what should be our part in delivering that Paris Accord. And we'd done our research, we looked at the science, determined that we needed to set as our goal the highest ambition of that Paris Agreement, constraining global heating to 1.5 degrees or less. And that meant that C40 cities needed to contribute their fair share of halving emissions by 2030 and getting on a path to carbon neutral by 2050 at the latest. We called that Deadline 2020, and I'm very proud to say that today we're releasing new analysis of climate action plans from 54 C40 cities, confirming that they will deliver their fair share of greenhouse gas emission reductions to keep global temperatures to that 1.5 degree limit of the Paris Agreement. That means that those cities' efforts will avert nearly 2 gigatons of greenhouse gas emissions between now and 2030. That's equivalent to half the annual emissions of the whole of the European Union. Of course, a lot has changed since 2015, and the most immediate issue I know for mayors right across the world right now is to overcome the COVID pandemic and to emerge from the resulting recession, not by returning to business as usual, but with cities transformed, building back better to greener and more just societies. In C40, we refer to that as our global Green New Deal. And we've got a great foundation for that because our approach to delivering the goals of the Paris Agreement was built on the twin pillars of science-based emission reductions and improving equity. So when you look at the C40 city climate plans that have been developed as part of that Deadline 2020 programme, they not only tackle the climate crisis, but they also put in place investment, regulation, policy to protect residents' health, create jobs, and ensure that investment to cut emissions is carefully planned so that it also reduces inequalities and ensures that everybody has got a stake in a greener and more just future. And just a few examples of the actions in those new plans that have been published right this week. In Joburg, South Africa, ensuring that all new public and private buildings will operate at zero carbon by 2030, creating hundreds, thousands of jobs in the process. In Buenos Aires, Argentina, planting 100,000 trees in the next 5 years with huge job creation in nature-based solutions as well as that sucking of carbon out of the atmosphere. And Milan, in Italy, reallocating 100 kilometres of street space, 100 kilometres of street space for cycling and walking within the next year. And that's the most important thing, I think. All of these plans are focused on immediate action, delivering cities' fair share of halving global emissions within the next decade, starting right now. So that's why, alongside each city's climate plans, C40 cities are working together to shift global markets with high ambition sectoral commitments for 2030, such as to achieve zero-emission buildings and construction sites, enable residents to eat a planetary health diet, to divest city pension funds from fossil fuels, sustain a lung-saving shift to non-polluting forms of mobility, and achieve World Health Organization clean air standards. It's a very big agenda, but it's one that cities have been quietly building up to and leading since that momentous day in Paris 5 years ago. A lot of time has sadly been wasted since then, and now there is once again momentum on climate action at a national level, and cities are ready and waiting to accelerate further to show in practice how we can achieve a green and just society. I know that's what we're talking about throughout this day. It's a very exciting agenda and a real honour to be part of the event, and I look forward to listening to the rest of the discussion. Merci.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Marc Watts du C40 Cities. On va revenir donc sur le plateau du Paris Zéro Carbone avec la tribune donc en direct. Voilà, nous sommes de retour donc pour la seconde partie sur l'action des
turn to the second part of our discussion on the initiatives taken by cities. We have Robert Boucher-Mombé, who is the governor of the city of Abidjan. He's the Secretary General of the International Association of French-speaking mayors. We have also Rebsamen, the mayor of Dijon, chairman of the CUF and the vice chairman of France Urbaine. We're going to hear from Mohamed Boudra, mayor of Al Hoceima in Morocco, on the Moroccan coast, with some 100,000 inhabitants, and he's the chairman of the United Cities and Local Governments, an international network. And we will also hear from Eckhard Bützner, the mayor of Heidelberg, who's the chairman of Energy Cities. That's the European network of cities committed to the energy transition. Dan, I'll give you the floor to say a word about the Energy Cities Network, of which you are the vice chairman. I think your first question goes to Robert Boucher-Mombé. Does it not? Yes, indeed. Thank you. Sorry.
Oui, ma question s'adresse à Robert Boucher-Mombé.
Yes, I have a Question for Robert Brémambé. Sir, I imagine that you have much to report regarding the work you've been doing in Abidjan. You've been working on solar power, notably. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning, all, says Mr. Brémambé. I'm delighted to be able to contribute to your discussion from afar. When it comes to the energy transition, here in Abidjan, we have an action plan which is focused on reducing emissions by 50%, and we will be committing to solar power energy generation so that we don't overburden the environment with our emissions. We've undertaken a number of initiatives in the public sector and in the private sector, and significant commitments have been made. We have an inexhaustible supply of solar power, which is a tremendous advantage for our country. Most of our solar power generation plants are based in the north of the country. Thank you, sir. Could you tell us about the cooperation between French-speaking cities or among French-speaking cities to the fight against climate change? The city of Paris has been extremely active in the inter-city cooperation. At the C40 meetings, the city of Paris assisted the city of Abidjan in accessing an extensive skill base and sent us an advisor to advise us on our climate plan. We've organized 2 major conferences here in Abidjan. We brought together high-level experts from Europe and Africa. And the Ivory Coast is in the process of putting the final touches on its climate plan. We have a very clear idea, very accurate estimate of how much we actually release into the environment. And this is a critical factor. This is a critical success factor. With the AIMF network, we have worked hard to give access to all these skills as a cooperation tool among cities. Perhaps we could put our next question to Mohamed Boudra. Mr. Mayor, sir. Good morning. Yes, I'm here. Good morning, all. You are the chairman of the CGLU. Could you tell us what mayors have been able to contribute to the conversation? Thank you very kindly. I'd like to thank Mrs. Hidalgo for her kind invitation, to thank Mr. Absaman. I'd like to greet the governor of Abidjan, Mr. Eckhard Rotzen, dear friends and members of the networks. It is indeed an honor to be able to speak this morning. It's also a tremendous historic responsibility. 5 years after the historic Paris Accord, we now have ambitious goals, and the role of cities and regions has been recognized in the fight against the climate change. We have a heavy responsibility to shoulder in this struggle. I know that we all agree on this. We in regional and local governments are in the vanguard in the fight against climate change. We have national, we have regional, we have continental and international networks, all enlisted in the fight against climate change. We work unstintingly every day to reach these goals. We have many, many platforms, and we have regional sections. All the members of the Global Task Force have put their energy into the fray. We at the Global Task Force have a common vision and a common commitment to achieve resilience for our planet. And we are committed to ensuring a green future for the planet. My second message is that beyond our local action at the UCLG, we also have a role to play in advocating that the right steps be taken by the UN and its constituent bodies. We can no longer ignore the urgency of the situation. We have to protect the health of our fellow citizens and act swiftly. We have to change our priorities. We have to improve investment into scientific research to protect our planet and to protect biodiversity. COP26 must make up for the year we have lost. The international community must pursue its efforts and bolster its multilateral system to guarantee that our international responses be effective and that regional and local governments continue to play their role recognized by all and in solidarity in favor of a future that is green, resilient, and just. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to continue to support your elected officials to make ourselves heard at the UN General Assembly. It is essential to pursue our efforts and continue to implement our national efforts and contributions at all levels of government. COP21 is a powerful tool in our hands. World programs have been gaining ground. We have been synchronizing our efforts to achieve international resiliency. The Sustainable Development Goals are very effective tools in our hands in this regard, and we have to make sure that the health of our citizens lies at the heart of our urban policies. Urban planning has got to be rethought. We need to rethink the use of our public spaces. We have to achieve a better balance between nature and our built environment and improve our urban transportation systems. Many cities are extending their bicycle path networks and making all sorts of changes to improve the built environment. We agree that we need to profoundly transform our world. Many initiatives that got to be conducted at all levels to achieve a successful environmental transition, to transform our relation with nature and make sure that our cities can coexist peaceably with nature. We need to rethink our lifestyles, our patterns of consumption, and leave a green planet to future generations. We need to
It is essential to reinforce actions of solidarity because, of course, climate change affects mostly the most vulnerable. And so here there is a window of opportunity to ensure the survival of the planet and to make sure that the development model be in line with the development of our communities. And so this means a better understanding between human beings and their territories, and this is why a green approach must also include a green stimulus to public service, and so try and help those who need it most rather than those who do not suffer from these developments. And so it means that governments must have an overall view and realize that the entire population has to be engaged on this path. And this means that local authorities, as well as NGOs, should work hand in hand to address these challenges with a joint objective. We have to guarantee the resilience of the planet, not just for today, but for future generations as well. And so this means that we must take and adopt solutions that will make it possible to ensure this coexistence with the rest of mankind. And so when the Global Task Force got together, it was the clear ambition to give a new, fresh start to the political momentum. And so the actions organized towards zero carbon throughout November will aim at this lofty objective. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for this objective. I would like to thank the City of Paris, and you have to rest assured we stand by your side. Our networks will always be there to support you through this transition to the adaptation of governance systems so as to involve all stakeholders. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mohamed Boudra. This was really a very strident call. And François Rebsamen, this is also, well, I'm asking you as a former minister, don't you recognize that, in fact, states have becoming helpless? I mean, at national level, paradoxically, nothing is being done, whereas local authorities, towns and cities do make a difference. But as a foreign minister, what do you think? What is the best way of addressing the environmental challenge? Well, listen, I'm not speaking here as a foreign minister. I'm speaking on behalf of CUF and France Urbaine, which is an organization of local authorities and stakeholders. Now, we heard Mohamed Boudra, who really spoke from the heart. I happen to be in charge of a medium-sized city, I mean, on a global scale, and also a mayor of a large city. And so I can see, well, of course, at the national level, the general framework has got to be decided, because that's within that framework that we will take action. But this will be implemented at a local authority level, because this is where we face the challenges of the day. And in this respect, I should also like to thank the Mayor of Paris, the City of Paris, indeed, not just for celebrating this 5th anniversary, of course, but because of this new approach. This is our chance to involve local authorities and to enable them to respond, tell us where they stand, how much progress they've made in respect to the objectives that they have set for themselves. So again, of course, action is being conducted locally, but it can be done collectively through networks, and only when this, it has to start from the ground, but only then will it spread to other territories, and then you can hope to have a global network. Now, you've heard mayors saying where they stand in terms of their climate plan, their plans to reduce the carbon footprint. Dijon, my city, wants to be the first hydrogen city, so we're investing a lot there to reduce the carbon footprint of hydrogen, because, of course, we don't want to simply push the problem aside. Here we are at the Zero Carbon Forum, and a number of new solutions have been put forward, but there are other aspects we have to take on board in local authorities. We have to fight poverty worldwide, and if anything, this COVID crisis is a cruel reminder of this. And then, of course, there are other sustainable development goals that have to be addressed. If only gender parity or giving a fair voice to diversity. But it is the local authorities that do make the difference. They are the ones implementing the agreements that were signed 5 years ago. And we can see, looking at our local citizens, we can see that there has been a major strides in people's mindsets. People really are committed, and that is very good news indeed. Well, without further ado, let us continue our tour of Europe with the mayor of Heidelberg in Germany. Eckhard Würzner. Guten Morgen. Good morning. Eckhard Würzner.
Is about the efficiency of national environmental politics compared to local program, what François Rebsamen just said to us. But by just showing maybe the small, maybe the better. With Energy Cities, you promote program through a European and over-national strategy. You try to reach the European level through the bids you are carrying for the EU. How can this EU level be efficient for the transition? We just say that local might be better. So how can the EU over-national level can be efficient?
Yes, good morning, everybody. First of all, many thanks for the invitation. I would like to speak a little bit as president of Energy City and also as the mayor of a wonderful city in Germany, which is called Heidelberg. I think, first of all, it's wonderful to get the spirit that more and more cities working strong together to fight against climate change. And we have to remember a little bit, 5 years ago, we had to fight to be on the table, on the international table of climate change policy, because it was not normal that the local level plays such a tremendous role. So 5 years after Paris, I think we could say, as Anne has said this and Mark Watts had mentioned it, the cities are taking over a lead position. And this is very important. I come to this point a little bit later on, but to your question, of course, we need the national and supranational levels. If the national governments are not willing to go in this direction, thinking about the United States, we have such a mislink that we never reach our climate target. So it's not only the cities, it's also the national and supranational level. And I'm very pleased that Europe, under Ursula von der Leyen, has made a very big point in her first speech when she mentioned we had to set stronger targets for the climate change policy in Europe. The Green Deal policy, in my opinion, is a very good perspective because it gives hope. It's not just a discussion about what we should not do. Of course, we know we want to get rid of the fossil fuel industry. We want to get rid of subsidies who are exactly for this old economy, also still existing in Europe. We wanted to get rid of those traffic systems which are based not on a sustainable mobility system, but to do so, we had to be empowered. And this is very important that more and more also the European Commission and Europe under Ursula von der Leyen is taking this into account, and more and more programs are directly linked now to cities. When I say this, I must always say it's not always the same situation when we talk about climate change policy on cities or regional level. Thinking about, for example, in Germany, we had more than 700 energy utilities owned by cities. And it's the cities organization, the citizens, who are steering this unit. For example, my energy utility decided to build another 25 wind power plants now, 3 megawatt, to become really a green energy utility. Go to France, you have EDF, and not so much responsibility on the local level. If you go to Italy, you have Enel. It's not so much responsibility for the utility. So it's always the question, are we really empowered to play this regional role as an energy supplier for green energy, for example? So we have always to take into account this empowerment plays a big role. And that's what we wanted to do from Energy City, work together with the cities, give them the information, disseminate all partnering programs, subsidy programs, but also be a political board to voice out that we need more clear and fair possibilities to be an equal actor in the energy field and also as a consumer. Coming a little bit to the international level, that's also what we're doing with the Covenant of Mayors, where more than nearly 10,000 cities are now working together, and my organization, NSST, and some others, we're organizing this process of the action plans and the control system. We noticed that we have to get a much stronger relation to the international cities associations and work closer together in project-based cooperation. When we think that about in the next 5 years we have another 150 mega cities are coming up. None of them in Europe, none of them in the United States, all in Africa and Asia. So if these mega cities are not in a very close link with us, and the development is not going in this green future, the sustainable future, fossil fuel free future, then we would also never reach our target. So it's a global perspective now. That's also the reason why Europe is now looking for what I think is very good, a Marshall Plan for Africa, working together with Africa, and I think the cities can play a major role. As my colleague Robert just mentioned it, that Paris and cities in Africa are working together, or Heidelberg on a project based, and this is a very trustful cooperation and very helpful and very successful. I think that's my point till that time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Wüstner.
Merci Eckhart, merci à tous d'être intervenus.
Well, thank you, Eckhart, and thank you all for taking part in this first session of the Zero Carbon Forum. This gives us hope for a low-carbon world. But of course, when you try and fight climate change, you have to listen to what scientists have to say. And I have with us a Nobel Prize-winning climate expert who worked with IPCC, none other than Jean Jouzel. Jean Jouzel, thank you for being with us today. You're going to tell us about the project for IPCC with the city of Paris, showing the connection between the world of science, the world of academia, but also the world of government. Yes, well, good morning, everyone, and good morning, Mr. Rebsamen, and thank you for introducing me. I represent here, I believe, the scientific community. A few figures should be presented here, even though they have been mentioned already. The last 6 years were the hottest, the warmest of the past 100 years. For millennials, this will be a record year. You have to look at the rising of sea levels. You have more and more climate events, and the scientific community foresaw that 30 years ago. And what I find regrettable is that the message that we voiced 30 years ago, back in the 1980s, 40 years ago, indeed, that message wasn't heeded. And this is why the scientific community is very much committed now and is determined to ensure that the scientific message will be heard. And for instance, we have been asked to speak about cities, and indeed the mayor of Heidelberg said so very clearly. A few figures: 3 billion people worldwide will live in cities today, and by 2050 there will be twice as many. And if we look at the objective for carbon neutrality by 2050, of course the cities will be at the forefront of that, and that is essential. There's one number which I find striking. If cities are built in the same way as the ones that are being built today, in terms of materials, for instance, well, that alone, construction alone, will cause an additional 0.5 degree of global warming worldwide. So for that reason alone, it is clear that cities should be very much working with the scientific community. There should be a clear interaction there. This has been said again and again. The regional level is essential, but local authorities, as François Rebsamen, local authorities have a clear role to play, not just large cities, but indeed at the lowest level. We should have local versions of IPCC, and indeed there have been local chapters of IPCC. So but in big cities, it is essential to have scientific experts advising the cities on urban development. There was talk of having a Paris chapter of IPCC, that is a place where scientists can be involved, not just climate experts, but others as well, and we have found that the younger generation is well aware of the fact that science holds the key. And I think that scientists can certainly help cities effectively make a difference. That is the whole reason why we have a Paris chapter of IPCC. Well, thank you, Jean Jouzel, for this very inspiring message. The Paris chapter of IPCC will enable us to generate additional scientific knowledge on climate change, and indeed some experiments are being conducted as we speak in Paris. As a transition to the next session, let's take a look at Origins Earth. That's a project we've been conducting in Paris. And on behalf of Energy Cities, we will then sign the Paris Declaration. Well, thank you for being with us. Behind all the changes in the city, there's one not everybody thinks about and which makes a difference every day: greenhouse emissions. When a car pollutes the air with CO2, you have a cloud carried by wind, and with sensors placed on rooftops, we have been able to measure pollution, and we can work out, using weather models, the trajectories of the clouds, and we could see the peak levels of pollutions in the city. We were told that peak levels drop, but in fact, if we take a closer look, we find that during the lockdown, Parisians reduced their CO2 emissions by 40%. Well, with less road traffic. Of course, the lockdown meant there was much less congestion, and there was a minus 60% level of car emissions, with more concentration in the city itself than around Paris. But also up in the sky, there were fewer CO2 emissions coming from airplanes. And buildings alone, there was a 31% cut in emissions because shops were closed, as well as office space. But the weather helped as well. And today, Paris is no longer in lockdown, but we're still measuring CO2 emissions in real time. Our ambition is to provide a carbon weather forecast on a daily basis, and this will enable the city of Paris to see how well it's doing, to measure progress towards the achievement of its objectives. But it also means that Parisians can see the carbon levels in their own neighborhoods. Origins Earth in the city of Paris works with the city of Paris, and jointly we will step up the low-carbon transition. Thank you, and that will take us to the cities that are accelerating the pace, transforming the urban territory to be in line with the Paris Agreement. My name is Célia Blauel. I'm the deputy mayor in charge of the climate, and because all our participants are online and they speak English, we'll switch to English.
That's what we're going to discuss, on how our cities are getting radically transformed, not only to meet the Paris Agreement goals, but also to become more resilient, sober, inclusive city, with more and more the idea not to bounce back, but actually to build back better, to build differently. And we have with us three guests this morning: Manuel de Arroyo, Mayor of Queliman; Andy Burnham, Mayor of Great Manchester, and So Kim Jim, Chief for Urban Policy at the OECD. And actually, I would like to start with you, the mayors. For years now, you are implementing policy, so do we here in Paris, and we are all like moving from climate policies to comprehensive strategies, including all fields of life in our cities. And actually this happened also, unfortunately, because of the crisis we went through here in Paris, extreme climate events, but also a terror attack, migrant crisis, and obviously the COVID crisis. So I'd like to ask you about the main challenges you are facing in your city. What are the tools you're putting in place? And also I'd like to ask you if you would say, like in 2015, that mayors are still on the front line. So let's start with you, Manuel de Arroyo, Mayor of Kelemen. Are you here with us? Can you tell us about the challenges your city is facing, considering that you actually have a special topic with climate change effect on your territory? The floor is yours. So the Mayor of Kelemen is joining us. No, so maybe the Mayor of, let's switch to the Mayor of Great Manchester. Is he with us? Yes, Andy Burnham, hello. So same question to you. What are the main challenges in your city and how do you cope with that?
Thank you. Bonjour, good morning everybody. Just to say first, thank you for inviting me to this prestigious panel. And I just want to thank Mayor Hidalgo for putting on the world agenda the idea that cities need to be the driving force of climate change. Obviously, that was established in Paris 2015. It's been slow to take on in the UK, but I think it's now beginning to happen. And we're building now to the COP26 in Glasgow. And I think that will be a really important staging post for us all to show how cities can drive the change to a zero carbon planet. So thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this. Just to tell you about some of the challenges, the shocks that we've faced, I just want to say what's happened in the last few years. So 2015, major floods across Greater Manchester that flooded some of our town centres and our transport infrastructure. 2017, a major terrorist attack at the Manchester Arena. People may remember the concert by Ariana Grande when 22 people died. Terrible event from which we will never recover. 2018, large-scale moorland fires on the hills around Manchester. 2020, of course, a global pandemic, which we know all about. I just mentioned that list to say that I think the only thing that is certain is that these extreme events will continue. And particularly when you link in the kind of rise of more extreme views and politics over the last decade, I think it's going to be a case of us having to remain extremely resilient. Greater Manchester is part of the Resilient Cities Network, and very proudly so. I think resilience doesn't come from being defensive, protective, conservative. Resilience comes from being open to change. And over the years, Manchester, the original modern city, as people say, the home of the Industrial Revolution, has always shown a willingness to change. It was the first city in the world to bring in clean drinking water from hundreds of miles away. And we have a history of innovating and change, and we now need to be true to that tradition. So then to sort of turn then to your question, Deputy Mayor, about the tools. The biggest challenge now in front of us, I think, is the economic aftershock that follows the COVID earthquake. And I'm afraid to say, in our case, we have to factor in the possibility, the potential folly, terrible folly, of a no-deal Brexit. And that is not a good prospect from our point of view. But nevertheless, we have to prepare for that. And there may be another health pandemic, I guess, that links to this, which might be a mental health crisis that comes with such a shock to our economy. So what do we do about it? I think the only thing to do is to become much more serious about creating new jobs, large-scale job creation in new industries. That's the only response, I think, at a moment like this. So let me give you two things that we are doing. One is beginning a major retrofitting program of our buildings, starting in the public sector, but actually building towards domestic properties as well, making all of our existing buildings zero carbon. Of course, there are potentially thousands of jobs for a generation of young people in those industries. And now is the moment to stand up those industries, to build the skills needed, to build the workforce needed, to retrofit buildings. So then the second thing, which is linked to that, very much linked to it, is the need to decarbonize our energy supply. And again, potentially thousands of jobs in that endeavor. We have a target of a zero carbon Greater Manchester by 2038. And we are looking at a potential hydrogen pipeline up the Mersey estuary, linking Liverpool and Greater Manchester. And I think this is a point that maybe we need to think about, not just how cities themselves make them become resilient, but how networks of cities, neighbouring cities, start to become much better at collaborating on the path towards a zero carbon planet. So that, Deputy Mayor, is where we are at this moment in time, a moment of great challenge, but with all challenge comes great opportunity. To give a hopeful note to end on, because it has been a difficult year and we struggle to find hope at the moment, I think in 100 years' time, when people gather for an event like this, I think they will look back at 2020 and see it as a decisive moment when the world accelerated progress towards a green economy. It seems to me to be the only way to respond to what we've all been going through this year. So I think it will be a decisive moment in quickening the change that we need to see. But as well as moving towards a greener society, I think it's got to be a drive towards a fairer society where we improve people's homes, we make them less costly to run, and doing that we improve their health and their mental health. I think those are the lessons that we need to learn from this pandemic. A green, fair recovery. That is what we want to lead in Greater Manchester, working with our friends and colleagues around the world. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your speech, the Mayor. I can just confirm all what you said, and I was going to ask you, and I'm happy you finished on something hope, because we can feel like the weight on the Mayor's shoulder is kind of heavy, and maybe if we have time, I'd like to ask you later on the community issue and the neighborhood you were talking about. Let's turn to OECD, and I actually want to ask you, because your job as a chief of urban planning is just to observe actually how cities are responding to crisis and how they are responding to the current one, the COVID crisis. And actually we saw cities acting quite often quicker than states, accelerating innovative strategy. What do you observe, and how actually do you support them?
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you everyone for joining. So indeed, if I had to summarize in one sentence what we observed at the OECD so far, it's really that cities took an extremely hard blow with the crisis, often more so than other territories in their countries, both in terms of health, economic, social, fiscal impacts. But cities also took the momentum of the crisis and the emergency short-term measures to accelerate long-term structural reforms, which were often underway already, but which might have taken longer to materialize without this crisis. So tragically, we lost, more than 1 million lives, and this crisis has actually wiped out all the jobs that we had gained since the 2009 financial crisis, according to our latest estimates at the OECD. But if cities and national governments do things right now, maybe we will be able to catch up with the Paris Agreement commitments and the SDGs, on which actually 70% of our cities are not on track at the moment to achieve the SDG targets, according to our latest OECD data. So in our work, in our analysis that we've been conducting on more than 100 cities worldwide since March, we saw from this analysis that really cities have gone beyond short-term emergency support, and they really took this window of opportunity to rethink the entire urban paradigm on maybe 3 dimensions that I can recall quickly here. The first one, of course, the economic dimension. So cities have deployed what actually looks like almost a national recovery strategy at their scale, at the urban scale, not only to support, SMEs and the vulnerable sections, parts of their economy, but really to modernize their local ecosystems and to invest in, entrepreneurship, to speed up the digital transition, to invest in culture, for example. And so we have cities such as Barcelona that really took a whole array of measures and financial support to encourage, for example, local consumption loops and boost entrepreneurship. We've got cities like Milan that also developed a very wide-ranging strategy to accelerate the digital transition, including in public services and invest in social innovation and startups. And there are many, many more examples that you can find in our note, policy note. A second dimension is on the environmental aspect. And here again, I think cities are really boosting their transition to a low carbon economy, which is really the reason why we are together today in the Zero Carbon Forum. And of course, many cities, Paris, Milan, Bogota, have almost overnight built a lot of, cycling lanes, sometimes called Corona lanes, I think, and that's a real progress for sustainable mobility. But there are also cities like Copenhagen that are also investing in improving the energy efficiency of their buildings, and that's also creating some jobs at the same occasion. And finally, on the third social dimension, which is particularly important because, in fact, this crisis has had an extremely asymmetrical impact on territories and the populations. And, for example, the share of jobs that are at risk due to COVID containment measures, the share of jobs at risk of loss it varies from, it can be less than 15% in some territories in the OECD, but it can go above 35% to reach almost half of jobs in certain territories, and notably those that were very much dependent on tourism or global trade. And so, and in many cases, it's the most vulnerable populations that were even more at risk, such as low-paid workers and immigrant workers. So I think the main challenge now for all those cities is really to combine those 3 dimensions in their recovery strategies and find the right balance. They have been extremely responsive so far and bold in the actions that they took. At the same time, they can't really do this alone. So this is also a key message from the OECD, that cities and national governments really need to work together to promote a joint recovery and build greater resilience. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So you confirm cities building comprehensive strategy, long-term vision, but that really need of being much more building on local and national level together. Before going back to Great Manchester, because I have kind of a question also for the mayor, I'd like you to take 2 minutes to listen to another mayor that sent us a message, Bruno Covas from Sao Paulo, and a testimony on his action in Sao Paulo.
Olá a todos, aqui da cidade de São Paulo, Brasil. Cumprimento a todos vocês. Queria agradecer à prefeita de Paris, Anne Hidalgo, pelo convite. Saudar a todos que estão participando dessa conferência, em nome da vice-prefeita de Paris, Célia Blau, que preside aqui esta reunião. Dizer que a cidade de São Paulo tem muito também a comemorar nesses 5 anos do Acordo Climático de Paris. nós assinamos o nosso compromisso de ter um plano aqui na cidade de São Paulo que possa zerar as emissões até 2050, tendo como parâmetro também 2030. A cidade assinou um novo contrato de concessão do seu serviço de ônibus. São 13 mil ônibus na cidade de São Paulo, uma das maiores frotas do mundo, que também deve seguir uma renovação dessa frota para uma matriz energética limpa, não poluente e respeitando o Acordo Climático de Paris. A cidade busca não apenas fazer a sua parte, mas mostrar para o governo federal brasileiro, que infelizmente não tem atuado na agenda climática global, que é possível você somar desenvolvimento econômico com a preocupação ambiental. No mundo que nós estamos, em que a crise sanitária do coronavírus trouxe também uma crise econômica e social, é preciso aproveitar esta janela de oportunidade para que a economia verde seja a forma que alavanque mais uma vez a economia. É assim que nós acreditamos a recuperação econômica da cidade de São Paulo, gerando emprego e renda, em especial para os jovens de periferia, que sofrem mais com essa situação do desemprego, mas acima de tudo, reforçando o compromisso da cidade de São Paulo com a agenda climática global. Que esses 5 anos do Acordo Climático de Paris possam não apenas trazer uma comemoração virtual, mas reforçar o comprometimento das cidades que fazem a sua parte para que a gente possa ter um mundo cada vez mais seguro, um mundo cada vez menos poluído, para que a gente possa garantir a continuidade da vida aqui no planeta. Muito obrigado e boa reunião a todos vocês.
I think the mayor of Kaliman could join us. Is he with us? Can you confirm me? Yeah. So, Mayor, if you, nice to see you. Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Manuel. I'd like to ask you, we were thinking about what are the challenges your cities are facing, what are the tools you are implementing, especially in your region that we know you're facing actually direct climate crisis effects.
Indeed, Kilimani City is an intermediary coastal city which are actually in Mozambique. It has got more than 400,000 inhabitants, and actually Mozambique is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. Just to give an example, only last year, 2019, the country faced 2 major cyclones, Cyclone Idai and Cyclone Kenneth. So we have been working, first of all, to raise awareness amongst our peers, but also amongst our citizens on the dangers and on the impact of climate change. So what we started doing was to train and to create the necessary conditions so that our citizens understand the challenges that we face today. The second major challenge that we face, it's about human resources, so that we need to equip those working on the forefront so that they understand the nature, the amplitude, but also the magnitude of the challenge we do have. The third major challenge that we have is about the know-how, about the technology. We know what are the challenges, but we don't have the means to implement the necessary and the most appropriate techniques to avoid the impact of extreme events. And the fourth and final challenge, of course, Mozambique and Kilimani being a developing city, is the access to finance. I mean, and the inability to provide and come up with what I will call the bankable projects that could tap into the available resources in the international market.
Thanks you. So you, as Andy Burnham, confirmed that mayors are still on the front line, on all the lines, I mean, on all the fields of action. I'd like to ask another question to the both of you, and actually time is flying, so to have a quite rapid answer about the weight of community in your cities, maybe in Keliman first. I think I lost the mayor. No, you're here.
I'm here.
Just to see, like, we experience a lot of crisis in Paris too, and we experience also how the people of Paris are the first actors for real resilience, where communities are constituted, the shock are less hard for us. How do you work with communities in your cities? How do you support, how do you develop that link with communities?
Oh, yeah. For example, just to give an example, during Cyclone Idai, like the city of Beira was cut off for almost 4 days. So there was no national government to intervene. There was no international donors and so on. So it was up to the local leaders, the mayor and his staff to answer to be on the first line of the challenge that we are faced, because there was no communication, there was no, nobody could reach the city by air, by sea, or by land. So it was the local government that had to provide the answers, the immediate answers to the challenging situation that they are facing. So what we have learned from that example was to create in each location groups of students, like by creating environmental clubs in schools, but also by identifying the most vulnerable people in the area, like women, like the elders, and provide them and equip them with the knowledge on what to do in case of an extreme event. What are the steps that they need to follow, and who do they need to work with? So by providing that set of tools, information, and by equipping them, at least they are able of dealing with the immediate challenge that they face until help comes. And we had, for example, a project on teaching them on how to preserve the mangroves, because mangroves are very important for the biodiversity, but also it's there where most of the fish and the crustaceans reproduce themselves. But because people were very poor, they were actually cutting those mangroves, making coal or to use the trees to build their own housing. So like knowledge transfer and raising awareness were like the most important tools that we used to awaken the citizens to the reality of climate change that we are facing.
Thanks so much, and I would so love to hear the Mayor of Great Manchester on that theme, but actually we are running out of time, so we're going to do that in other sphere. And I'd like to give the end word to another mayor, Giuseppe Sala, Mayor of Milan, that will also tell us about his city. Thanks a lot to you to have participated to this roundtable.
This agreement was a milestone in our lifetime, not only for its scope, but also for affirming the role of cities. Since then, cities have become central actors in the global agenda. 5 years on, the outbreak of COVID-19 has shown us how vital it is to achieve more livable, green and welcoming cities. The C40 Cities network that unites the biggest and most innovative cities of the world, and whose past president is our host, Mayor Hidalgo, established a global mayoral recovery task force that I have the honor to chair. Mayors produced a political statement and a very concrete set of policies and experiences to be put to the service of all levels of government to achieve a sustainable and equitable recovery. We share the belief that the pandemic is connected to the climate emergency and comes on top of it, putting the future of our cities in danger. In order to prevent taking any step back from the goals of the Paris Agreement, we believe that a recovery that is green and just is the only possible recovery and holds the benefits of sustainable and equitable investment for our citizens. We commit to jobs creation and support to an inclusive economy, increasing resilience and equity in our cities, and focusing on the health and well-being of people. As we know that cities cannot achieve a green and just recovery alone, we also put forward 6 key asks to national and regional governments and to international institutions to support our effort. 1. The only stimulus should be a green stimulus. 2. Support needs to go directly to sustainable cities. 3. Mass transit must be protected and championed. 4. Clean energy must be prioritized and advanced. 5. We must commit to an equitable and inclusive recovery. And 6. All public subsidies to fossil fuels must end. A green and just recovery stems from the goals of the Paris Agreement and is the best way to honor its legacy. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for being with us today at this Zero Carbon Forum. We are going to move on to a new roundtable now. I'm going to talk about the Olympic and Paralympic Games in order to speed up the ecological transition of cities. Obviously, with the current health crisis, the international sports calendar was totally disrupted, above all the major events, but it has also revealed the pivotal role of the climate issue in the organization of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. The Games are a major challenge for cities, yet they are also a tremendous opportunity to speed up the ecological transition. This roundtable will launch a dialogue between several Olympic cities that have undertaken to deeply transform their territory with the Games in order to speed up public policies, in order to adapt the cities to climate change. I'm Pierre Rabadan. I am the Deputy Mayor of Paris. I'm in charge of sports and Olympic and Paralympic Games Paris 2024. I'm very pleased to be with you today in order to talk about those issues. When you organize such a major event, you really have to live up to a major challenge. Since 2012, we've seen a change in the way hosting cities are addressing those Olympic and Paralympic Games, and this is also due to the 2020 agenda and the Paris Agreement. Now, we're going to talk to some organizers that are going to explain how they have transformed and how they're going to transform their territories. I have several guests with me. The Mayor of Lausanne with me on stage, Mr. Grégoire Junot. Thank you very much for being with us today. Just as a reminder, Lausanne is the capital, is the Olympic capital, and it was you're also, sorry, the President of the World Union of Olympic Cities. Then we will have a remote speaker, Mr. Tony Estanguet, the President of the Paris 2024 Olympic Committee. The Mayor of Dakar, Mr. Soham El Wardini, will also take the floor. And Good morning, Mrs. El Wadini. And then we will also have a video with the governor of Tokyo that is going to host the next Olympic Games, the 2020 Games that were postponed to 2021. This is going to be a French-speaking roundtable. Those Olympic Games will make French-speaking countries extremely visible, and there is a major challenge here. Before I hand over the floor to you, Mr. Junot, I'd like us to listen to Mrs. Yuriko Koike, Governor of Tokyo. Tokyo was ready to welcome the Olympic and Paralympic Games in the summer of 2020, but because of the health crisis, the Games had to be postponed to 2021.
Mesdames et Messieurs, bonjour. I'm Koike Yuriko, Governor of Tokyo. I'm currently advancing preparations for the Tokyo 2020 Games in close collaboration with the stakeholders. As you might know, the Antwerp Games of 1920, which were held just after the end of World War I and the so-called Spanish flu pandemic, proved to be a symbol of post-crisis solidarity and recovery. Similarly, the Tokyo 2020 Games will be a very significant event, a symbol that humanity has fortified its bonds by uniting together to overcome an coronavirus, our invisible enemy. It is my intention to show the world a new model for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, which takes on the perspective of none other than sustainable recovery. One example of our eco-conscious actions for the Tokyo 2020 Games was the medal project. This project aimed to collect the metals needed to make the gold, silver, and bronze medals from used cell phones and other small electronic devices. And thanks to contributions from the people of Paris as well, we were able to achieve our goal. The Games will also showcase the use of an alternative energy carrier in not only transportation systems, but facilities and other locations. Hydrogen energy will be used as the Olympic and Paralympic Village, and as many as 500 fuel cell vehicles will also be employed to transport people involved in the Games. The Tokyo Games will be successful from these environmental and post-COVID-19 perspectives as well, and we will pass on the baton to Paris. Last year, I chaired the U20 Mayor Summit held in Tokyo. With other major cities of the world, we elaborated a communiqué that included aiming for decarbonization by 2050, which was proposed to the G20. The Japanese government also raised the same goal this October. I believe that in this way, cities play a leading role in addressing global scale challenges. The other day, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government announced the sales of new gasoline-powered cars in Tokyo will be abolished by 2030. Based on Tokyo's climate emergency declaration, Time to Act, which addresses the increasing urgency of the climate crisis, I intend to help raise a global movement against climate change while also working together with international networks such as the C40. I hope you will join me in this effort. In closing, I wish to extend my best wishes for the success of this Zero Carbon Forum. Merci de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup à la gouverneure de Tokyo pour ce
Thank you very much for your testimonial. And obviously, this really shows that Tokyo had to be extremely resilient in order to adapt to this one-year postponement of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. They should take place next summer in Tokyo. So the 2020 Games will take place in 2021. So, Mr. Junot, you're the Mayor of Lausanne. Thank you for being with us. You're also the President of the World Union of Olympic Cities. You hosted the Winter Youth Olympic Games not too long ago. I wanted to ask you about the sustainability decisions that you made in your city in order to adapt to those environmental challenges that have an impact on the Winter Games. Well, thank you very much. Obviously, there is a small contradiction when we talk about major events. We talk about events that emit lots of CO2, and Olympic Games, just like other sports events, are events that can add such issues onto the agenda. We experienced this with the Youth Games that were also part of a main main thread, and we will see this at the 2024 Games also. That will be the first Games to be carbon neutral. But in Lausanne, with the Youth Games, we were able to organize games that only emitted 19 kilograms of CO2 per visitor, which is 10 times less than the London Games. And this was made possible because of two things. Mainly, we reused existing infrastructure. This was the case for all the events. We even used natural ice for the speed skating competition. This allowed us to save 15% of the emissions because we didn't build any specific ice rink. They were also international games. Some of the events took place in France because they already had the existing infrastructure. So this is one of the things you can do. You can reuse existing infrastructure or already think about the future use of the infrastructure you're going to build. Then transportation means were also one of the ways to bring down our carbon emissions. Those two aspects really played a major role in our efforts, and I must say that Lausanne is probably an event that can inspire others. It's a way to make our cities more pedestrian-friendly and to initiate change. And I believe that when we organize major sports events, we can, and it is our duty also, because we're going to continue to organize such events, we have to make sure that those events are also events that speed up our fight against climate change. So thank you very much. There's also ambition for the 2024 Paris Game, and we'll talk about this later on. But I will now hand over the floor to the chair of the Paris Committee. But before I hand over the floor to him, because we have to adapt, because sometimes internet connection is not working properly. So, Tony, before I give the floor to you, I will give the floor to Mr. Jacques Attali, who is with us today. He is going to talk about resilience mechanisms. We mentioned this a few minutes ago, and this is exactly what Tokyo had to do in order to adapt to the current situation. So, Mr. Attali, good morning. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. I will hand over the floor to you and let you talk about this notion of resilience.
I'll be delighted to hear Tony when he takes the floor. I have a great deal of admiration for what he's been doing and his ambitions, his very lofty ambitions for the Olympic Games. And I would like to congratulate Anne Hidalgo for having organized this event, which reminds us of the critical importance of long-term planning. That's what resilience requires. You have to be ready. Preparedness is critical. You have to have thought well ahead of time about all of the potential risks. Of course, you can't prepare physically and mentally for any event, but you do have to attempt to prepare personally and collectively. by trying to list out risks in order to avoid them. We could have worked in that manner so as to avoid a pandemic in the last 20 years, and we did not. The pandemic is thus a cruel reminder of what we should have done, and we now need to prepare for the pandemics of the future, and there will be pandemics in the future. We also have to prepare for global warming because some impacts are already irreversible. Climate change has irreversible consequences, and so we really have to prepare to contend with those irreversible changes. Pandemics will also leave us with irreversible damage. Alas, to consider only the victims of the virus. Thus, we now need to place as our top priority health, and cities have a role to play in that. We need to rethink our economic policy. We have to work hard now to make sure that those we have in the past left behind are no longer left behind. This will extend to all of our economic sectors, aeronautics, chemical industry, and any area of the economy, and we have to consider ways in which to include our youth. Our youth must be involved, must have a hand in shaping the future. We need to allow those who represent the generations of the future to be heard today. In all countries of the world, there is a body that ponders what the future may hold from the standpoint of the next generations. Young people are already meeting to discuss these matters, and we must hear them out. As consumers, as investors, as savers, as citizens, in all the acts of our daily life, we must be constantly considering what our actions will entail for the future generations. The Olympic Games of 2055 and 2060 will be very different from the Olympic Games of the past. We will have to have medals awarded to those countries which have taken the lead and had the greatest impact in protecting our planet. I think countries need to be ranked according to that yardstick. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Jacques Attali. So without further ado, I will hand over immediately to Mr. Tony Estanguet, who's the chairman of the OCOG, Organizing Committee of the Olympic Games. I believe you intend to create the Olympic Games of an entirely new kind. Thank you very kindly. I'd like to thank Mr. Jacques Attali for his vote of confidence, and I fully support the actions that he has called upon us to undertake. I would like to greet Grégoire Vinault, with whom I've had occasion to speak. Just last year, we met and worked to try to design a new model for our Olympic Games. And the Olympic Games need to be a driver in the environmental and the energy transition. the world of sports taken on this challenge very resolutely, and there's been a genuine commitment and an involvement on the part of our athletes. Influencers who our youth pay great attention to. In Paris 2024, we intend to act on 3 levels. We will design a new type of game, a new type of organization for the games, and there will be markers to testify to this new model. The first marker is that indeed we will not be building infrastructures for individual Olympic events as we used to in the future. In Paris, we will be reusing in the amount of 95% existing structures, and the 5% of the infrastructures that we do build will be reusable. They will be built to be reusable by the local population after the games, which we intend to serve as a positive contribution to the well-being of our citizens, and there will be extremely environmentally friendly buildings at that. Second marker, we will be using public transportation exclusively to travel to the different events as spectators. And the third marker is energy. It requires tremendous amounts of energy to bring together millions of spectators, 15,000 athletes, 200 countries, 4 billion people will be watching us. That requires a tremendous amount of energy. And so along with the French electric power company EDF, we will be working to ensure that as much of that electric power as possible is produced through renewable means, which is a huge challenge. This is an unprecedented project, but we're very confident that we will succeed and that we will shape this new model successfully. We're also working on an investment of the future project to develop new technology for eco-power generators, which are power supplies to take up the slack where the electric power grid leaves off. In the Paris Accord, by 2030 we have to reduce carbon emissions by 50% and by 2050 offset them entirely. We are working to ensure that we meet that challenge by 2024. 4 billion euros in markets that will be created thanks to the Paris Olympic Games, and we want to support our suppliers. We want to ensure that the procurement is based on selection criteria that is entirely environmentally friendly. This is a new way of sourcing what we need. And then we need to work to inspire new types of behavior, as Mr. Attali has called upon us to do. How do you leverage the very positive image of your athletes? 300 cities across France will be involved in the adventure of the Olympic Games. How can we have a positive impact thanks to the Paris Olympic Games? This is a collective effort. I'd like to thank the city of Paris. I'd like to thank the French government, the Seine-Saint-Denis département, and all of our local authorities. Thank you very kindly, Tony. We could discuss this at greater length, but unfortunately time is short. Thank you very kindly for your inspiring words. I would like to add that the city of Paris, the host city, is working hard to, by 2024, do away with disposable plastic. We're going to transform our ring road. We will be working to clean up the Seine River, and
événementiel, notamment évidemment pendant les Jeux de
We
Paris 2024. Et ma collègue Audrey Poulevard y travaille
want
activement
to,
avec
as
le COJO. Merci
Audrey
vraiment, Tony,
Poulevard can
de ton
testify,
témoignage.
make sure
Il
that
est
this
une
is a
ville
very
qui,
successful and
après
very
Paris,
green event.
recevra aussi d'un événement olympique et ce sera pour la première fois sur le
Now,
continent africain.
in Africa, there's going to be a first in the city of Dakar, and we're going to hear all about it from the mayor of Dakar, Ms. Soham El Ardini. Thank you so much for joining us. Madam Mayor, could you please tell us how you are going to take advantage of these Youth Olympic Games to support change and accelerate the environmental transition?
Oui, on vous entend, Madame la maire.
You have the floor, Madam. Good morning.
Bonjour.
Good morning, all.
Vous avez
I would like to thank Madam Mayor of Paris, dear Anne. I would have dearly loved to be with you in person, but I'm very happy to join you remotely. Delighted to have the floor this morning. 5 years after the signature of the Paris Accords, the deregulation, the climate change is unfortunately still with us, and we need to act before it's too late. There have been heat waves, the erosion of our coastlines, increasingly frequent natural disasters, and so on. Sports are a unifying activity which we can leverage to involve our fellow citizens, and notably our young fellow citizens, and enlist their support on the road to the environmental transition. The pandemic has unfortunately reminded us of how fragile our situation is. The Dakar Youth Olympics of 2026 are a unique opportunity to alert our citizens to the importance of protecting the environment and offsetting climate change. We will be designing our infrastructures in an environmentally friendly manner, and we will be working hard to use this event to raise awareness about the importance of the energy transition and the critical importance of curbing our CO2 emissions. Sports are an exciting arena that attracts a great deal of attention and many spectators. This is the ideal opportunity to promote the necessary social and political changes that must be undertaken to protect the environment. The city of Dakar has drawn up a very ambitious plan for protecting the environment. We have a strategic document which we were able to draft thanks to an extensive mobilization of our citizens through a conversation platform that was established just for that purpose. The city of Dakar conducted an energy audit of some of its buildings, including the future Olympic pool. We've lost the sound. We no longer hear the mayor of Dakar, unfortunately. She's been cut off, regrettably. This is far too constrained a format to be able to go on at further length about these important matters. I'd like to thank Mr. Junot, the mayor of Lausanne, for having joined us. I'd also like to thank all of our speakers, Tony Estanguet, Jacques Attali, and the mayor of Dakar. As I mentioned, there would be a great deal more to say about the critical importance of these major events, the Olympics and the Paralympics. I'm I'm going to hand over to Karine Roland, who's going to talk about the 15-minute city, which is a subject that dovetails very nicely with the discussions that we've had so far this morning. Thank you very kindly for your attention.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning, all. I'm Karine Roland. I'm the Deputy Mayor in charge of culture and the 15-minute city, which is my credentials for hosting this session, welcoming Professor Carlos Moreno, who's the inventor and developer of the 15-minute city, that he will be discussing with us very quickly. Before I introduce our guests, we're going to watch a presentation video on what the 15-minute city entails.
La vidéo n'étant pas tout à fait prête, je crois, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter les invités qui nous accompagnent aujourd'hui et qui viennent du monde entier ou presque. Madame Ada Colau, maire de Barcelone. Monsieur Costas
Mayor of Barcelona. We have Mr. Costas Bakoyannis, Mayor of Athens. We have Horatio Larreta, Mayor of Buenos Aires. We have Mr. Philip Close, who's the Mayor of Brussels. We have Ms. Martha Thorne, Executive Director of the Pritzker Prize and Dean of the School of Architecture at the University of Madrid. Thank you for joining us, Madam. Mr. Elkin Velasquez Monsalves, Regional Director of UN Habitat in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have convened this forum today for this Zero Carbon Forum to discuss a beautiful concept, which is how the cities of the world, not just the cities, but also the universities and university students can engage with the concept of the 15-minute city.
au défi du changement climatique, c'est ce qui nous réunit à Paris depuis
We need to
hier,
rise to
mais aussi de
the
répondre
challenge
aux enjeux
of climate
croissants
change,
de la
of
crise
course,
sociale
and we
et
also have a
démocratique
social
que
and
nous traversons
democratic
tous, que nous connaissons
crisis,
tous,
which
et
is
puis de manière
well
j'espère
underway.
plus
We
contextuelle, voir comment la ville du quart d'heure
also need to
peut
consider how
aider
the 15-minute
face à la crise
city
sanitaire que nous
can
traversons.
help us overcome the health
Alors,
crisis.
derrière ce concept de ville du quart d'heure, l'idée est à la
The
fois géniale
15-minute
et
city
simple, je
is
dirais.
a brilliant concept and a very simple one at the same time. The idea is to ensure that the inhabitants of a city
accéder à leurs
can
besoins essentiels
access
à proximité. La ville du
their
quart d'heure
essential
est la
needs
ville des proximités.
nearby. The
Et le
15-minute
professeur
city
Carlos Moreno
is
va nous
a
en
city of
parler plus en
proximity,
détail,
and
tant il y a
Mr. Carlos
travaillé,
Moreno is
tant il
going
l'a
to
conçu, tant il y a
tell us
travaillé,
much
et tant
more
il
about
nous
it.
accompagne les uns et les autres
And
pour en faire une réalité. Juste quelques mots.
is uniquely
Pour mentionner, en
equipped
tant que
to
responsable
explain it
municipal,
to
et
us.
je salue aussi
I
Hermano
would
Sanchez
like
Ruivo,
to
qui est présent à nos
welcome
côtés dans la
Hermano
salle et qui est
Sanchez
adjoint à la
Ruivo,
maire
who's
de Paris
also
en
with
charge
us. He's
des
a
affaires
deputy
européennes, qui travaille sur
mayor
cette dimension,
of Paris in charge of European
sur
affairs
ce
and
concept à dimension
works on
internationale.
this
La ville du quart
international
d'heure est propre au
concept as well.
21e
The
siècle, je
15-minute
pense,
city
parce que,
is unique, in
place
fact,
à un moment
to
où
the
on ne
21st
conçoit
century
plus
in the sense
les villes,
that
les
we
quartiers,
can no
par
longer
activité,
afford
en
to
essayant ensuite de
design
construire
cities and
des
neighborhoods
axes routiers, autoroutiers ou
with a
ferroviaires pour les réduire, mais
specialty
bien en
and
partant de la
connecting
ville compacte,
them
en
by
essayant de voir
high-speed
comment
thoroughfares.
le
No,
multi-usage
we need to
peut s'y
turn away
développer,
from that
à
model
la
and
fois
see
dans
how
une perspective
we
de
can
durabilité,
bring
et bien
in
sûr, c'est presque
multiple
prioritaire, dans
services
une
to the
perspective
same
de
local
bien-être des
community
habitants. À
to
Paris, je
ensure the
disais, Anne
well-being
Hidalgo a
of
choisi d'en faire
the
un
inhabitants of our
de
cities.
sa politique pour la mandature qui
And
s'ouvre pour les
Hidalgo has
prochaines
decided
années.
to make of this plan
Et
a
à Paris,
critical
tout
part
ça
of her
se déploie
plan for the next 5
dans
years.
un tissu urbain
Our
assez
urban fabric
particulier
is quite
parce qu'il est à la
unusual
fois
in the
ancien,
sense that it
très
is
très dense.
old,
Nous avons une ville
extremely
que nous ne
dense.
pouvons pas étendre
Our
à
city
l'infini, même si nous travaillons
cannot
en dimension métropolitaine.
spill over
Et
its
à
external
cet
borders
égard, il est
because
vrai
it is
que
already
la
constrained,
notion de multi-usage sur laquelle
so
vous avez
that multiple
travaillé, Carlos,
uses
que vous allez nous
that
détailler,
you've worked so
est
hard on,
particulièrement
Carlos Moreno,
pertinente. Le
is particularly
multi-usage, ça
relevant
veut
today.
dire
Multiple
intensifier les
usages
usages
means
plutôt qu'intensifier
intensifying
l'occupation
usages
de la
rather
ville
than
dans un même lieu,
intensifying
à
the
différents
use
moments de la
of
journée, de la semaine ou de l'année.
the
On peut pratiquer
surface
des
area.
activités différentes, toujours au
In the
service de
same
cette notion
area, we can engage in very different activities
social.
at different times of
Sans plus
day.
attendre, je
So,
vous passe la parole, cher Carlos,
you have the
pour
floor,
nous en dire
Carlos,
davantage sur cette belle idée qui n'est plus qu'une idée.
to
C'est
describe
pas
this
une
idea
idée qui
to us
devient
in details. It's
réalité dans
indeed
nos
no
idées.
longer a mere idea, it's becoming a reality today, is it not? Thank you very kindly, dear Karine. I would like to greet our guests, those who are with us in person and those who are following proceedings from a distance. I've been told that the video on the 15-minute city of Paris is ready to screen. No, it's not ready to screen. Tell me. Pardon me, the video has already been screened, indeed. So, back to me then. I will sum up years of research into 3 minutes. That's a fifth, that's a quarter, or sorry, of 15 minutes, is it not? We have got to leave ample time to hear our guests, so I will be brief. I'll try to be very concise and boil down these years of research into a few words. Why has this concept of the 15-minute city become so popular? It's become a concept that's been taken up worldwide, in fact. It's been translated into many languages, in fact. Mayors and urban ecosystem managers have taken up this idea. It's a popular concept because it meets two goals. The just-in-time goal and climate change. We need to live differently, we need to change the rhythm of our lives And when lockdowns are necessary, as they have been recently, the 15-minute city is perfectly suited to that need because you can immediately access locally what it is you need. So in fact, it's the perfect paradigm for the city of tomorrow. We've been working with researchers at the University of the Sorbonne here in Paris and other experts to work out an ecology of proximity and polycentric cities, multi-usage cities that are user-friendly and local, entirely decarbonized, 15 minutes away on foot or by bicycle. Can be found anything that the inhabitants of the city might require: habitat, work, education, culture, leisure, and resources of various kinds. Environmental friendliness with a decarbonized city, a green city, multi-usages of infrastructure, solidarity to develop social ties locally, and the participation of our citizens, because we have participatory budget-making tools. We want to ensure that the quality of life is as good as it can be for the inhabitants of our cities. We want to make it possible for our citizens to entirely change their lifestyles so as to achieve zero net carbon in due time and reduce our CO2 emissions by 65%. So the 15-minute city is a city of proximity. It's a city where we make the best possible use of our resources, a city in which humanity is restored. And as Anne Hidalgo said, in Paris, the 15-minute city is a city in which environmental friendliness is a new form of humanism based on the common good, based on urban commons and their exploration and reappropriating public space, nature, water, clean air, and cities where the infrastructures are not taken up by cars, but by the men and women who inhabit our cities along with their children and our youth, so that local inhabitants can recreate or create new social ties. We will be hearing from one of the co-organizers of the 15-minute City International Initiative. This speaker is the mayor of Buenos Aires, Horacio Larreta, who's with us thanks to digital technology. Can we hear Mr. Horacio Larreta, Mayor of Buenos Aires?
Bonjour. Bonjour, Horacio. Bienvenido. Muchas gracias por su presencia en este evento.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Queríamos aprovechar su presencia a distancia desde Buenos Aires. Je
veux parler en français parce qu'il a une traduction en direct.
Nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir. Et dites-nous pourquoi ce concept de la ville de proximité,
la ville du
quart
how you interpret the concept of the 15-minute city that is of such great interest to the city of Buenos Aires, that has joined us as in Paris as co-leaders of this initial international initiative of the C40.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Quiero antes de empezar agradecer a París y a su alcaldesa Ana Hidalgo y a C40
I'd like to thank the city of Paris and the mayor of the city of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, and the C40 for having invited me to this event, which is critical if we are to act resolutely to protect the planet and ensure that we have a future. I'm happy to hear from our partners from Athens, Madrid, Barcelona. We will be celebrating the anniversary of the Paris Accord very soon, and this is a unique opportunity to remind all of the players of their responsibilities. On the international level, we need to become critical players, not only because we are all confronted with the same problems, but also because we have solutions to put forward. I believe that this initiative is very welcome. We've been carrying forward with the Urban 20. It is a fundamental requirement that our diplomacy of cities make itself heard at different international meetings. We need to make ourselves heard as mayors when it comes to the protection of the environment. There is a network of green cities that has been established as part of the C40, and we will be sharing that regionally after Bogota. We need to develop human-scale solutions, and as mayors of cities, we have many things to contribute to this conversation. Proximity, the 15-minute city, can be extremely beneficial. We need to have schools, businesses, health services nearby to save time and enjoy a more pleasant environment. Car traffic has terrible impact on the planet and is a contributor, an accelerator for climate change. With the pandemic, it has become immediately necessary to be able to source what we need nearby, and it will facilitate the work of our municipal services to provide these services close to the users. It has become very clear that as we move around our cities by car and by other means that are highly polluting, we are contributing to global warming. This became very clear during the pandemic. In Buenos Aires, we have undertaken a policy with a view to developing independence of our neighborhoods and a local economy. City Hall, which used to be in downtown Buenos Aires and was at the center of town, has been transferred to an outlying area as part of this effort. We're also working to improve the school system in underprivileged neighborhoods. This is all part of the 15-minute city project. We have proximity medical services projects. We have plans to develop underdeveloped neighborhoods of our city through the Youth Olympic Games in part, and we're working hard to provide local services, whether it's police services, health services, schools. We've created cycle paths in order to ensure sustainable travel in town. And we've closed the downtown area, or nearly closed the downtown area, to cars, which has really improved the quality of life and the quality of the air. We have greened extensive surface areas of our city. With the COVID pandemic, we've been able to accelerate this process of transformation. More than 100 streets have been made pedestrian. We've thus made it possible for restaurants to spill out onto the sidewalks and create terraces in areas where cars used to hog the streets. And we've also created the Climate Action Plan, very ambitious. We're trying to achieve zero net carbon by 2050, and this plan has been certified by the C40. Next week, we will be moving into the next phase of our climate plan, which is even more ambitious. than anything that we've done so far. Other cities have been following in our footsteps, and there are more and more mayors joining this movement. I'm very confident that in the midst of the pandemic, although things have become very complicated, we will be able to change the way we live, change our lifestyles. These are unique opportunities. We need to rethink our cities, reinvent our cities. We need to make them more user-friendly, bring them closer to their inhabitants through the 15-minute city project, and do so together. That's what we propose. Thank you very kindly for your attention.
Estimado alcalde Horacio Larreta de Buenos Aires. Nous allons écouter
we'll listen to another mayor who will also speak Spanish, the mayor of Barcelona, Mrs. Ada Colau.
Desde Barcelona quiero mandar un saludo muy especial para Anne Hidalgo.
So I'm the mayor from Barcelona. I'd like to say hello to Anne Hidalgo and to all the Parisians. I would have loved to be with you here in Paris, but unfortunately because of the pandemic this is not possible right now. But I wanted to send this video message to you. I believe that this encounter is an essential encounter. Barcelona and Paris are sister cities. We have the same priorities, we share the same objectives, and we also share the same concern regarding this terrible plight that we're faced with during this century, climate change. Our large cities are the highest main polluters and main CO2 emitters, but we have decided to bring about solutions. We are faced with a dual issue. You have the level of emissions and the pollution in our cities that lead to health issues. In Barcelona, we have 1,000 premature deaths every year due to car pollution. Plus, you have a public space that is not properly structured. To give you an idea, cars account for 20% of movement, but they account for 60% of the public space. So in the 21st century, we'll have to build a new city that is less polluted, that doesn't contribute to climate change, that brings solutions to climate change, but that also provides a healthier model, a city that is healthier, less polluted and less noisy. This idea is a red thread for us. You call it the 15-minute city in Paris. In Barcelona, we call it Supervia Barcelona. This model aims at having a public area, public space that is quieter and with fewer cars. There is also a positive impact. We want to have more quality for the inhabitants, for all the people, for children, so that they can walk around town, be in a safe place. This is our objective with this Supervia Barcelona model. For example, we're going to have more cycle paths. Within a few years, we're going to have more public transport with a public program, a specific program aimed at protecting our schools, the schools throughout our territory. We are going to make the surroundings pedestrian-friendly so that people can have a better experience in their neighborhood, so that children can also grow in a healthy space. We're also going to use this third plan for the city center, and we're going to transform 21 streets that are right now like urban highways. We're going to transform them and turn them into a green path, and there will be very few cars on those streets. This will allow us to create 21 squares. People will have the opportunity to meet there, to gather and create some social link. And with our pilot studies, we were able to see that this worked really well. And because of the proximity, this strengthened our local economy. And since the pilot trials, some inhabitants have been asking us to launch more projects of this nature. We have lots of similarities with the Parisian model, and we want to speed things up in order to curb pollution, because this is simply not sustainable. We want to get to the city of the 21st century, a greener city, a happier city where you will have true neighborhoods.
Nous avons le plaisir d'avoir avec nous le maire de Athènes.
We have the mayor of Athens with us, Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis. And you will tell us why Athens has taken an interest in these international projects of this 15-minute towns. Well, you have the floor now.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the kind invitation. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. You know, we have to be very frank and very open. There is a global race going on right now among cities. It's a global race for investment, for talent in a new economy, but also for visitors, for tourists. But what is great is that we're not actually competing with each other. We're all running this marathon alongside each other. We're all one team, and events such as these actually send a very strong message that we're all in it together. Because at the end of the day, all politics may well be local, but the truth is that we face a global challenge, a climate change, or to be more exact, a climate crisis or a climate emergency. And we all know that if we want to actually provide real solutions to real problems, we have to work bottom up. So what we're experiencing right now, this pandemic, this terrible pandemic, is actually a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity to actually change urban design, to actually transform the urban landscape. And history is a guide. I mean, think about the London sewage system. It was actually developed in response to another public health emergency. Or think about the New York Central Park. Again, it was in response to another emergency. So what's happening in Athens right now? Athens is a historic city. I'm very proud to represent the Athenians. It's a city with an incredible culture and amazing heritage, but we want to be equally proud of our present and our future as we are of our past. So we have three goals. Number one, reclaiming or liberating public space with high quality infrastructure for people to come together, for actually create and strengthen social bonds and social ties. Number two, sustainable mobility. Not only rights for everyone, not just for drivers, rights for pedestrians, rights for passengers, rights for bicyclists. Number three, and that's very important, I'm sure you will agree, we have to change, but not change our soul. We want to create, to retain our mixed land use. We want to make sure that not only we retain our permanent residents, but we bring back new residents, because we don't want our cities to transform into theme parks. We don't want Disneylands within our city centers. So in this direction, we have actually embarked on a major project of tactical urbanism. It's called the Great Walk of Athens. The idea is to alter the city center, to unify archaeological sites, but at the same time, we're focusing on a number of so-called small walks in neighborhoods to make sure that our neighborhoods are vibrant, are alive. And of course, our program is based on the areas, the islets, quote-unquote, of green within the city. So we all know it's a difficult process. We all know that cities are living organisms, so it takes time, it takes patience, it takes insistence. But I think it's very, very important that we all share this same vision about the cities of the 21st century. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you, Mr. Bakoyannis, for your speech. Nous avons en ligne
we have online the mayor of Brussels, the Burgmeister of Brussels, no less, Mr. Philippe Close, who has recorded a short video to pay tribute to this initiative.
Bonjour.
Hello. Today we celebrate the Paris Agreement of COP21, but we have to look at the role of cities in fighting climate change. What has happened in Brussels over the past 5 years? This is a capital of 500 million Europeans, and it is the most cosmopolitan city in the world, 184 nationalities, but everyone is a player in the fight against climate change. So we should leave no one behind. We have, of course, to bring down greenhouse gases and in a close deadline, as the COP21 mentioned it. But it is also a way of reminding people who feel not concerned by this. Heating, as you know, is a decisive factor in the energy sub-performance of our buildings, public buildings, schools, museums, government buildings, but also buildings that are run by public authorities. And people who live in such housing cannot afford to renovate their housing, and sometimes they end up paying more for their electricity bill or their heating bill than for the rent. So we have to look at those that have been left behind by climate, precisely so that they are not left behind. And with this system, we have the magical triangle of sustainable development, an economic factor which we create jobs with thermal insulation, a social link by helping these people living in social housing, and an environmental dimension where we bring down the energy bills, and of course you reduce the carbon footprint. Oh well. Well, that was that. We will start an international initiative with the network of cities C40, and we would like to thank them for making that investment, bringing together the mayors and the world of academia. But we have a 1-minute video starting now.
Alors vous l'avez compris.
Well, you have well understood through this video, and indeed what we said before, the quarter-hour city is a way of bringing together worlds that had forgotten about one another. It's a way of bringing denizens closer together. The mayor of Athens reminded us of this humanistic approach, but also with the C40 network, we find that the world of academia, but also students, can also take part in the development of the 15-minute city. So there will be a call for bids in 18 cities around the world, in all 5 continents, and that is a major success. Teams have come up with bids. Each of the 18 cities has put forward one neighborhood, and it will be for students and researchers to find ways and means to turn these neighborhoods into 15-minute neighborhoods where you can live in a healthier, cleaner way, on a sustainable approach. Now, the call for bids then, therefore, has been sent out. And I would like to give the floor again to Carlos Moreno, who will gave the floor to various participants. Yes, we're delighted with the C40, the City of Paris, and the ETI chair in Paris, which brings together scientists. We have collected testimonies, and indeed, the mayor of Barcelona, Ada Colau, will say a few words again to say why she's involved in this thing.
En Barcelona nos sumamos con entusiasmo al concurso de ideas para reinventar la ciudad impulsado por C40. Estamos convencidos que necesitamos a nuestra gente joven, que necesitamos a los y las estudiantes para poder reinventar la ciudad y hacer frente a los grandes retos como es reducir la contaminación y luchar contra el cambio climático. En concreto nos sumamos con nuestro distrito 22 @,
So this means that we are working with our project Digital 22 so we have technological stakeholders, and it's been in existence for the past 20 years. It is also supported by the Ciudad Barcelona project. The objective is to make our city greener, less polluted, healthier, with more proximity shops, neighborhood stores. And with those two projects, Superdía Barcelona and Distrito 22 we ask students to help us in order to improve our offer.
Mr. Bakoyannis, the city of Athens is involved in this initiative. Why? Why did you decide to become involved in this?
Well, I absolutely love this project. And I absolutely love this project, not just for the obvious reasons, that it is an amazing opportunity to actually move from theory to praxis, to actually prove that we can get it done. I absolutely love this project for another reason, because this pandemic that we're all living through has actually brought to the fore the social inequalities and social injustices that we all experience on our day-to-day lives. I'm talking about systemic pathologies that are actually plague our cities. And one of these is the intergenerational injustice. It is the young who have to carry the burden, the social burden, the economic burden of this pandemic. So now it is about time that we all together, and it's great that we're doing it in 5 continents, actually give the space, give the oxygen to the young to design their cities for their future.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presence. Nous allons basculer de l'autre bout
And
de la
now
planète.
we'll move on to the
au
other
Brésil.
side, the other end of the planet, to Brazil and Rio de Janeiro, where we have UN Habitat, which is the UN organization that looks at cities, the regional director of Latin America, Elkin Velasquez, who will be with us for a few minutes to tell us just why UN Habitat Latin America is supporting this initiatives. Maybe we can have Elkin Velasquez online, and he speaks French, by the way. Hello. Hello, Carlos, and I would like to thank the mayor of Paris for inviting us. I should like to thank the team. UN Habitat is delighted to be involved in this initiative, and for Latin America and the Caribbean, we find that it is essential to try and bring together our efforts to transform our neighborhoods, in particular the poorest neighborhoods, because they suffer the most from climate change. They are the ones who have to adapt. They are the ones who suffer the most from the crisis, and they need to develop a new type of resilience with a new vision of the future. And that approach, this call for bids and this competition is an opportunity for the younger generation to help us think of the future, at least to look at this brilliant concept, the 15-minute city, see what kind of future can we imagine for our neighborhood, something more inclusive, more resilient, more suited to climate change, but also neighborhoods where denizens, where families can have access to basic services. And that is why, and based on our battle cries to leave no one behind, meaning leaving no neighborhood behind. This is what prompts us to take part in this initiative and encourage the younger generation to take part in this competition. Well, thank you, Elkin. It's always a pleasure to have you on the line, and I should really like to thank UN Habitat for its support, especially UN Habitat Latin America. The initiative has been launched at 18 cities, including some in Latin America. And again, we would like to thank you for this support, for your support, ever since we started this 15-minute city initiative. And before we wind up, I would like to introduce Martha Thorne, who is with us. She is Executive Director of the Pritzker Academy, into the Pritzker Prize, a well-known, well, the equivalent of the Nobel Prize for Architecture and urban design. And so we've worked on this with Martha. The idea was to bring on board the academia. I mean, Martha is also the dean of the School of Design and Architecture in Madrid. And so we published a manifesto to call upon academia to, in the scientific community, to join hands with the cities to reinvent cities and to make them more resilient to climate, to develop more proximity, or the concept of short distance cities, 15-minute cities, etc. And so I'm delighted to have Martha Thorne with us. A big thank you to Martha for coming to Paris. And jointly we will publish this manifesto, which will be found on the social media. I mean, Martha and myself are the first two signatories of that manifesto, and we have hundreds of names from the world scientific community that have joined us. So Martha will introduce the manifesto.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here with this wonderful company. And perhaps you, as I have seen, that students, especially in the fields of architecture, design, and urban studies, want to change the world as much as they want to get a job after university. And they're asking us as administrators and teachers to do our part, to set an example, but also to help them, give them tools and understanding to be able to meet such issues as the 15-minute city and climate change. Therefore, we as universities have a responsibility to be good neighbors in our communities within the world and also to take action. Therefore, this manifesto, which has been spearheaded by C40 and the academic community, we want to express our responsibility and our roles to provide a setting for students and our wider community to learn, to discover, and to understand situations and challenges we face. We want to make the educational experience, including the knowledge and the tools that we impart, and create together meaningful and relevant future, with climate change being the backdrop that we are seeking to mitigate. We want to set an example for collaboration beyond the walls of the university by promoting our staff, our students as leaders, so that they can share their understanding of the complex challenges that the world faces today and that we will all face in the future. We want to use a holistic and rigorous approach to chart ways forward. We want to create a space for students to build and showcase their vision, thus the competition that has just been launched. We believe that cities are the main site for transformation when it comes to tackling the climate emergency. And in the past 10 years, cities and mayors have done an incredible job to fight climate change. And now it's time for academic institutions to participate. What can we add? We can add a lot: research, knowledge, tools, and a space for action. And working in collaboration with our public sector, our officials, we can provide strength and useful approaches. I also think that universities, by their very nature of openness, quest for knowledge, can bring together many sectors of society that do not naturally come together. Public, private, academic, but also our local and global communities. I'm convinced that cities are where we need to focus our efforts. At my school, i.e. School of Architecture and Design, we've established a Center for Sustainable Cities to bring together education, research, and outreach in an open and agile way. In all our courses, in an integrated way, we talk about the climate change, we talk about sustainability, we address these issues holistically and in an integrated way, whether this is architecture, design, or even real estate. We believe in the importance of cities, sustainability, and responsibility. It's a pleasure to be with you today to announce this manifesto. My dear thanks to the Mayor of Paris, Mayor Hidalgo, and for all the speakers who are here today. I invite the academic community to actively sign this, but not just sign the manifesto. Take it as a commitment to action, as an invitation for universities, colleges, and cities to purposely collaborate for direct action for a greener and fairer future. And I offer my university, IE University, and especially our School of Architecture and Design as a resource to you. I hope we may have the chance to welcome you to our campuses in Madrid and Segovia. But even more than that, I invite cities and universities to see that together we are stronger. And together we can provide a model and a vehicle for collaboration. Above all, we have a responsibility towards our students. We must equip our young people for the challenges we are facing today and will face tomorrow. Together, we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta, for your amazing work for this manifesto. And on va conclure donc cette.
And we shall wind up now, having been through the 15-minute city and its global consequences. I would like to call upon the world community to join us in this endeavor, having listened to the testimonies of mayors. Dear Karine, the time has come to bring this session to an end. The city of Paris has had has played a leadership role in this approach, and so it is a pleasure to hear you conclude this session.
Thank you, Carlos. I did hear the invitation made to go to Madrid, and as soon as we can, I'm sure we will be happy to have this community of cities live. I won't dwell too long because we have all understood that it was time to mention this need. It is a good idea, it's a simple idea, it's a great idea. And with all the speakers today, we've realized that it allows to have some responsibility and enthusiasm. This is what I've heard this morning. Each of you have really decided to make use of that concept. You are making use of it, you are rolling it out, and I'm quite certain that it has a bright future, and Paris will play a major role in this endeavor. I will hand over the floor to Mrs. Antha Williams, who is in charge of development at Bloomberg Philanthropy, and they're going to talk about the air quality measurement project. Thank you, everyone, for those of you who are here in the room and the people listening to us online, and we'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
My name is Antha Williams, and I lead the Global Climate and Environment Program at Bloomberg Philanthropies. At Bloomberg, actionable data drives our strategy and approach to solving some of the world's greatest challenges. We've made air pollution a focus, not just because it affects both our environment and public health, but also because it's an area where data plays a significant role in understanding the problem and finding solutions. Our founder, Mike Bloomberg, is famous for saying, you can't manage what you don't measure. And that's certainly the case in solving the problem of air pollution. Over the years, data has helped reveal how harmful air pollution can lead to serious health issues like lung disease, heart disease, and asthma. And it's given crucial insights into how air pollution disproportionately harms people of color, low-income communities, and vulnerable groups like children and the elderly. And data has also inspired some of our most impactful solutions to the global air pollution crisis. Mayor Hidalgo has long been an advocate for bettering lives through addressing climate action and air pollution at the exact same time. She's done this in her leadership roles as previous chair of the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group and her leadership role with the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. You just heard about the 15-minute city, a concept that Paris has really driven forward, allowing residents to meet their needs within just a short walk or bike ride of their home, no car required. Pioneered by Mayor Hidalgo, the 15-minute city envisions a city with fewer cars, which in turn means lower pollution levels, faster commutes, less noise, and a better overall quality of life. Mayor Hidalgo has also been a key partner of our work at Bloomberg Philanthropies to address air pollution using data and leveraging the power of data. Last year, Bloomberg Philanthropies partnered with the city of Paris to install almost 140 sensors in schools and playgrounds and nearby streets to monitor air pollution levels. This project was supported by Air Paris, a nonprofit organization that's accredited by the French Ministry of Environment to monitor air quality in Paris. And we also worked alongside the technology company Clarity, based here in the United States, and bringing really innovative low-cost sensor technology to the project. The pilot project has provided really important learnings into the use of these low-cost sensors and other innovative technologies and their potential to strengthen the city's air quality monitoring while also giving us on-the-ground local data on air pollution that impacts those that are most vulnerable to it, children. When the findings are released early next year, we're really hopeful that they'll provide insights and inspiration, not just for solving the problem in Paris, but for other cities around the world to advance these localized, innovative solutions to air pollution. Data and technology can be game changers in the fight against pollution. As we look towards recovering and rebuilding from this global pandemic, our focus must be on rethinking cities to improve lives, to safeguard public health, and to create sustainable climate-resilient infrastructure. That's why we've partnered with cities and governments around the world to accelerate clean air action and solutions. And whether that's enhancing the availability of air quality data in Jakarta or tracking the impact of no traffic school streets in the City of London, or engaging citizens in Brussels to monitor their own exposure to air pollution with devices that they carry, our partnerships with global cities leverage the power of data and technological innovation to accelerate clean air action and solve climate change. Thank you.
Bonjour à toutes et tous. On poursuit cette deuxième matinée.
Hello everyone, we are still in the Zero Carbon Forum. We are going to have two roundtables about the cooperation across territories, cooperation amongst cities in order to fight climate change and its consequences. We are also going to talk about our common good, our oceans, forests and the soil, everything that allows to conserve biodiversity and nature. Although we don't necessarily treat it properly, is rendering us huge, immense services, and the forest soils allow us to offset some of our greenhouse gas emissions because they are carbon sinks. So global warming illustrates in a spectacular way the dysfunctioning of our global economic and financial and social system, because it amplifies inequalities, it makes them more visible. Those who are more vulnerable are becoming even more vulnerable. 1% of the richest people emit 175 more greenhouse gases than the 10% poorest people worldwide. And as global warming is also amplifying those inequalities, it also increases those inequalities because those 10% who are the poorest are also those who are most impacted by the consequences of global warming. Territories, cities have the possibility to act. They can make the right decisions that they can leverage. And we are going to talk about this today. For a city such as Paris, for example, if they want to halve carbon emissions and then reach carbon neutrality by 2050, well, in order to do this, we will have to halve our energy consumption and move to 100% renewable energy. In order to achieve this, Paris has adopted ambitious public policies in all sectors, more specifically in the food and transportation systems that are major greenhouse gas emitters. And Paris has set out a very ambitious objective. They want to move to 100% organic or sustainable food in group in the canteens and cafeterias, which means that they will have to source the food in neighboring regions. We are going to talk about all this with our first speaker today, Imani Kumar, who is going to talk to us remotely. He is the Deputy General Secretary of EI. This is a network of cities that aims at duplicating and sharing best practices in order to be on the right trajectory in order to bring down greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for being with us. Thank you for being so patient because we are 20 minutes behind schedule. Can you explain why and how the territories and the cities can really be pioneering this environmental transition?
Paris City Mayor for giving us an opportunity to share our views. As said, that I represent an organization called ICLEA, Ekli Local Governments for Sustainability, which is a city association all over the world with more than 1,700 cities as our members and network cities as our partners who are working and committed to the sustainable development. We are happy that a lot of our mayors are speaking in today's session, and they will share more on their cities and their regions' activities. As an overall response to the climate change activities, I know that a lot of mayors, local leaders are really defining their ambitious climate and energy plans for the communities and implementing the sustainable activities, low carbon activities, resilient development activities in their cities, towns and regions. National governments are also supporting by giving them a lot of freedom to go ahead and implement activities on low emission targets. I'm happy to say that more than 900 cities, precisely maybe 970, 980 cities and regions around the world have committed to one or more forms of ambitious climate action, including declaring climate emergency, adopting carbon neutrality targets, and divesting from fossil fuels and transforming to 100% renewable energy. If I have to add that the journey which we started, I come from a city called New Delhi in India, and we started way back in 2004 when the global activities started on local renewables. We have implemented in few cities in 2004 to 2008, told them that how they can transform to renewable energy and how they can implement those activities within their cities. I'm happy to tell you that today more than 100 odd cities in India are really working on local renewables, and the government has an ambitious program called Solar Cities program. Under that, the governments, national as well as regional governments, have really supported the cities to go ahead and take forward the renewable energy or other renewable renewable energy activities, solar power and other renewable activities to implement on ground, so that cities can contribute also on the carbon neutrality and carbon low emission carbon activities. because of that, India is now really far ahead of the Paris Agreement on their target of renewable energy. India targeted as part of the NDC has given a target of 175 gigawatts of renewable energy. But I can tell you that we have already achieved 83 gigawatts in that. And recently, the national government and also the subnational local governments have come out with another program called Solar Cities program, new Solar Cities program, I can put it that way, wherein all the city rooftops will be developed with the solar or other form of renewable energy sources, and the entire city will go ahead with the renewable energy activities on that. So this is one thing really happening not only in India, as I just given the Indian examples, but also all over the world. For example, we have a 100 renewable energy cities and regions project, which was supported by the German government, which is really happening in 9 cities and regions from Argentina, Indonesia, and Kenya. The cities, 9 cities are really signed in MOUs that are with the ambitious targets and designed their local actions related to the renewable energies. They come out with fact sheets, they come out with national baseline analysis reports, and actually implementing a lot of action plans with that. And one of the first drafts of 100% renewable energy models and scenarios also have designed, developed in those cities and taking it forward in that. The other activity I just want to add here is 100% renewable cities and regions network, which ICLEI has promoted a lot in last few years. A lot of cities, all these 9 cities, what I just said under the 100% renewable energy cities roadmap program, as part of the 100% renewable cities and regional network. For example, our city of Orlando and many other cities have already shown keen interest to be part of this particular network, and we are taking it forward and supporting all these cities to go ahead and achieve their targets in 100% renewable. The other activities I just want to add, you all know that REN 21, which we are also part of that, a lot of other cities are part of that. We are also helping them to come out with a status report, global status report, which will be out maybe next year in 2021, where all the city-related activities have been added and how the cities are really transforming into that. Another example I just want to give, because we are talking about territories, both on the city level activities as well as on the outside the city activities, which are like, you can say that peri-urban areas. Recently, we have come out with a rural-urban platform, rural and urban platform, where the cities can come together and along with the peri-urban areas can also look into all the food or other activities, renewable energy activities.
Thank you.
So many activities are happening, and we are happy to share that and other information on that. Thank you. Thanks again for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kumar. On va enchaîner avec une intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. Now we're going to watch a video. Mrs. Valérie Plante, Mayor of Montreal, who is also a member of the ICLEI network. She's going to explain what has been done in Montreal in order to fight the consequences of climate change.
Merci à ma collègue, la maire de Paris, Madame Anne Hidalgo, ainsi qu'aux organisateurs du forum de nous offrir l'occasion de souligner notre engagement collectif en matière d'action climat à la veille du 5e anniversaire de l'Accord de Paris. Il y a un peu plus d'un an, lors du sommet sur le climat des Nations unies, j'étais fière d'annoncer notre objectif de réduire de 55 % sous les niveaux de 1990 les gaz à effet de serre de la ville de Montréal d'ici 2030. Cela me semble une autre époque, tellement la pandémie COVID-19 a bouleversé notre quotidien, nos vies et nos villes. Mais la vérité, c'est que la crise climatique n'a pas disparu, au contraire. Plus que jamais, il y a urgence d'agir. Il est donc essentiel de saisir l'occasion que nous offre cette crise sanitaire pour repenser nos façons de faire. C'est pourquoi j'ai dévoilé hier notre plan climat 2020-2030 qui nous permettra d'atteindre notre cible et qui nous mènera vers la carboneutralité en 2050. Ce plan fait d'ailleurs partie de notre objectif d'assurer à Montréal une relance verte et inclusive. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais tout particulièrement vous parler de transition énergétique. Au Québec, 99 % de l'électricité produite est renouvelable, de sources hydrauliques ou éoliennes, Concrètement, cela signifie que notre défi est de dégager des surplus énergétiques en ayant une meilleure efficacité énergétique pour ensuite utiliser cette énergie propre pour électrifier nos industries et le transport. Pour améliorer notre efficacité énergétique, nous devons notamment mieux isoler nos bâtiments, ce que la Ville entend faire, mais il faut aussi rendre plus efficaces nos déplacements. Tout d'abord, dans les prochaines années, la Ville de Montréal va investir plus que jamais dans des projets structurants de transport en commun. Dans 10 ans, la Ville sera donc complètement transformée en matière de transport collectif. Du côté de l'électrification, nous allons multiplier les investissements pour installer des bornes de recharge publiques partout dans la Ville, mais plus particulièrement au centre-ville, dans une optique de relance économique verte. Nous allons aussi soutenir les entreprises pour convertir leur flotte de véhicules de livraison aux véhicules zéro émission. En terminant, j'aimerais souligner l'importance de mobiliser les jeunes dans notre lutte contre les changements climatiques. Montréal est d'ailleurs fier d'aller de l'avant avec le projet uni Reinventing Cities porté par C40. Cette initiative interpelle les universités et les étudiants du monde entier pour qu'ils nous aident à repenser les villes pour soutenir une relance verte et résiliente. Sur ce, je vous souhaite un bon forum et continuons d'être mobilisés pour le climat.
On revient en direct de l'hôtel de ville de Paris avec nos invités.
Paris with our guests here. We have the governor of Kinshasa and the mayor of Brazzaville. Thank you for being with us today. I will start with you, Mr. Gentil Ngubilam Gaka, governor of this huge city of Kinshasa, 15 million inhabitants. I think there are several 100,000 newcomers, hundreds of thousands of newcomers every year. So there are multiple challenges in your city when it comes to reducing the impact of global warming, reducing greenhouse gas emissions. First, you have to work on energy solutions, public transport solutions, etc. So where do you start? What do you begin with when you live in a city such as Kinshasa? Well, thank you very much for asking this question. I will summarize our situation in a few sentences, and I will talk about what we've done in Kinshasa. The Paris Agreement was adopted on the 12th of December 2015, and the agreement was adopted following the COP21 negotiations. The objective is to curb global warming, to contain global warming to 1.5 degrees. And the countries have issued nationally determined contributions, and in those contributions they include the various territories and cities. And it is against this backdrop that I'm going to explain what the city of Kinshasa is doing that effect, because Kinshasa is a province. Regarding the vulnerability of our population, we have a population that is a majority below the poverty line, and it is deeply impacted by climate change. Floods and other landslides occur regularly. We have to mitigate those impacts. In my 5-year plan, I aim at reducing poverty and improving the environment. I want to make the optimal decisions, and in the end, the purpose will be to have a resilient city in which people will have a good quality of life, a city that will not be polluted, and we are working on this. Now, regarding farming, we have a farming valley, and the current model, farming model in Kinshasa is neither intensive nor industrial, and it has a very low environmental impact. This is a well-known fact. Nonetheless, in Kinshasa, in Congo, and in many places around the country, we actually farm on a slash-and-burn farming. And we have also created composting centers nearby, close to those farming areas, and we also foster the use of organic seeds, and this is also going to change the lives of people in Kinshasa. Our vision is also aimed at making Kinshasa a clean city. The name of the vision is Kinshasa Mopeto, and Kinshasa Mopeto stands for Kinshasa Clean City. So Kinshasa Clean City, it's not just a motto, it really is a true vision, and it is the starting point for sustainable development in our city. So it is achievable. Yes, indeed. We are moving forward gradually, and we're already seeing the first positive outcomes of that policy. We are also promoting family gardens. We are implementing in Kinshasa a new wastewater treatment plant, and we are doing this together with the city of Brazzaville. My colleague, the mayor of Brazzaville, who is sitting next to me, is also working on a similar project. Our country became independent in 1960, and until now we haven't built any wastewater treatment plant. We are building one with the assistance of UNESCO, and this project is currently underway. Now, let me talk about the energy transition. Well, Mr. Baka, if I may, because we are behind schedule, and I would like to ask you to be brief, please. Now, regarding the energy transition, green mobility, solar energy, clean water, well, our priority for the 15 million people who live in Kinshasa, so those 15 million inhabitants need a rapid reduction of the emissions. We are building this first wastewater treatment plant. As I said a few minutes ago, we've been independent for the past 60 years. So the new wastewater treatment plant, and also new roads, and we are building those new roads now. This hadn't been done since our country became independent 60 years ago. So we have a main road and a secondary road that are going to cross the Kukwit Avenue, and those two roads, two streets, are going to solve many mobility issues in the city of Kinshasa. We are also going to invest on mass transport with trains, urban trains, electric trains, and also we are going to improve the bus system. So what is your deadline? Well, 2021. Well, regarding the bus network, this will be done by 2021. As for the train network, we just signed a contract with our Indonesian partners, and this project is still on the way. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor of Kinshasa. So a bus network in Kinshasa by 2021. This really is going to change people's lives in the city. Indeed. Mr. Dieudonné Bansimba, you're the mayor of Brazzaville. This is just next to Kinshasa. Now, in your city, obviously you're also faced with major challenges. More specifically, there is a lot of food insecurity in Brazzaville because of the current health crisis. So, as a mayor, how are you handling all those contradictions, and how are you helping the city move towards this new ecological situation?
Thank you very kindly, Madam. Indeed, in Brazzaville, we have resolutely tackled these matters 5 years ago. We were signatories to the COP21 Accord, and we made commitments at that time. We're working hard on the necessary transition to ensure sustainable food sourcing and production and consumption models of an entirely new kind. All of this must be entirely revisited. Now, hand in hand with the City of Paris, we have set up many cooperation programs. I will focus on three projects which we hope will help us solve our sustainable food sourcing difficulties and ensure that we can resort to sustainable agriculture for the foreseeable future. We have 6 experimental gardens inside the city limits of Brazzaville, where we have managed to preserve forest, and we're going to put in a valuable reuse waste center with the waste department of the city. We will be reusing sorted waste to manufacture clothes, to produce compost, and ultimately we hope to produce organic fertilizer and a waste sorting center whose output can be reused, repurposed, recycled. We're also resolutely working towards increased methanization of our waste. The biomass that our farming produces as a byproduct is quite significant. Brazzaville has turned resolutely towards a future of sustainable agriculture so that we can feed the population in an environmentally friendly and economic way. Produce farmers must be able to make a living wage from their farming. We will be putting in urban gardens, vegetable gardens, and greening the city more extensively. The purpose being to produce flowers for cutting locally. You have 1 minute to describe the 2 other projects. One of these projects has been conducted with Kinshasa. It's a project which reuses engine oil. The Congo River must be kept free of effluents, of polluting effluents. So mud waste must be treated and not released directly into the Congo River. And we're working with an ONG on this project. Our third project is an urban agriculture project with 2 pillars. One is educating our school children from preschool through the end of primary school in matters pertaining to farming. And so it will be, it's a one child, one flower pot project. Transforming our food production systems is a matter of regenerating and protecting our topsoil. So they will be using recycled containers as pots for farming, for planting. We will also transform our territory. Brazzaville having the great good fortune of occupying an island in the middle of the Congo River. Well, that island will be turned into farmland for the purpose of supplying Brazzaville with farmed foods. And we will be working hard to protect the topsoil on that island and retaining the population of the island through various means so that they don't travel to downtown. And we're working with the Food and Agriculture Organization, the city of Dresden, and the city of Paris, of course. Yes, the city of Paris has been very supportive, and we are very much reliant on that support. We will have occasion to discuss this together later on, sir. Thank you very kindly. This concludes this session of our roundtable. We're now going to hear Ms. Audrey Azoulay, Director General of UNESCO, who will be discussing the connection between biodiversity and climate change.
Excellences,
Excellencies, Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, this forum coincides with the 5 years of the Paris Accord. I'd like to thank the Mayor of Paris and Hidalgo for having undertaken to organize this forum. This is a decisive moment in our history. The pandemic has shown that we are waging a suicidal war on our planet, to paraphrase Mr. Guterres. We're at war with our planet. We're also at war with all living organisms. We have caused the destruction of 75% of all ecosystems on the planet, according to IBES, which is equivalent of the IPCC. And they presented a report on biodiversity in May of 2019. We must absolutely convince all people of goodwill to join us in fighting climate change. We have biosphere reserves, we have geoparks, we have natural preserves, we have many protected spaces, 6% of the surface of the planet, which is equivalent to the surface of China, and which must be extended. These are territories which are lie near to major cities, like the Biosphere Reserve of Fontainebleau in the Gâtinais, 60 kilometers from Paris, or the Green Belt near Sao Paulo in Brazil. The city networks of UNESCO have designed solutions. They have undertaken they've engaged a dialogue among mayors all around the planet. We have a network devoted to water and the climate, the Alliance of Megalopolis for Water and the Climate, that the Greater Paris area is a member of. In the area of education, we can also do more and better. Education to environmental awareness. And in the schools of our cities, where we can awaken the consciousness of our pupils, are crucial pieces of the puzzle. We must train our school children and encourage the network of learning cities. A general mobilization is required. States, state governments have made pledges. They have not always lived up to those pledges, but we also have to work on inclusive multilateralism and rely on civil society within cities, which is where the solutions of tomorrow can be devised, where all generations coexist naturally. So that's a natural place to start, where we will invent new forms of cooperation closer to our daily lives, new coalitions that will anchor these changes firmly in the lives of our fellow citizens. We need to change our relationship with nature, change our relationship with living organisms, and enlist the support of specialists in the nature. Jane Goodall is one, and specialists in ocean sciences. Thank you very much, Anne Hidalgo, for having recalled to all of us that we have made commitments and that we must live up to them. Thank you very kindly. So we will move on to the second part of our roundtable panel discussion. We will take a look at those carbon sinks that nature provides and ways to offset climate change that so imperils biodiversity. Nature has been unstinting in its generosity with respect to mankind, and we have not repaid it in kind. We're going to hear several testimonials. I would like, first of all, to hear from Mr. Manuel Pulgar Vidal, Climate and Energy Global Practice Leader of World Wildlife International. He was a co-chair of COP21, the founding fathers of the Paris Accord. He's in charge, as I say, of Climate and Energy Global Practice, WWF International. Manuel Pulgar Vidal. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. You're our legal expert, a former minister. You're an activist, and you're one of the major players in international climate negotiations. 5 years after the signature of the Paris Accord, what can you tell us?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And let me start by saying we are here to celebrate. We are here to celebrate what we got in Paris 5 years ago. It was a fantastic result of cooperation, of collaboration, of political will, of hope, among many, many other elements. But 5 years after that, for sure, the world has changed. Unfortunately, in some cases, into a negative way, with denialism, with polarization, with the pandemic, and all those kind of factors. So the idea for today, it is not only to celebrate, but to rebuild momentum. By continue working with Paris to rebuild that momentum that made Paris possible and to give a re-impulse to this process. So how can we do that? That is very, very important to be mentioned. For sure, by recognizing the link in between nature, climate, and health. That is key, because during this time of pandemic, we have been more aware that that connection, it is essential to move the planet into be more sustainable. It is the way to face and to address the climate crisis, the climate emergency, to bend the curve of emissions and to bend the curve of nature loss. So that is a key element, to collaborate and to cooperate to create that integration. And we are entering into we hope, a fantastic year. 2021 will be the time in which we are going to take good decisions through COP26, but also we hope strong decisions through COP15 that will decide about the next framework for biodiversity, the new global biodiversity framework. Also will be a time in which we are going to have, again, in France, the World Conservation Congress. We will have the Food Summit. So it's going to be a very packed year, but with a great opportunity to create that connection. So it is essential to work in having each one of those events as a milestone to move us towards a collective vision, to address deforestation, to address land use, to address the lack of food security, of water security. Because the science has already said to us, to address climate change, to move the world toward, to be a net zero by 2050, no later than 2050, we do need to work for transition. The energy transition, the industry transition, the urban and infrastructure one, and the land use. So the science is saying to us, not only that we do need to address those transitions, but also to connect it. So let me move to this, in this last part, that is why the importance of cities. So cities can help to create that engagement, because cities are close to citizens. And with citizens, it is the only way to implement the Paris Agreement and to address the climate emergency. Through cities, we can strengthen the role of nature-based solutions. We can strengthen our objective not only in relation to the climate crisis, but to food security, water security, among many other challenges of the planet. And also it is through cities that we can really create cooperation within national government and local government, within the national policies, local policies, including budgets, plans, and all those kinds of policies that are key. Fortunately, things are happening. Cities are defining not only a strong agenda, but implementing it. So we are in a strong different time from 5 years ago. We have already made through cities, through non-state actors, this more possible. Now it is an issue of collaboration, of cooperation, in which it is not only about parties or government, it is about those non-state actors. And let me say something, I am very proud that we started this process in 2014 with France. Peru and France, during the COP20, we launched what it was called the Lima Paris Action Agenda. That it was the first attempt to bring into the table the non-state actors, to say to the business sector, to the subnational government, to the civil society, to the indigenous people, and to the academia, you must be part of the same process. It is the only way to address our objective. 6 years after that, and 5 years after the Paris Agreement, it is fantastic how much those subnational government and non-state actors have contributed to the objective. Let's see what it has just happened in the United States. Despite of their will, because of the president to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, the non-state actors have demonstrated that climate action, it is possible. The subnational government has shown that it is through them that we can implement the Paris Agreement. So that is the big challenge, and it is good to have mayors from different places, from Haifa, from Geneva, around the world, and it is good to have leaders as Mayor Hidalgo working in this topic. The only way, and this is my last phrase, to implement Paris, it is by grounding what we have gotten globally into the domestic level, to build alliance for climate action, to work through mayors, to work with citizens, to engage business sector, to define not only our collective vision to be net zero by 2050, but also to define clear targets and ambitious targets by 2030.
Thank you very much. Merci Manuel Pulgar-Vidal. Merci beaucoup. Et, Manuel
very kindly, Mr. Pulgar-Vidal. Manuel was telling us the essential role that cities can play. Let us now travel to Geneva, where we're going to hear from Sami Kanan, Mayor of Geneva. Sami Kanan, we've just heard, I hope you've heard Sami Kanan, Manuel Pulgar-Vidal, who's explained what he expects of cities and how cities can contribute to an environmental transition and a transition to a society of solidarity. Thank you for joining us, Sami Kanan. Mr. Mayor, sir, what do you say to Mr. Pulgar about the responsibility of cities? Well, I can only subscribe to those words of Mr. Manuel Pulgar-Vidal. I would like to recognize here the significance of his efforts, the effectiveness of his work over the years. I'd also like to greet the mayor of Haifa, Ms. Kalish Rotem, and I'd like to thank Mayor Hidalgo. It is, after all, thanks to the city of Paris back in 2015 that cities were seen as partners without whom nothing could be done in the fight against climate change. There has been a severe deterioration of the climate situation, but concurrently, the pressure that citizens have brought to bear has also increased immeasurably. Like many other cities, the city of Geneva declared a climate emergency back in 2019, and in 2020 we have set out some very ambitious goals for ourselves that are minus 60% greenhouse gases by 2030, carbon neutrality by 2040 if possible. And we're developing a municipal strategy for climate emergency struggle. What thresholds must be defined to reach our goals? What are the ways in which we can act effectively? And of course, what finances will we have to mobilize and what human resources will we have to mobilize? As a city, we know that we have to integrate these goals into our public initiatives. We need to reach consistency between our climate emergency goals to bring them in line and to harmonize them with our other goals and ensure that there is consistency in our initiatives. There are contradictions to be resolved. We need to increase sports equipment, but protect our urban biodiversity as just one example. We need to green our city, but we need more public infrastructures, more built structures. So we have concrete targets, but concrete tools as well. And we have educational tools as well to raise awareness. If we don't enlist the support of our citizens, we will it will be counterproductive. As we green our city, we need to demonstrate that the quality of their lives will improve, as an example. We are working in a two-pronged manner. We have a set of urgent actions that must be completed by the end of this year, although, of course, the epidemic has taken up almost all of our attention. And then there are very long-term challenges that we have to work to overcome. We've been very thrifty in our urban lighting, which is not just energy intensive, but also bad for our urban fauna. We will decrease our recourse to wood burning, for instance, and we will plant a diversity of trees as we green the city. And we're working hard to protect the biodiversity of our fauna and flora, to improve the biodiversity of our city. We no longer use pesticides in our parks. Yes, I'm almost done. And we will work to make the topsoil more permeable. Thank you very kindly indeed for having organized this meeting, and I'm looking forward to signing the declaration at the end of the day. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Sami Kanan. We will be traveling to Haifa, and we will hear from Ms. Einat Kalish-Rotem, the mayor of Haifa, the first woman mayor of one of the 3 largest cities of Israel. Welcome, madam. You have the floor, madam.
Madame Kalish-Rotem,
Madam, the Bay of Haifa is a jewel for world biodiversity. Could you say a few words about the condition of that bay and what you've done to protect the biodiversity of that precious bay?
Thank you first. I would like to congratulate you for this beautiful event, and also my colleagues here, and for the mayor of Paris, which I admire her work on this topic. Haifa is a very unique city. Is located on the ridge of the mountain Carmel. It's a place of a natural reserve, a very dense forest, a Mediterranean forest on the one hand, and below the sea level we have great fauna that was never actually been acknowledged. Only recently it became a natural reserve. But the beauty of the city located on the mountain is also a problem, because the neighborhoods and nature are intertwined. And because of the mountain, the neighborhoods look a little bit like fingers. So we have actually 2 challenges, very big challenges. One is fire. We had very large fires on 2016 and 2010. The other very big issue is the boars. And the wildlife that penetrates into our living areas. Until recently, I'm in office. I stepped into office 2 years ago exactly, and we changed a lot of things. We changed the paradigm of many issues. First, we approved a master plan for keeping the nature and keeping the wadis, all the places between the neighborhoods. I tried to stop building new neighborhoods on nature, because what happened for decades is that the building energy ate up nature. So I am now focusing on urban renewal and renewing the old places, the old neighborhoods, instead of building new ones. We are trying to preserve nature and also trying to keep nature and keep the valleys all in a green continuum so that we can preserve natural life. Actually, this is for 2 years now. This is a very tough change of mindset because the people of Haifa are not used to it. But I think we're on the right way. Hopefully, we have still a lot of work to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame la maire de Haïfa, à Melbourne. La ville est aussi dirigée par une femme.
Melbourne is also privileged to have a woman mayor. Let's hear from Mayor.
Hello, my name is Sally Capp. I am the Lord Mayor of Melbourne, and I am delighted to join fellow passionate advocates for climate action. We are here today to participate in the Zero Carbon Forum, and I am delighted to acknowledge the Mayor of the City of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, who has provided so much leadership in bringing cities along at a pace to create change. Like all of you, I'm here to speak, but also to listen to real solutions required at scale for the health and future of our cities and the world. More than half of the world's population now live in cities. Here in Australia, more than 90% of our population lives in cities. That's why action on biodiversity in our cities is so critical. Last year, in an acknowledgement of our current situation, the City of Melbourne declared a climate and biodiversity emergency, joining cities around the world to spur the pace of transition. We have been carbon neutral since 2012, but we have also now accelerated our ambition to be zero carbon emissions. Climate action at the City of Melbourne is not only about reducing emissions in line with the Paris Agreement, it is about ensuring that our city is able to adapt to and respond to the climate changes that are already locked in. We know that we need to act on the global problem of limiting carbon emissions to try to stay below 1.5 degrees, as well as protect and improve local biodiversity outcomes. This declaration aims to protect biodiversity at both a local and global scale. The City of Melbourne recognises absolutely our responsibility to play an active role in protecting and enhancing nature in our city. Here in Melbourne, we are planting and protecting trees and understory, amongst other vegetation. We are working towards targets to achieve a 40% tree canopy coverage and increase understory habitat by 20%. We are accelerating our progress towards these targets through efforts like the Climate and Biodiversity Emergency Declaration. Globally, we are analysing the impact of our supply chains that affect biodiversity across the world. To be effective at enhancing nature both locally and globally, cities must take coordinated and targeted action. The City of Melbourne is pioneering with the Cities with Nature platform. This platform provides an avenue for cities and other organisations to be able to share knowledge, exchange ideas and collaborate on developing sustainable and livable cities. We are much more effective when we work together. The response to the global pandemic has highlighted this. We know that we can together collaborate on plans to address issues at scale and in our day-to-day operations. We also know that urban biodiversity plays a critical role in reducing the ecological footprints in our cities while enhancing the resilience, health and quality of life for our people. That's why the City of Melbourne is committed to investing in nature-based solutions. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute our ideas to this very important forum, and we know that the discussions will generate momentum for greater change in the community and around the world. I wish you all the best for the rest of the forum, and I hope that we can all get together again very soon.
Las mujeres somos radicales. Cuando decimos no, es no. Y ese ha sido el triunfo de Sarajevo, haber dicho no a la destrucción y sí a la vida del planeta.
Ustedes dicen, el Estado tiene que hacer porque la tierra es del Estado. El Estado somos nosotros, señores. Respeten lo que dice el niño.
Mi nombre es Patricia Hualdinga, soy del pueblo originario quichua de Sarajevo, soy ex dirigente en 2 periodos, en la dirigencia de la mujer como la dirigencia de relaciones internacionales.
Somos otros indios.
Bueno, yo recuerdo a mi mamá, a mis tías, a todas luchando para la legalización del territorio en el 92. Ahorita están ancianas, pero ellas en su tiempo, ellas se organizaron como organización de mujeres. Ahora nos ha tocado a nuestra generación, pero ya viene una generación mucho más joven y luchaban desde ese tiempo.
Y los que nacerán después.
Tantos tiempos que luchamos para dialogarse por territorio. Como usted nunca le ha dicho nada y llegamos aquí caminando.
Yo siempre digo que la decisión definitiva de que no habría explotación petrolera viene de las mujeres. Cuando hubo el tema petrolero, yo estaba ejerciendo un cargo público, papá subió a mi oficina y yo escribí una hoja del pronunciamiento de mi padre. Y él explicaba que si entraban las empresas petroleras, el mundo, la tierra, la energía se volvería como una espuma que no va a tener fuerza. La Amazonía es uno de los biomas más importantes del planeta. La Amazonía es uno de los pulmones del mundo más importantes del planeta. Por lo tanto, tiene que ser conservado porque no puedes quitarte tú un pulmón o quitarte todos los pulmones porque morirías. No puedes permitir quedarte sin agua porque también te morirías. Y papá siempre dijo que cuando uno tiene que hablar se conecta directamente a la tierra, sube y se conecta al cielo. Y cuando tú te conectas cielo y tierra, tu energía surge para hacer entender a los demás. Bueno, estamos cerca del río Piatúa, en Santa Clara. Y este río quieren hacer una represa y hay resistencia para que no se haga. Este río es uno de los ríos más limpios que está todavía en Pastaza, donde la gente todavía puede venir a pescar, a bañarse y tiene muchas historias este río. Tiene tanta fuerza y energía y por eso lo están defendiendo. No tenemos muchas piedras donde nosotros tan grandes como esta. Hay una en el río Bobonaza que se llama la Piedra del Gallo porque canta el gallo según la tradición. Ahí siempre canta un gallo, pero así fue nombrado por los grandes sabios tayaks que recorrieron ese río poniendo los nombres de cada pueblo, de cada sitio. Estas piedras son vivas, estas piedras tienen energía, esta piedra se le puede sentir, sintiéndonos también a nosotros. El secreto de la vida de los árboles y la interconexión es lo que el hombre perdió, porque no es solo los árboles, sino que también hay una interconexión con los seres humanos. Por eso nuestros yachas cuando cantan llevan la energía del árbol, llevan la energía del agua, llevan la energía de las montañas para poder curarte, porque esa parte de tu energía, porque tú eres naturaleza. El ser humano es naturaleza, solo que no lo ha visto así y se ha separado de la naturaleza, es parte de esta naturaleza. La selva viviente es el concepto de que es una cuestión viviente todo el conjunto, pero va más allá de que están conectados con hilos invisibles, conectados a todo el mundo, y que esos hilos invisibles están siendo cortados por las explotaciones, por la civilización basada en un modelo económico, y que cuando se corta esos hilos invisibles que mantienen el equilibrio del planeta, la salud del ser humano, el bienestar, se está dañando a la humanidad mismo y a la tierra mismo, y que eso no se puede permitir. Entonces, ese concepto profundamente holístico de la selva viviente es el concepto que permite que los pueblos indígenas sigan luchando para defender la vida. Si se quiere explicar al mundo occidental que no trata de entender el concepto de la visión viviente de Sarajevo, es que hay argumentos suficientes de que hay una crisis climática global y que hay una afectación total de los ecosistemas. Y que una propuesta tan profunda como lo de la selva viviente es una visión que podría detener todo este caos climático.
Saludo a la alcaldesa de París, Anne Hidalgo, al periódico La Tribune, a los gobiernos presentes en este foro, las instituciones universitarias, el sector productivo, económico y asociativo y a los jóvenes del mundo, fundamentales en esta lucha por la vida. Como presidente de Cities Alliance, gobernador del departamento de Antioquia y exalcalde de Medellín, en Colombia, tras 5 años de haber participado de la Cumbre de París y haber suscrito nuestro acuerdo global, es un honor participar nuevamente en este encuentro por la vida. Como gobernador y exalcalde de Medellín, todos nuestros gobiernos han estado enfocados en lo que, sin duda, debe ser la prioridad de todo gobierno y toda sociedad: la protección, cuidado y honra de la vida. Compartimos ese ADN con líderes globales como Anne Hidalgo, Michael Bloomberg y Eric Garcetti, impulsando principios y proyectos dirigidos a construir ciudades sostenibles y gobiernos y sociedades comprometidas con la mitigación y prevención del cambio climático y el cuidado de nuestro planeta. Nuestro proyecto Parques del Río Medellín, para devolverle la vida al río y el río a la ciudad y sus habitantes, es un compromiso total con la recuperación integral y la protección de nuestros ríos, compromiso que compartimos con París y con Los Ángeles y que hoy se extiende por muchas otras ciudades del mundo. Hoy en Colombia, más de 30 ciudades avanzan en proyectos similares inspirados por Parques del Río Medellín. Y el espacio público más trascendental en una ciudad es el de la movilidad. En Medellín impulsamos proyectos innovadores de movilidad sostenible. Nuestro metrocable, primer cable para transporte urbano en el mundo, nuestras escaleras eléctricas de la Comuna 13, igualmente pioneras mundiales de su tipo, y nuestro tranvía de Ayacucho, el primero con ruedas neumáticas en América, así como Encicla, sistema de bicicletas públicas, son un claro ejemplo de nuestra convicción de una movilidad sostenible como columna vertebral de una ciudad para la vida. En Medellín, también en clave de resiliencia e innovación urbana, transformamos nuestros antiguos reservorios de agua en espacios públicos, especialmente en las zonas con mayor déficit de espacio para la recreación, la cultura, el deporte y el encuentro ciudadano. Así creamos las hoy reconocidas mundialmente UVAs, Unidades de Vida Articulada. Cities Alliance, cuya asamblea me honro en presidir desde el año 2019, ha puesto en relieve en las últimas 2 décadas los vínculos entre el cambio climático, la resiliencia, la informalidad, la desigualdad y los ecosistemas urbanos sostenibles. Cuestiones que ocupan un lugar central en las sociedades que se urbanizan rápidamente. Nuestro programa sobre ciudades resilientes, informalidad y cambio climático actualmente apoya proyectos comunitarios en Liberia, Somalia, Kenia, Uganda, Bangladesh y Myanmar. El 2020 pasará a la historia sin duda como el año de la gran sacudida global. La COVID-19 nos obligó a separarnos para enseñarnos el valor de estar unidos. Solo unidos podremos enfrentar los más grandes retos de nuestra época: la violencia, la desigualdad y la emergencia climática. En Antioquia fuimos el primer gobierno regional o local en América Latina en declarar desde febrero de este año la emergencia climática y como fruto de ello definimos 100 acciones para prevenir, mitigar y revertir los impactos y daños ambientales. Si el 2020 fue el año de la gran sacudida global, el 2021 deberá ser el año en el cual corregimos nuestro rumbo como sociedad. Debemos avanzar hacia un propósito global, cero carbono. Por ello, este próximo año convocaremos en un gran diálogo social a todos los antioqueños para construir nuestro sueño colectivo común, la Agenda 2040, para que Antioquia sea fuente, cultivo y puente para la vida. Muchas gracias.
Excelentísimos y excelentísimas. Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres. Secretaria de la Convención Marco sobre Cambio Climático, Patricia Espinosa. Ministra del Medio Ambiente y Presidenta de la COP25, Carolina Smith. Y Secretario de Estado del Reino Unido y Presidente de la COP26, Alok Sharma. Desde el secretariado del CC35 quiero saludarlos a todos ustedes, pero también a quienes han luchado en estos años anteriores para llegar a que el Acuerdo de París esté a la puerta de aprobación de su fase vinculante. En nombre de los alcaldes que forman parte de nuestro Consejo Ejecutivo y especialmente de nuestro presidente, el alcalde de Tegucigalpa, Nasri Tito Asfura, enviarles un aplauso desde el alma. El desenlace de este logro habrá sido liderado por dos latinas al frente de las negociaciones internacionales. Esto es un orgullo para América Latina. El secretario de las Naciones Unidas ha sido claro por estos días. La humanidad está en guerra contra la naturaleza y esto es suicida. El retorno de los Estados Unidos al Acuerdo de París es la mejor noticia que este aniversario podía tener. Confiamos profundamente en que la administración del presidente Biden garantizará esta fase vinculante del Acuerdo de París el próximo noviembre en Glasgow en la COP26 y una nueva etapa para los que habitamos la Tierra. Los jefes y jefas de gobierno de las ciudades estarán acompañando este compromiso histórico para el futuro de la humanidad. Ya no hay lugar para los negacionistas. Ya no hay lugar para seguir trabajando por la destrucción. Pero sí hay lugar para construir un escenario sólido para que negocios y protección del planeta nunca más sean una contradicción. La crisis climática es la verdadera pandemia de nuestro tiempo y la que nos aleja de nuestro mayor equilibrio entre lo humano y la naturaleza. Desde la coalición de ciudades capitales de las Américas frente al cambio climático y en nombre de los gobiernos locales de nuestro hemisferio, que fortalecen la ruta Santiago-Glasgow, felicitamos a todos nuestros hermanos globales por este 5º aniversario del Acuerdo de París, que nos encontrará a los actores de las Américas más unidos que nunca y listos para transformarnos en los alfareros de un nuevo tiempo, un tiempo para colocar la protección de la vida en el planeta como una nueva forma de gobierno.
Good morning, everyone. I am particularly glad for the opportunity to celebrate this anniversary because I think that it represents an opportunity to reaffirm the importance of the content of the Paris Agreements and also an opportunity to renew their commitment. I also think that it is important to do it now in the midst of the COVID emergency because the battle we are doing against the virus must not make us forget the battle against climate change or even slow it down and delay it. The global climate challenge needs the involvement of local authorities, not only the big cities but also the 1,000 small towns. The network between municipalities and the sharing of good practices must be strengthened. Clear rules must be established and economic resources guaranteed. The celebration of the 5 years of the Paris Agreement is not just a rhetorical right, but a precious occasion to remind all of us that we cannot afford distractions or underestimations, but that we must renew our commitment with determination and constancy. Thank you.
In December, 5 years ago, the deal in Paris, the Paris Agreement, was a strong and optimistic message to the world. It was possible to tackle climate change. Unfortunately, after Paris, in America, Trump won and America left the agreement. And these 2 last years, before the COVID, we have seen the increasing of CO2 emissions. It was the situation. But today, America is back. And last year, the place of coal decreased at the world level with the development of renewable energy. And we see the mobilization of local government with strong result. At the end, we can continue to be optimistic for a simple reason. We have together capacity to act.
Dear, 5 years after the Paris Agreement, the COVID crisis is ringing like a wake-up call. How are we going to be able to reorganize our societies, to make them resilient, sustainable, green? We have 10 years to answer the needs of the climate crisis. And this crisis will be of another nature of the COVID one. But I believe, and we at the Council of European Municipalities and Regions believe that we can do it if we all work together. Leaders from nations, leaders from international organizations, and most importantly, local and regional leaders. Mayors and leaders of regions are ready to take up this challenge in the next month. And the COP26 in Glasgow will give us the opportunity to set up a new phase in the establishment, in the follow-up of the Paris Agreement. We need for that more regulations at international level. We need financial support. We need commitment. And we need to rethink our model. How are we going to redesign the core industry? How are we going to tackle the energy challenges? How are we going to reinvent the way we travel, the way we work, the way we live in our communities? Energy refitting, mobility plans will be crucial for that. But to deliver, we need the support of national governments, we need the support of the international community to give communities, municipalities and regions the capacity to lead, the capacity to do, and the financial support needed to do the transformation. We have 10 years to do this transition, but I believe that we can do it all together if we are committed and if we believe that we can change the world for the sake of humanity. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward for this next path.
Saludo a la alcaldesa de París, Anne Hidalgo, al periódico La Tribune, a los gobiernos presentes en este foro, las instituciones universitarias, el sector productivo, económico y asociativo y a los jóvenes del mundo, fundamentales en esta lucha por la vida. Como presidente de Cities Alliance, gobernador del departamento de Antioquia y exalcalde de Medellín, en Colombia, tras 5 años de haber participado de la Cumbre de París y haber suscrito nuestro acuerdo global, es un honor participar nuevamente en este encuentro por la vida. Como gobernador y exalcalde de Medellín, todos nuestros gobiernos han estado enfocados en lo que, sin duda, debe ser la prioridad de todo gobierno y toda sociedad: la protección, cuidado y honra de la vida. Compartimos ese ADN con líderes globales como Anne Hidalgo, Michael Bloomberg y Eric Garcetti, impulsando principios y proyectos dirigidos a construir ciudades sostenibles y gobiernos y sociedades comprometidas con la mitigación y prevención del cambio climático y el cuidado de nuestro planeta. Nuestro proyecto Parques del Río Medellín, para devolverle la vida al río y el río a la ciudad y sus habitantes, es un compromiso total con la recuperación integral y la protección de nuestros ríos, compromiso que compartimos con París y con Los Ángeles y que hoy se extiende por muchas otras ciudades del mundo. Hoy en Colombia, más de 30 ciudades avanzan en proyectos similares, inspirados por parques del río Medellín. Y el espacio público más trascendental en una ciudad es el de la movilidad. En Medellín impulsamos proyectos innovadores de movilidad sostenible. Nuestro metrocable, primer cable para transporte urbano en el mundo. Nuestras escaleras eléctricas de la Comuna 13, igualmente pioneras mundiales de su tipo. Y nuestro tranvía de Ayacucho, el primero con ruedas neumáticas en América, así como Encicla, sistema de bicicletas públicas, son un claro ejemplo de nuestra convicción de una movilidad sostenible como columna vertebral de una ciudad para la vida. En Medellín, también en clave de resiliencia e innovación urbana, transformamos nuestros antiguos reservorios de agua en espacios públicos, especialmente en las zonas con mayor déficit de espacio para la recreación, la cultura, el deporte y el encuentro ciudadano. Así creamos las hoy reconocidas mundialmente UVAs, Unidades de Vida Articulada. Cities Alliance, cuya asamblea me honro en presidir desde el año 2019, ha puesto en relieve en las últimas 2 décadas los vínculos entre el cambio climático, la resiliencia, la informalidad, la desigualdad y los ecosistemas urbanos sostenibles. Cuestiones que ocupan un lugar central en las sociedades que se urbanizan rápidamente. Nuestro programa sobre ciudades resilientes, informalidad y cambio climático actualmente apoya proyectos comunitarios en Liberia, Somalia, Kenia, Uganda, Bangladesh y Myanmar. El 2020 pasará a la historia sin duda como el año de la gran sacudida global. La COVID-19 nos obligó a separarnos para enseñarnos el valor de estar unidos. Solo unidos podremos enfrentar los más grandes retos de nuestra época: la violencia, la desigualdad y la emergencia climática. En Antioquia fuimos el primer gobierno regional o local en América Latina en declarar desde febrero de este año la emergencia climática, y como fruto de ello definimos 100 acciones para prevenir, mitigar y revertir los impactos y daños ambientales. Si el 2020 fue el año de la gran sacudida global, el 2021 deberá ser el año en el cual corregimos nuestro rumbo como sociedad. Debemos avanzar hacia un propósito global: cero carbono. Por ello, este próximo año convocaremos en un gran diálogo social a todos los antioqueños para construir nuestro sueño colectivo común, la Agenda 2040, para que Antioquia sea fuente, cultivo y puente para la vida. Muchas gracias.
The COVID-19 pandemic has shown more than ever why local government is essential to our everyday lives. The recently published local government blueprint highlights that we're now at a crossroads and must decide the type of world we want to build as a response to the pandemic. Climate change and the degradation of natural environments across the world is a factor behind the emergence of new diseases like COVID-19. The linkage between the environment, human health and well-being and economy has rarely been clearer. We have no choice but to meet these global challenges in our own home turf, which is why local government has never been more important. Local government is not just about the delivery of vital services, it's about the places we live and the lives that we lead. Whether it's through tackling inequalities so cruelly exposed by the pandemic, supporting business through extraordinary times, investing in a greener future, or helping young people find employment, local government is a positive driver of change, locally and nationally.
Hello everyone, I'm Carlos de Freitas. I'm Executive Advisor to FMDV, the Global Fund for Cities Development. We are a global alliance of local and regional governments, mayors and governors, working specifically on financing and local economic development. We wanted to share this little video to be part of the celebration for the 5-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement in order to shed some light on major achievements, but more importantly, on our call for action on localizing climate finance. We have been promoting this call since then, and it has been gaining more and more momentum and support along the years, and we are very, very proud of that. Talking about achievements, I think it is fair to say that the COP21 process and the adoption of the Paris Agreement were key game changers in many, many ways, in ways nobody could have foreseen at the time. And the Lima Paris Action Agenda was a key component in that dynamic because it brought together a wide array of stakeholders and referent coalitions to bring to the table key innovative solutions, propositions, but more importantly, key commitments to climate action. This led 1 year later in Marrakesh during COP22 to the creation of the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action, the MPGCA, which provides us with actionable tools today, such as the thematic action pathways, which are basically a systemic and strategic viewing, mapping on the way forward, and with which anyone can engage and contribute to. We have the regional climate weeks, which allow national delegations to meet and exchange with different stakeholders who have been implementing solutions in the region and within a framing that is slightly different from the COP negotiations process. We have the NASCA platform for global climate action, which allows anyone, anywhere, to connect and engage with a partner, an initiative that is taking place in its surroundings, and to contribute with its own solutions. We have, in our field of expertise, I think that the Climate Summit for local and regional leaders during COP22 was a key achievement, a key moment, a turning point, because it gathered 1,400 participants, 800 mayors and governors coming from 110 countries, together with 24 international and thematic networks of local and regional governments, and together as one, they adopted the Marrakesh Roadmap for Action on Localizing Climate Finance. This was a major achievement because it brought together a common vocabulary, a common diplomacy, a common advocacy, a common strategic and paradigmatic proposition for change. I think I should highlight two important elements. One was the strengthening of the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, CCFLA, which was created by Ban Ki-moon in 2014 to shed the light on the topic of financing local governments. And the second one was the creation of a global action framework for localizing climate finance. For the CCFLA, FMDV took the lead and together with UNEP led the Secretariat of CCFLA during 3 years in order to ensure momentum and visibility to CCFLA. And on the Global Action Framework, many programs and projects have been implemented since then, and the proposition is now integrated in the thematic action pathway on financing that will be delivered in 2021 by the MPGCA. We are very proud of all these achievements, and I think that once and again, together we stand, divided we fall. So meet you in Glasgow.
Makati City joins thousands of cities and regions within the ICLEI network in celebrating the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. By dedicating at least 12% of its annual budget to climate action, from education and awareness drives to disaster resilience promotion, environmental rehabilitation, and subway construction, Makati has reduced carbon emissions by 3% last year. Since the Paris Agreement was inked in 2015, climate-ambitious cities and regions within the ICLEI network have doubled, reaching over 900 this year. These include more than 500 cities and regions that have already committed to climate neutrality before 2050. As ICLEI's Global Ambassador on Innovative Finance, I am proud to announce that ICLEI will elevate local climate ambition from hundreds to thousands of cities and regions. Initially kicked off in Paris in 2015, ICLEI's Transformative Actions Program, or TAP, will match local climate action plans with innovative national, regional, and global climate finance. The TAP aims to narrow the finance gap from high-impact sustainable infrastructure projects. As of 2020, the TAP pipeline involves more than 60 projects with an estimated investment volume of 2.5 billion euros. Certainly, Makati City and ICLEI are ready to work hand-in-hand with all partners to rebuild our cities into safe, resilient, and sustainable communities for future generations.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. This year it is the 5th anniversary since the signing of Paris Climate Agreement. I remember in 2015 in Paris we supported the Paris Agreement together with you. We were all in high spirits, then understanding that we had managed to adopt this document, which is so important for the entire world community. Today I am even more convinced that the Paris Agreement can and should become the main instrument in the fight against the causes of the climate change and stop the growth of greenhouse gas emissions. We share with the global community the goals and responsibility for climate preservation. More than a year ago, the government of the Russian Federation officially adopted the Paris Agreement. Our country, like other states participating in the agreement, adopts and enacts national plans for reduction of the emissions, technological re-equipment of enterprises, and the overall adoption of the climate change. Local and regional authorities are actively involved in the fight against of climate change, and their contribution should be seen as a part of the national effort. Today, cities are home to nearly 60% of the world's population. Cities are responsible for climate change, as they consume 78% of the world's energy resources and generate other 60% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Environmental protection directly affects the quality of life of our cities and population. As UNACLA president, I strongly believe that improving the plant's ecology should begin with the understanding of the need to implement specific projects on the ground. Therefore, rethinking of the way of planning, building, managing, and living in our cities is the way to solve climate problems. It is known that 50% of the oxygen of the entire plants produced by trees. Now, large-scale tree planting is becoming a global trend in the fight against climate change. 10 years ago, there were more cars than trees in Kazan. In the year when the Paris Agreement was signed, we launched a program to develop parks. As a result, over the years, a kind of green record was set and 500,000 trees were planted. The green area has increased by a third and now it is 412 hectares. We are implementing all our projects with the active participation of Kazan residentials. It is important that we manage to bring up a generation with a new ecological mindset. We are glad.
My name is Michelle. I'm 24 years old and originally from Germany, but living in Paris.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm 23 years old and I'm currently living in Birmingham in the United Kingdom.
Je m'appelle Anouk Bassou, j'ai 18 ans et je vis à Reims.
My name is Maya. I'm 17 years old and I'm from Torun, Poland.
Je m'appelle Charlie, j'ai 22 ans et j'habite à Paris.
Moin, das ist eine Felix für Lützeburg.
My name is Flora, I'm 24 years old and I live in Ghent, Belgium.
My name is Jessica, I'm 28 years old and I live in Aachen.
Je m'appelle Léna, j'ai 24 ans et j'habite à Lavelanet, en Ariège.
Je m'appelle Noémie, j'ai 25 ans et j'habite à Paris.
Hi, my name is Tawana. I'm 25 years old. I'm from Brazil and I live in Paris.
The world of my dreams is one where everyone across the planet has access to affordable, safe, clean and sustainable energy.
Pour moi, le monde de demain, c'est un monde où on met tous nos efforts pour sauver la biodiversité.
In my perfect world, children and youth would be key players in policy making and society building. They would be consulted on various topics and not only child and youth related topics.
C'est un monde où une personne ne sera plus jugée à cause de la couleur de sa peau ni à cause de ses origines.
The world of my dreams includes a sustainable food system that produces sufficient and nutritious food to meet the needs of current and future populations without harming nature or furthering social inequalities.
My dream is for people to stop thinking in an egoistic and short-term manner, but in a long-term way, striving to achieve a planet in which both people and nature will thrive.
We, the youth, are not only aware about the problems that led us to face the climate and biodiversity crisis of today, but also develop the solutions that help us mitigate and adapt to them.
Nous devons penser nos actions à l'échelle globale pour avoir un impact réel.
On devrait donc mettre en avant d'autres valeurs comme la bienveillance, la convivialité, l'écoute ou le soin.
What do I want? Climate justice. When do I want it? Now. I dare all the leaders of the world to be brave and be leaders of the future and not leaders of the past. We live in a new normal. This is the future. And younger generations and the generations to come after will praise you for having the courage to change the world. So please do.
Bonjour à toutes et tous, je suis
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eden Bida. I'm a deputy mayor of Paris in charge of education and youth. I am delighted to open this session on local governance with local citizens and especially with representatives of the younger generation. As we've heard, the environment is one of the main concerns of the younger generation, and many environmental initiatives are being taken, collective as well as individual. You have tweets, you have associations. Regardless of their age, the young are now calling out on authorities to build a more human world. Paris has a history of 15 years of climate action since the climate plan of 2007, and the latest brought together the Paris Council of Youth in the decision-making process, and the Paris Academy for the Climate, bringing together youth between the ages of 12 and 25, will start its own work. The idea is to listen to what the younger generation has to say, but also make it possible for them to act effectively, to build a future for the climate, and that is the purpose of this roundtable. We'll have Martial Breton sitting next to me, who coordinates a coalition of young people working for the climate. Yes, well, thank you. I'm delighted to moderate this roundtable. We'll have 4 speakers from France and around the world to discuss about their commitment to to address climate change and to see how the younger generation can be involved in the process. Now, everybody is aware of the COVID crisis, and as we know, COVID has had a significant impact on our lives. There have been a number of events and conferences that were cancelled, and indeed COP26, which was supposed to take place right now, has had to be postponed as well. But the youth are reminding us every day of the need to fight climate change, and there's been a youth version of COP26, the mock COP26. And so Beatrice Dolores will tell us about mock COP26. Can you tell us more about it and what prompted you to organize this event?
Yeah, mock COP26 is a completely online climate change conference that was led by the youth of the world. There were 18 global staff, completely divided from Global South and Global North. So there are 9 staffs who are Global North and 9 from the Global South. And we have diverse youth volunteers which helped us in only a span of 3 months. And we were able to create a 2-week conference that only generated about 14 tons of carbon dioxide emissions compared to 40,000 tons of emissions by the past COPs. And so we also made sure to hear the voices of the vulnerable countries, with 72% of our delegations coming from the Global South. 140 countries were represented, so that's majority of the youth coming from COP26 attending parties. And no corporations also had any influence on what we had done. And therefore, our resulting global treaty created stringent policies on offshoring and industries, acknowledge our indigenous peoples as rights holders, and consider the rights of children to a healthy environment, to the point that 30% of our protected environments has to be protected by 2030. We also included the fact that we should have inclusive and an inclusive youth participation, which is what you're already doing right now. So we're very thankful for that. And apart from that, we have 18 powerful and impactful policies that were created by these 330 delegates in 140 countries. And our themes focused on climate justice, climate education, carbon reduction targets, health and well-being, climate resilient livelihoods, as well as protected biodiversity.
Merci beaucoup. En quelques mots, selon
Thank
toi,
you. So, according to you, you gave us some of the conclusions of that remarkable event. Do you believe that youth did better than the governments?
I believe so, because we really made sure to not to really see the loopholes of the past conferences, which is, of course, the offshoring thing, that we made sure that there would be stringent policies on that there should be no offshoring of, or if there's even offshoring, there has to be some really proper policies and very specific things that they will have to be legally responsible, and they have to consider what their effects on the developing countries. And there's so much more. Also, of course, the indigenous peoples, and ensuring that there will be specific NDCs and specific targets that has to be inclusive and ensure that those who are vulnerable will have to be exactly not going to be affected by it. and it's going to help.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you so very much. We'll go back in time a little bit. 5 years ago, Jeremy Myant, the next speaker, a chameleon, was a member of the Paris Youth Council, and they were involved in drafting with the city of Paris the climate plan for the city of Paris. What can you tell us about this? Why is it essential to involve youth in that drafting of the climate plan? Well, good afternoon. It was essential for young Parisians to be involved in the drafting of the climate plan for a number of reasons. There were different profiles on the Paris Youth Council, which made it possible to bring several or different types of approaches and perceptions. Also, there was a dialogue with institutional partners, elected officials, but also NGOs, and so that was very enriching. That enabled us to better understand the challenges, the issues, the complexity of it all, working with our partners, but also with the help of the city of Paris. That taught us a number of lessons about the work that has been done over about 1 year together. We had to make choices and prioritize issues, and so we defined a number of themes. These were decided on by votes in assemblies to decide what were the priority issues for the Paris Youth Council. And so we had energy, mobility, waste management, urban design. And from then on, it was essential for any young person trying to become involved in this to allow give a free rein to their imaginations and proposals. There was, for instance, a study on free transportation. At the time, it was not a very topical issue, but now we find that, especially as part of the upcoming local elections, this has become an election issue, a campaign issue, and it was the Paris Youth Council that started it all. Another thing was to see what each of us can bring in terms of know-how and perceptions regarding the climate, because every individual has a specific knowledge, specific ideas about all the themes on discussion, and that again made it possible to have a fruitful discussion. But you have to trust yourself as and have enough confidence in the proposals that you bring to the table. And all these proposals came with documented evidence, and this was greeted by our interlocutors who realized that serious work had been done. And then finally we decided to have a proactive approach so as to involve the youth in the definition of public policies, not just climate, but all such policies, so as to involve youth in the design and indeed implementation of public policies. Well, thank you. So you, local authorities are, of course, a critical player in fighting climate change. There's another player, and that is the European Union on a much higher level. If you want to bring any pressure to bring on such a huge organization, you have youth and environment in Europe. Chloe Ten Brink, can you tell us about this? And on the occasion of the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, what is your message to the leaders of the European Union?
Yes, hi, thank you. So Youth and Environment Europe, our goal is really to build capacity amongst youth on the climate crisis and to empower them, to give them this space to learn, but also to ask questions. So some concrete work that Youth and Environment has been doing is, for example, this past week we had a youth dialogue with Mauro Petruccione from the DG Clima from the European Commission. So we really had this space for youth to come, ask their questions, exchange. Moreover, we're part of we're part of a coalition called Generation Climate Europe, which has been hosting youth dialogues with the European presidencies. So there was just the other day a dialogue with Minister Svenja Schulze, and hopefully this was the second so far, and there'll be a series in the future. So these are some concrete examples of how we're hoping to really bring youth perspectives to the forefront, and make sure that youth can really also have the space to ask their questions and inform themselves.
Et quel est concrètement
right, and what do you believe, I mean, and for your network, what can be done, I mean, with European institutions? How can you more involve youth in addressing climate change?
I mean, I think this is a huge question, but what I think is really key is making sure that youth are empowered, and that's youth from every part of society, right? That it's not just a few motivated young people who are willing to put their time into this, but that European institutions are making sure to reach out, be it through educational policies or just fostering non-formal education, such as Youth and Environment Europe is doing with the dialogues, to make sure that young people can get as involved as they can from all walks of life. And I think we're going in the positive direction with seeing how events like these that we're attending today have become digitalized and therefore really accessible to people of diverse backgrounds. So that is really what I'd like to see, more spaces for youth, not only to have their say, but to learn.
Merci beaucoup, Chloé.
Well, thank you so very much, Chloe. And of course, we could not have a roundtable on the involvement of youth without including one of the key movements of this affair. Fridays for Future, we have Hilda Flavia Nakabuye, who from Fridays for the Future in Uganda. Just a few figures. In September 2019, 7 to 8 million young people around the world called for stronger action for the climate. Indeed, there were 500,000 people in the streets of Montreal when Greta Thunberg showed up there. So, Hilda, what sparked such an international movement?
Thank you so much. I would like to say that what really sparked a big international movement is unity and the desire we have to have the planet we want as people, as children, because it is not up to us, or this future wasn't given to our parents by their grandparents as a gift, but it was loaned to them so that future generations can live in it. And we also have part of that loan, and we bear part of that burden to protect it and preserve it for future generations. And because we have this unity and belief that we have a future ahead of us, as hands and unite and fight for the future we want. We realize that if we don't have youth engagement in some of these policies and the things that are happening, the decisions that our leaders are making for our future, then we are losing out, because most of the decisions our leaders are making are for their future, but not our future. And we have to come in and inform them that we are here and this is what we need. We are really tired of telling leaders what they need to hear, but we want to tell them, we are tired of telling them what they want to hear, but what they really need to hear. And that is our voices on those streets, demanding climate action, demanding climate justice, because that is what they ought to give us. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Hilda.
Well, thank you so very much, Hilda. This brings us already to the end of the first roundtable with the Youth Coalition, but we have another person we need to involve. He was very much involved in COP21. Elix is the virtual UN ambassador who will present the 10 to Go program, starting the decades towards the SDGs. And we would like to greet the creator of that video.
Bonjour à tous et tous, ou rebonjour pour celles et ceux qui ont pu assister au table ronde.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to all of you who attended this morning's roundtable. We are well aware that all steps taken to address climate change, these steps need the support of the population at large. But for this to happen, governments on several scales, local as well as national, have set up what are known as citizens' conventions. The idea is to have to take citizens at random and take part in discussions to see how to build a fair and low-carbon society. We saw the proposals of the French, such citizens' convention on behalf, I said so, on behalf of the city of Paris, the people we hosted here at the Paris City Hall, and I certainly hope that the proposals will be taken up by the French government. After all, this was the commitment of the French president. Now, the implementation of these measures is indispensable if we are to stick to our objectives to cut down on emissions. But the climate convention that exists in other countries, in the UK, in Spain, in various parts of Europe, similar conventions were set up to address the climate. And the next session is a unique event, and I'm delighted that the city of Paris should have organized an exchange between the French Citizens Convention and the British Citizens Convention. I should like to thank the French Climate Agora that sent their own questions by video link, and I would like to give the floor to Paloma Moritz, who is the editor-in-chief of On est prêt, which is the publication that deals with this issue.
Thank you very much and welcome. Let me give you some background information first so that everyone understands what we are talking about when we talk about the French Convention Citoyenne and the UK Climate Assembly. The French Convention Citoyenne, those are 150 people taken at random. They are representative of the diversity of the population. In France, it was set up upon the request issued by Mr. Macron. and it followed the convergence between the climate demonstrations and the yellow vest demonstrations. The mandate is to bring down our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. So 150 citizens issued their report last summer, 149 proposals, and they are going to talk about this. And now regarding the UK Climate Assembly, started in January, but later than the French one. The report was published in September. 108 citizens, and was a request issued by the Parliament, not by the government, and there isn't any commitment that was made regarding the outcomes of the convention. The purpose was to issue recommendations in order to become carbon neutral by 2050 or 40. We have Sylvain Bueck here today, who is a member of the French Convention Citoyenne. He's from Paris and is working in marketing. Good afternoon, Sylvain. How are you? Well, I worked for the climate convention this year, so we know one another. And on Zoom, we have Sue Peachy, who is a member of the Climate Academy UK, and she manages a retirement home in Bristol. How are you?
Oh, very well, thank you.
Alors, moi, j'aimerais commencer.
So, if I may, I would like to begin this roundtable by asking both of you how this experience was for you. You know, as citizens, you were consulting on those climate issues. So, Sue Peachy, I will start with you. I think at first you thought this was just a joke, but what impact did this Citizen Academy have on you? How did you experience this?
I didn't really know much about climate change before I started, but I have, it's completely changed my life, and I've adapted new things that I do in my life. So it was very informative.
Et est-ce que ça a changé votre
did this change your engagement as a citizen?
Yes. Yes, when I renewed my car earlier in the summer, I bought a second-hand electric vehicle, and I also joined my local parish council so that I could maybe support and encourage my local community to do and make greener projects.
Merci beaucoup. Sylvain, je me tourne vers toi.
Thank you very much. Sylvain, how was it for you? Because it was a first in France, the first time we had such an experiment in France. Well, in my case, I was very surprised, just like anyone else who took part in this assembly. Not the fact that I was chosen at random, but the fact that I was able to take part in this experiment. It was a possibility to become interested in political action, generally speaking, not just the environment. And we realized that we indeed were able to do something, to act on some leverages, and we now have a bill. Now, regarding the mandate that was given to this assembly and our role as citizens, well, this indeed is having an impact, because I cycled on my way here this morning and I realized that many lights were turned on the street, and I was a bit shocked, I must say. And this is not the reason why we do this, not for our personal involvement. It was a bit a shock, for all of us. Just as a reminder, during the first session, there were a few climate specialists who presented the IPCC report to you, and many citizens said at the time they hadn't realized how urgent it was to act until then. And also the need to have lots of ambition, and this is what we try to do with our recommendations. One last question. Many citizens in the French Assembly talked about the transformative impact of this experience on them, and also the relationship to citizenship. So how was it for you? Because you were were in this group of 150 citizens. So has it changed your relationship to the political action? Do you believe you can do something about this? Well, in my case, I must say that it made me feel young again. It reminded me of when I was at university, 18 years old. I had lots of ideas, ideals, many political discussions with my friends. And it was a bit like a revival, if you will. I suddenly realized that at my own level, at the level of my own neighborhood, I'm able to do something. And we were quite lucky because we were given the opportunity to change something. We were asked to change something. And you had all sorts of projects that have really given me the opportunity to think about all this. And I know that many people have their doubts regarding political action, and this convention really is bringing citizens closer to the institutions. So both of you in your respective assemblies have issued recommendations to your respective governments in order to make some proposals and offer solutions that would be fair and acceptable by all citizens in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. So it's to you. What impact have you seen so far with those 150 recommendations that you made?
Well, they have already debated our report in the House of Commons, and the Climate Change Committee, which is an independent government body, has already just released a report, and they've taken on board a lot of our recommendations that came out in the report. So they're already making and taking notice of everything that went on in the Assembly.
Aussi, le gouvernement britannique a annoncé qu'il allait augmenter.
And the British government has also announced that it will increase the greenhouse gas emission objectives, and now it's going to be 68% by 2030. Do you believe that you also played a role in this?
Yes, I believe that everybody's taken notice of the report because it was done by just your everyday normal citizens, and I think the report's been widely received as very welcome from the powers that be.
Est-ce que vous avez l'impression que ça a pu donner plus
do you have the feeling that it has given more power to this climate change committee that you just referred to, putting forward the need for action in order to cut greenhouse gas emissions in your country?
Yes, it's definitely helped them along, and I think more people, once they realise the changes and the fact that it's all about education and fairness and how they're going to adapt everything in the future. I think when people realise that a lot of those things are achievable because of the report that came out with the Assembly, I do think it's had a big impact on their decision making.
Merci beaucoup, Sue. Je voulais mentionner aussi donc, le fait qu'il y a un certain nombre de grands principes qui sont sortis de cette Assemblée, notamment justement l'éducation publique donc, sur les questions climatiques, le fait d'avoir
public education, having a choice, equity, social justice, in the case of the French Convention, and having a political consensus. And so, Sylvain, to you now. You have a report with 149 proposals. It was released in June of last year. And where do we stand now? We are in the midst of it now. We rendered our conclusions in June, our recommendations in June. We had been told that they would be given as such directly to Parliament. Just as a reminder, Emmanuel Macron had committed that the proposals made by the Convention would be transferred as they were directly to Parliament. It would either be a referendum or people would be voting on the proposal. But the commitments have evolved. The situation has changed. We are aware of the fact that there is an economic crisis, and we can understand that things have changed. A few decree orders were passed during the summer regarding the heating solutions and also the heaters you have on the terraces. And now you have the climate bill that is going to be tabled soon. It will be discussed at the level of the Council of Ministers in January. And it could be seen as a degraded version of our ambitions, if you will, because everything is there, but in many cases it is less ambitious than what we had originally offered. And obviously some progress has been made in some areas, but not everywhere. So we are really still there to lobby, to make sure that the right decisions are being made, and we want our political leaders to make brave decisions. We are going to meet with the President on Monday. So yes, indeed, Monday at 5 p.m., many of those citizens are going to meet with Mr. Macron. And hopefully he will have made a few decisions by Monday, and we hope there will be a referendum because this hasn't been mentioned for some time now. Now we will see what comes out of this. So many people say that we might end up with a landmark law. It would be a very important law for the Fifth Republic. A petition was also organized, and now it has 400,000 signatures. Now, what do you expect from this meeting with Emmanuel Macron on Monday? What do you expect to happen in the months to come? Well, just as a reminder, Cyril Dion, who issued the petition, is an activist, and he doesn't necessarily have the same position of the convention. Well, yes, he is also an activist, so he's a well-known person, he's famous, and this is good for us. So my question is, what do you expect from that meeting with Mr. Macron on Monday? What do you think will happen in the coming month? How are those measures going to be adopted in your view? Well, our objective is not only to meet with Mr. Macron. We do not want him to explain why some decisions won't be as bold as we had expected them to be, but we really want him. No, obviously it was quite brave to set up such an assembly, a citizen assembly. It was a brave decision, and it is truly an opportunity for the French president. He should really reconsider the current crisis. It is a major crisis, and now it's time to act. So it's up to him to really lead the path, lead the way. Okay, we are coming to down this roundtable. It was very short, I know, but I have one last question for you, both of you. What is the message that you would like to share with the people who are listening to us today, based on your experience, or maybe a message that you would like to share with one another because you had the same experience in your respective countries? So Sue, I'll start with you first.
I just think that people need to be open-minded. They need to listen and learn about climate change, and those that can change should change, because it's for our future generations, maybe not people of my age and older, but it's all for the future generations that are coming up, and we're doing it for them.
Merci beaucoup, Sue, d'avoir
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for being with us today. Sylvain? I'll let you conclude. What is your message? Well, first, I would like to talk about the political message. I am not an activist myself, but I must say that it is fascinating to have the opportunity to really take your own political future in your own hands. And even this morning, I was listening to the speakers. I thought, oh, all those conferences, roundtables, Zoom meetings, all those people talking. And we know it's time to act. And it's quite easy to say that it's time to act. And we have to speed up, as we saw last year with the health crisis. I think that now we are being more experienced. But it really is important that we seize that opportunity. It's time to change, and it's time to move to a new century. Well, thank you to both of you for your testimonials. Thank you for this great work that you've done. We are now done with this roundtable, and Corinne Lepage is going to talk about climate justice. Thank you. Good afternoon. I first would like to thank Anne Hidalgo for giving me the opportunity to talk about climate justice. I would like to thank her for her support for the adoption of the Universal Declaration on Climate Justice. So what is climate justice all about? Climate justice is a legal revolution. 1,500 trials worldwide, cities going to court, but also NGOs, youth representatives, even children representatives, in order to try and make sure that governments are going to make real commitments, not just oral commitments, so that in order to fight climate change in an efficient manner, so that those who produce those emissions, multinational companies, are recognized as such and have to pay for the transition. It is a justice in which local governments and municipalities play a fundamental role. And I would like very briefly to explain how this climate justice is a legal revolution. It is a legal revolution when it comes to the stakeholders. We're talking about municipalities and NGOs who go to court, and usually they win against the governments and multinational companies. In this case, there is an alliance between the legal institutions and civil society in order to make up for the lack of action by the governments. We're also talking about legal documents, laws that were either non-binding or difficult to implement. and those acts, those laws become binding. Let me give you two examples. You have in the Netherlands the gender case law, which means that the Netherlands had to increase their efforts to 25% in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions based on the Articles 2 and 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights, and also the city of Grande-Sainte in France. And I'm very happy to stress that the city of Paris was associated with this endeavor, and the State Council, the Conseil d'État, has decided that the Paris Agreement would be binding, and the greenhouse gas emissions of that city would have to, of the country, would have to be brought down to 33%, and we know since that will be 50% or 55%, which is even more. We are also talking about the emergence of a new international law. Until now, international law was built by government, states, via conventions. We know how difficult it is to sign new conventions and even to implement the ones that already exist, because quite often they are being contradicted by other conventions. I'm thinking here about trade conventions. Today, international law is being built by the judges, by case law, and each ruling, each positive ruling is an additional step for another judge, for another country, for another organization, for another city, in order to make one step further towards our common objective, our global objective, that of the survival of mankind and of the living. In other words, it means cutting our greenhouse gas emissions, fighting climate change, and also making the living sustainable on this planet, because there isn't any other planet. Thank you.
Bonjour, bienvenue. Alors pour cette nouvelle table ronde.
Thank you. Welcome. So I'm Paul Simondon, Deputy Mayor of Paris. I'm in charge of budget, finance, and green finance. During this roundtable, we are going to talk about the role that cities play in reaching our climate objectives. We know that cities account for 80% of greenhouse gas emissions. They have an important investment capacity. In France, local governments account for 70% of the total public investment. Obviously, in order to carry out a successful transition, they will need to make the right investment, great investments, in order to implement this transition. We will hear about three cities. They're going to talk about the measures that they adopted in order to finance those investments. So three different cities, Oslo, Bogota, La Rochelle, and then with Jean-Laurent Bonafé, we will hear about hear from an expert in the banking sector. He will explain how he sees those new tools and how the cities are making use of them. I will first begin with the mayor of Oslo, Mr. Raymond Johansen, who's been mayor since 2015.
It is an honor to join in this celebration of the Paris Agreement. The Secretary General of the Climate Convention, Mrs. Patricia Espinosa, has said that the fight against climate change will be won or lost in the cities. And I know we can win. So do I. In my brief talk, I will focus on our efforts in Oslo to become a zero-emission city by 2030. The short version: we need to move from fossil fuels to climate solutions in everything we do. Becoming zero emission requires major investments. Therefore, we need to influence financial decisions. We need to influence the market and the investors in the right way, making it less profitable to cause emissions and more profitable to be zero emission. Cities actually have a lot of power as big buyers. We can drive markets from zero emission solutions. Like other cities, the city of Oslo builds schools, kindergartens, roads, sports arenas, and so on. We buy office supplies, materials, and different services. In Oslo, we have climate criteria for what we buy. We reward bidders to deliver climate-friendly goods and services. We give climate and environment a 30% weight in decisions on what to buy. Since 2018, we have demanded fossil-free construction sites. Contractors that can do the job emission-free are rewarded especially. This helps to drive a new market for electric construction machinery. From 2025, Oslo requires zero-emission construction work in our own projects. The signal is much stronger when others join in. We have worked with other cities through C40 to scale up the market for clean construction. As asset owners and with pension funds, we can drive investments towards climate solutions and away from climate-damaging investments. Oslo Pension Fund has been a pioneer for climate investments. The pension fund has reduced its carbon footprint by 58% for the in-house portfolio. This moves investments away from high emission industries to climate solutions such as renewable energy, and the pension fund is now working to reduce the carbon intensity by 90% by 2030. I believe this kind of investment strategy is enormously important. Where the investments goes, the economy goes. Many industries and businesses want to deliver climate solutions. They need some certainty that new solutions will be in demand. With ambitious policies, cities can give that certainty. Jointly, cities can move the world's markets, investments, and national governments. We must take the lead in fulfilling the Paris Agreement.
Changement de continent pour le deuxième témoignage de cette table.
We're going to move off that continent, move to another continent for the second speaker. We're going to hear about the efforts made to invest into green transportation in Bogota.
Thanks so much for your invitation to this panel and discussion. Climate crisis is a reality. So we in Bogota, jointly with other 5 governors in our country, declared the climate crisis last February and make a round of compromises for the next 10 years to reduce air pollution, to adapt and to mitigate our cities with the specific plans to the climate crisis. For example, We are now increasing the budget to historical records of our environmental institutions. We set, by first time in history in Bogota, specific goals to reduce pollution and to improve air quality in our city. For example, we decided to reduce at least 10% in the next 3 years the level of PM 2.5, PM 10 in our air. We are now setting a goal of reducing by 15% the emissions in our public transportation system by 2024 and by 50% by 2030, jointly with national goals in this topic too. Of course, to achieve these goals in air pollution, in air quality, in reducing pollution, in reducing emissions, require precise policies and programs. For example, Bogota is well known around the world for being the developing capital city of bike. We have 550 bike roads kilometers in our city. And in the next 4 years, we're going to increase, not only improve and do appropriate maintenance of these 550 kilometers, but to increase by 226 additional kilometers this infrastructure for biking. Also improving, we are decided and committed to build our land zoning plan for the next 15 years based on achieve our city from 2 hours on average to be a city of 30 minutes on average. Being able to have green districts and green corridors. Corridors in which we redistribute the space, the public space. We take away a space for cars based on diesel and gasoline, and to improve the quantity and quality of a space for pedestrians, for bikes, but also to devote more space and more incentives for Euro 6, preferably electric public transportation. We are right now building and expanding our metro network. We are connecting the metro network of Bogota with the railroad network regionally, with the province of Cundinamarca that is surrounding to Bogota. And we are committed in the next 4 years to translate to 70% of zero or very low emissions our public transportation bus system. We're also providing incentives for people, not only to use bikes, but also to transform or to buy electric cars or low emissions cars and modes of transportation, preferably public or the public system of bikes too. We're also doing an enormous challenge and work in education. I'm sure the new generations, the children, the girls and boys of the city of Bogota, they are the ones who are going to teach us, who are going to better equipped to teach us as adults the new challenges, the new habits that we need to have for this era of climate change. So we're working together with the education mission to allow the children for at least one day to educate the adults. The entire city will stop. The entire people, adult people of Bogota will stop and listen to the kids that are better equipped and better compromised, much more compromised than us, to teach us to live and to change our patterns of life in this climate change era. So all these sort of measures, from pedagogic measures, educational measures, budget measures, transportation and mobility, sustainable transportation and mobility measures, specific goals and budgets allowed us to be quite optimistic that we're going to commit to reduce by 15% the emissions by 2024, to reduce it by 50% by 2030, and with other cities in the world to be by 2050 carbon free. So this is our commitment. These are the sort of experiences and measures that we are taking at the moment. We hope to learn from you, also to be inspired by other experiences around the world from cities like Paris and many others around the world, to commit to this centennial commitment in this generation to reduce emissions and to be aware that climate change is by far a much more dangerous threat to humanity than even the COVID-19 pandemic.
Retour en France après Oslo et
Thank you. Let's come back to France. We're going to hear from the mayor of La Rochelle, Mr. Jean-François Fontaine. Can you hear us, sir? Yes, indeed, I can hear you very, very well. Well, we can hear you too, sir. You've been mayor of La Rochelle since 2014, and in La Rochelle, you have been spearheading a very promising initiative, and in Paris, we have been following your work very closely. You have set up a carbon compensation body for your territory. Could you explain the philosophy behind this initiative? Well, thank you very kindly. I would like to send warm greetings to the mayor of Bogota and the mayor of Oslo, or Oslo City Hall, because you've been doing excellent work. Hello and congratulations. Greetings. Well, here in La Rochelle, we emerged quite the worse for wear after we were hit by Cynthia. Large segments of the city were submerged. So we undertook to do three things. We undertook to limit or to curb emissions. And I was listening very closely to what the mayor of Bogota had to say about clean transportation, bicycle paths, and so on. Well, we have done much the same as you have in Bogota, for one thing. And then we're looking for ways to absorb carbon. We are surrounded by marshlands, or we used to be in La Rochelle. So we're trying to restore those marshlands and make of them carbon sinks. We worked hard on emissions, we've worked hard on absorption, trapping, sequestration, and there's another thing we're working on, which is the carbon cooperative. Now, what is that designed to do? Well, it's a tool that is intended to serve two purposes. The first is to provide advice. Someone who's interested in reducing carbon emissions needs support, needs advice, needs gray matter, needs bright ideas, and that's exactly what this body has been set up to do. We want to guide businesses, associations, and private individuals on the path towards reaching carbon equilibrium, as we call it. And many businesses operate in sectors of the economy where it's very difficult to reduce emissions, and to support those businesses, the Carbon Cooperative provides input about work that's being done by other businesses in other sectors of the economy where funding is sorely needed and emissions are very low, and we try to foster, there's no obligation, we try to foster partnerships between businesses from those different sectors who operate in different circumstances. This cooperative has been crafted in such a way as to be need-blind. We are backed by a large rural bank, by the maritime authorities, and we've provided some of our own funding as well. Thank you very kindly, sir. That's a very promising set of initiatives. Paris is keenly interested to follow your project. Well, we're very interested that Paris is watching us so closely, so thank you very kindly. Mr. Jean-Laurent Bonafé from the bank BNP Paribas, you've heard reports about three very different initiatives in three very different locations. You've heard about the funding that becomes necessary. What can you say about how cities can access what we call green funding? BNP Paribas, the bank that I represent here today, as its name indicates, Banque Nationale de Paris, Paribas. So Paris occurs twice in our name, and we operate everywhere in Europe, or almost, and in many, many parts of the world. And we have been following very closely what developments are unfolding when it comes to protecting the environment in cities. Because we depend on cities for survival, after all. And since the COP21, we have worked with other banks, some enthusiastic, some less. We've worked with different banks on designing different financial instruments. The simplest instrument was called the exclusion policy, which was easy to implement, not the most effective necessarily, but it was taken up quite broadly across Europe. So the exclusion policy model was the starting point. But then the question becomes, how do you finance the transition? A transition means finding new services, new technologies, new ways of doing things, and I think our three testimonials have shown that there are a lot of very bright ideas being applied, and that there's no dearth of inventiveness, and we need to find a good cost-benefit ratio in choosing these initiatives. Now, there are many tools available. The best known are green bonds. 700 billion euro in issues since they were created only a few years ago. French banks are in the vanguard. BNP Paribas, Crédit Agricole are leader worldwide in green bonds. But it's not enough to be number one. What you want to do is to make sure that these initiatives are taken up elsewhere. Now, the most appealing instruments have the longest durations. They require significant amounts of capital, and they demand a good control over your metrics. One of the critical requirements of financiers and banks is transparency. Designing metrics that make it possible to be scrutinized or audited from the outside so as to determine whether or not you're meeting your goals. And we've made significant progress. We've developed a methodology called PACTA, PA being Paris Agreement. This methodology will no doubt be taken up outside of Europe, in the UK, in the US, and elsewhere. And the idea is to ensure that businesses not only make commitments, but they deliver on those commitments. Green bonds are a critical part of this process. There are other instruments that apply to mobility, like something like a car loan or vehicle fleets for local authorities or private individuals. We know that schools, hospitals, city governments need to rethink their housing policies from the technical standpoint. This applies to private real estate operators as well, to make sure that the cost of financing is low enough to allow these things to be effective. As the intermediate objectives are met, the funding tends to fall away or dry up. So clearly we need to find new solutions. States, local authorities, city governments, citizens in general, and businesses are all calling for new solutions. So we as manufacturers of financial products have designed these instruments to cover just about every angle, every issue. We cannot claim to address all the aspects of protecting the environment. Perhaps volumes are too small, durations are too short, but we can look back favorably on the work that we've done so far. We've gotten off to a good start. We should, within 30 years, by 2050 or 2045, we should be able to see a day when this becomes a general trend. The money invested can be public or private. The money is not in unlimited supply. Sometimes people have to be persuaded a bit more energetically to invest, but ultimately we will only succeed if we can prove that we are effective, and that requires that the tools be transparent, that they be auditable, and we have a clear idea as to whether they work or not. So the transition was initiated in 2015, and we think that we have a good chance of finding fairly satisfactory solutions, although we're not there yet. You're right, the tools are there, they need to mature. And we need to direct our efforts towards the most effective forms of financing to achieve carbon neutrality, net zero, as it's called. We're now going to move to the next panel discussion.
Bien, bonjour à tous. Je suis Rémi Rioux, le directeur général de l'Agence française de développement
of the French Development Agency, and I'm delighted to be back. I would like to thank the mayor of Paris, whose absolute dedication is well known when it comes to zero carbon emissions. We're going to discuss the resources, the financial resources available to cities in the fight against global warming. We'll look at green financing, we'll look at the mobilization of both public and private funding. This is a subject that is dear to my heart for 3 reasons. I was one of the negotiators of the Paris Agreement That's one reason. And you know that the transformation of financial systems is one of the goals of the fight against climate change, right alongside mitigation and compensation. I am the Director General of the French Development Agency. We have 5 billion euros worth of contributions year after year invested into low-carbon projects the world over. This is a commitment that was made by the French government in 2015. I also chair a public bank club called IDC. 3 weeks ago, we held our summit meeting, Financing in Common it was called. We brought together over 100 banks the world over, and we undertook to enter into a dialogue with private investors and attempted to see how we could go further and faster in financing the fight against global warming and protecting the environment. This panel discussion is going to revisit those topics. We'll be bringing in public and private financiers and the simple citizen, civil society interested in sustainable or sometimes less sustainable projects that have an impact on markets, that have an impact on the financial system itself. I'm delighted to introduce our 3 speakers. We have Cécile Duflot, who's the General Director of Oxfam France and has been for the last 2 years, and she's the former Minister for the Equality of Territories and Housing, and widely known voice for civil society. We have Sami Nagiwaba from the World Bank. He's director of the International Expertise Division on Urban Development, Management of Disaster Risk, Resilience, and we have Thierry Deau, president of Meridiam, who works on the funding of public infrastructure projects over the long term and in a sustainable manner. And then we also have the Director of Finance for Tomorrow, who is specialized in green and sustainable financing. They will each have 5 minutes during which to introduce their activities and contribute to the discussion. Sami Waba from the World Bank, sir. Cities represent 70% of emissions, 70% of world energy production, consumption. The World Bank is a major partner. How do you support cities and their policies in the green transition, please, sir? Good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure to join you this afternoon to mark the 5-year anniversary of the signature of the Paris Agreement. I hope you can hear me. Yes, we can. Perfect. I would like to make 2 points. I would like to give you a bit of a background about how cities access financing, and then we'll talk about what the World Bank does in particular. When it comes to the challenges that cities face when they try to access financing, the difficulties are quite significant. Needs are huge. $1 or $2 trillion are required yearly, and 150 billion are available for official development aid across all sectors. Most cities have very limited funding that they derive from taxes, land tax. Cities are financed generally by their central governments in limited amounts, and the money is distributed in a highly non-transparent fashion. So the solvency of cities when it comes to creditworthiness is very limited. Of the 500 biggest cities that we work with, only 90 are actually solvent. when it comes to their ability to access the credit market. Only 32 of these major cities have issued a bond. That's very few, some 6%. And public-private partnerships are unequal to the volume of the need. 10 billion are directed towards municipal services only. So that only allows an improvement of 10 to 15% in the effectiveness of public financing of infrastructures. So there's really quite a dearth of financing. And the situation is only worsening with the epidemic because of the economic downturn that has ensued, so that most of the cities we work with are forecasting a decrease of 15 to 30% in their financial resources. So the situation is very difficult for these cities. And in order to finance their ambitious climate plans, in order to decarbonize and adapt to climate change, we will have to focus on bottlenecks. And quite often we hear it said that there's just a lack of funding. No, it's the opposite. We hear that it's not a lack of money, it's the problem is actually the low appetite for risk on the part of investors. And cities don't have enough of background. They don't have enough of a track record to attract investment. Thus, the World Bank, and this is my second point, has worked to identify these bottlenecks in several ways. One thing we've done is to help cities prepare bankable infrastructure projects designed to decrease carbon emissions. With the World Bank, with the Investment Bank, with the Luxembourgish and German Bank, we set up a fund called the GAP Fund, which helps cities go from bright ideas to bankable projects. Then we help cities work in the concept of resilience to their plans. We work with 250 cities on this. We help cities access private funding. Same program with additional guarantees to protect the investor from defaults. And we help cities access domestic financial markets and international markets, both by assisting them in increasing their ability to rationalize expenses, increase their resources, and generally improve their creditworthiness. So that as we're the largest multilateral lender for this type of investor, and we generated 22 billion with them, well, I think that figure speaks for itself. Well, thank you very kindly, Sameh. Yes, clearly, investments are required, but then we will need to be able to count on private investments. Thierry, what can you say from the standpoint of your practice at Meridian? What can you say about that, Thierry? Well, thank you, Amy. There are three prerequisites if our cities are to be helped to become more resilient. The first requirement is transparency. And let me just remind everyone that the Observatory for Sustainable Financing, which was established by Finance for Tomorrow this year and allows financial players to report on their commitments with scrutiny on the part of stakeholders in civil society, is a step in the right direction. And then another necessity are public-private partnerships in the area of investments, public-private investment partnerships, but also There's got to be talent available. If you're investing to make your city more resilient, you have to be trained, skilled, you have to be able to run this type of project, and you have to have access to funding, which is why Meridiam undertook a project last year with the Rockefeller Foundation and the UNCDF agency, joined by a number of bilateral institutions and multilateral institutions, but also by private investors. The idea being to provide funding and skills, resilient project design skills, so that we could then go on to invest in these projects through what is called blended finance, long public investments and private investments to produce sustainable and successful outcomes. And one last point, to leave room for Cécile Duflot. Our last point is that you then need to be able to measure your impact. You've got to avoid at all costs the impact washing temptation or the greenwashing temptation, because then you will completely lose the support of civil society. They will distrust you. So your methodology has got to be informed by good science to show the impact of your investments when it comes to resilience. Thank you very kindly, Thierry. Let me now turn to Cécile Duflot, who is going to answer the question of how she views the transformation of the financial sphere 5 years after the Paris Agreement. What role can civil society play to speed up this transformation? And then, Cécile, you run Oxfam France. That is an activity which requires solidarity between North and South. We should never forget this. There are savings, there is liquidity around the world that's not properly shared. So something has to be done about that. We have to right that imbalance if we are collectively to succeed in meeting that 1.5 degree challenge.
Well, thank you, Rémi, and thank you all. Oxfam is an international organization, and it is very much involved, it was very much involved in the preparation of the Paris Agreement with COP21. There are two events. We've just had the 5 warmest years ever since at least measurements existed, and so there's a big question mark as to whether we can control global warming, and there's also a question, is there the political will to do so? There are answers out there, there are solutions out there, financial solutions, especially in terms of solidarity. Countries that agrees to mobilize $100 billion a year by 2020, so the Paris Agreement was not simply a goal in terms of global warming. The idea was to help countries mitigate and adapt to climate change. And at Oxfam, we tried to measure the gap between announcements and action, because, of course, what counts is what people actually do. And the pledges may not be up to, or rather the action may not be up to the pledges. And it is true that countries may have inflated the figures they have published, and they announced, say, 100 and so billion. But in fact, at the end of the day, it could be, instead of $100 billion, $20 to $30 billion, a third of that, and that's inadequate. And also, there has been little funding for adaptation, even though, by the way, there's been some improvement over the past few years. Now, the other thing is the loan to subsidy, to grant ratio. Of course, countries of the South are the main victims of climate change. But if you look at the figures, 52% of greenhouse gas emissions in 2018 beg your pardon, 2019 were due to the top 10 or the 10% richest countries, and countries of the South suffer from something for which they're not responsible. And so solidarity makes plenty of sense, because after all, the well-to-do countries, the well-off countries are responsible for the state of affairs, and we should show solidarity to countries that suffer from our emissions. And so that's why at Oxfam we've decided to mobilize all players. There's of course the the French Development Agency, AFD, and other national development agencies are being urged to stick to their commitments. Now, there's public financing, official development aid, but there's also private money. Now, private money is concerned about risk, but the climate risk is much greater than any financial risk, even though you may consider that carbon-intensive risks, at least carbon-intensive assets, can be considered as risky assets. So the financial tool is a decisive tool. We should turn off the faucet for fossil fuels and open it for adaptation and renewable energies. Well, thank you. Thank you to all three. We've just heard three different viewpoints, and we've heard, well, maybe not a consensus exactly, but we can see how far we've come, the progress that has been made over the past few years. That is pretty good. It's still not good enough, and it's not far enough. And of course, you need to combine private and public money. And needless to say, solidarity is very much the name of the game, because, of course, emissions don't stop at borders. And if savings can be made, and if we could spare the most vulnerable countries, the poorest countries, those that find it difficult to adapt, well, it will be in the general interest of all. So international finance, these new financial innovations should be encouraged, and I certainly hope that we give you some indication right there. Thank you.
Alors, quand nous avons préparé cette...
Good afternoon. When we were preparing this event at the Paris City Hall, we felt that we should dedicate a session to the economic players involved in this transition. Of course, we have to give the floor to our citizens. It is essential in any democratic debate. Well, there should be some pressure on those whose responsibility it is to perform that transition. But all players should be given the floor, and that is why I would like to thank the three corporate leaders that are here today to talk about this new deal, this new economy. We have Marie-Ange Debon. You are head of the governing board of Keolis. Jean-Bernard Lévy, you are the CEO of EDF. Of course, you embody the energy transition. And then another consumer of energy, Stéphane Richard, CEO of Orange Telecom Company, and he will tell us about the digital future and the advent of 5G. It will be good to listen to representatives of the corporate world. The Marie-Ange Debon, we're discussing the future of mobility. The carbon footprint of a country is a combination of transportation, buildings, and of course, digital is now taking a growing share. Now, in public transportation, collective transportation, the idea is to have a carbon neutral industry. Well, how does Keolis propose to go about it? Well, public transportation or collective transportation is probably the accelerator of the transition, because transportation accounts for 30% of all CO2 emissions, and public transportation, I mean, the main feature of public transportation is that by and large, such form of mobility is essentially green. There is a major reduction in traffic congestion. I mean, a single commuter train is the equivalent of 1,300 cars. So if you have just one train coming into town, that means 1,300 cars less. And traffic congestion is not just an issue here in Paris, it's an issue for all cities around the world. And well, in Mumbai, you have a 5-hour commute to go to work. But even in our provinces, in our smaller towns, you would still have a congestion problem. And so public transportation means less congestion, less time wasted commuting to work. But it's an important issue, because if you work it out in terms of miles per pound transported, the emission per passenger is like 100 times less than what you get in a car. And mobility is across the board. Mobility, of course, includes people walking or cycling or scooters, and usually there's a combination of it all. You find that people who use public transportation tend to walk more. And now there's a fashionable term, which is mobility as a service, but the idea is you have various applications that make it possible to have sort of an intermodal transportation, to go from one source of transport to another. Well, we have what is known as a mobility coach, a navigator that will, an app that tells you what's the best way for you to get to work, what means of transportation you should use. And that's been around for a few years now, and now it's being rolled out across the country in Rennes and Bordeaux, Lille, Lyon, and indeed smaller towns. This app is widely used. This app is also used by local authorities, by the French rail authority, SNCF, and so that is very useful. Also, it tells you how to get to work, and there's information about traffic. That's very good, but of course, public transportation should be green or clean. Of course, when you have electric trains, that you have no pollution, but electricity in France and in Europe, well, how do you make it green? Should there there be new sources of energy? There's talk of hydrogen fuel and then autonomous driving. How does that pan out? Well, if you go to Versailles, you can ride a hydrogen-fueled bus. Now, hydrogen at this stage is not a fully mature technology, but you can take a bus that is hydrogen fueled, and of course you have the traditional diesel buses, but now there are many more effective ways of modes of transportation. So in the Netherlands we'll have the largest European fleet of electric buses, 250 of them, that will be running as of Sunday. So you have electric buses, biogas buses, and you have a number of towns in France and around the world. So between on the range from diesel engines to hydrogen fuel cells, you have many options that are much less polluting. Electric buses, you have them in Amiens in France. You have hybrid buses. So we already have quite a few alternative tools, that is alternatives to diesel. And there was the big conference of mayors of France, and today indeed it's mayors from around the world, mobility with local authorities to arrive at zero carbon. Is there a roadmap for this to happen? I mean, at least for Keolis, for you to become carbon neutral by a certain date? Well, we've put our name on a sustainable, inclusive and shared mobility. No. It's not just it's not just a tagline. This is something. Well, we found that public transportation is more effective than any other source of mode of transportation. And of course, we have to work with local authorities because it is for them to fund this. Well, of course, public transportation costs money, but it costs less than private cars. Yes, and many cities are proposing to have new non-polluting fleets. As a lot of city centers now are closed to polluting vehicles, and indeed a number of cities which had not done this before are now joining in. London, for one, has decided to close the city center to that kind of traffic. But if you have an electric car, I mean, it's all very well to have a car, but then you have to recharge it, and it's a challenge for individual drivers. Imagine the challenge it is for bus drivers, because buses have to run all day long, and so it's got to be a network of charging stations for buses as well. Well, thank you, Marie-Ange Debon. Now I turn to Jean-Bernard Lévy, CEO of EDF. I mean, nuclear energy is carbon neutral, isn't it? I mean, the French presidency has been clamoring this for the past 10 days. Do you find that you are already on your way to become a zero-emission organization? But what difference can you make? How can you ensure that everybody should go down that road using non- or carbon-free electricity? Well, there's a dual transition. One from fossil fuel to decarbonated energy, to carbon-free power is one thing, and then the other thing is to go from non-electric uses to electric uses. And in France, using nuclear energy and hydropower, we've come a long way. We haven't covered the whole distance, but almost. We emit 5 to 10 times fewer lower CO2 emissions per unit of power generated. So we are pretty clean, but of course, housing, building, manufacturing must also follow suit. And some applications now are using gas fuel, and this has to turn to electricity. Of course, a major step was taken in the direction of electric vehicles for public transportation, and the French government is promoting this. Also removing gas from new buildings or in the existing buildings, they're removing gas heating. Great Britain is doing this, by the way, and we are trying to be exemplary. We are pretty exemplary. The reason we went for nuclear energy was not about CO2 emissions. That wasn't fashionable back then, back in the 60s, but we had other reasons, historical reasons to go nuclear, and that is why we have this carbon-free power generation, and we brought back some of the British nuclear capacity. Now we have made a commitment to go towards carbon neutrality, and we've made headway. We're very proud of this because recently we received a label by we got a label A. Only 2.5% of companies have an A grade, and others gave us a label to go well below the 2-degree mark. In other words, you have all sorts of commitments made, but you have to look at the pathway, and our pathway will take us well below the 2 degrees. We're not quite at 1.5, which is the objective of the Paris Agreement, so we have still some way to go, but very few companies have got a clear fact-based commitment that will take them to that. So we are already well below the 2 degrees, and we're looking to get to 1.5. So there are all sorts of discussions about the future of EDF in 2021. We don't know what the future holds for nuclear energy, and then you have a multi-year plan for energy and a plan for renewable energies. These are supposed to be renewable energies of the future, but how will that translate at EDF? Well, our concern is that the European policy was only based on the competition against historic players, without looking at the way in which energy was generated or the way CO2 was generated. So now they say we have a Green Deal, we want to encourage those who come up with an effective system that produces less carbon. But we could do much better in terms of renewable energies if our hands were not tied by other decisions that give a free rein to our competitors. How do you mean much better? Well, we would do much better if we were not subject to market volatility, if we could sell energy in a way as to recoup our investment, and if we could our nuclear capacity way beyond 2035. In 2035, still 50% of our capacity will be valid, and then we could invest more in renewable energies. Right now, we are competitive in renewable energies. We win many contracts, but we have many constraints in France, and in France, because we could not charge enough for electricity, we are incurring debt, and that means that we cannot invest as much as we would like. This sounds really fascinating. I wish I could spend more time with you, but I have to turn to the right to my other neighbor, because of course we cannot expect to address the entire issue of the energy transition in just 15 minutes. Stéphane Richard, you're the CEO of Orange, the Orange Telecom Group, and you're also in charge of ESMA, which is an association of telecom operators. Now, digital technologies also generate something of a footprint. So how do you propose to arrive at carbon neutrality by 2050? Or can you do even better than that? We can do better than that. And digital technologies are a bit like public transportation. Maybe there's some degree of emission, but digital technologies mean that we save a lot on CO2 emissions because we do generate some CO2, but we avoid a lot of CO2 emissions. The ratio between CO2 avoided and CO2 emitted is 1 to 10, and this is a very serious calculation. But how do you arrive? Hang on. How do you arrive at that? Telework, or how do you get there? Well, intuitively, there are many things that you can do using digital technologies that mean that you pollute less. I mean, if you work from home, then you're not driving to work, or if you have a conference like this one, where you instead of flying 7,000 kilometers across the world, you stay at home. Well, you save on that, on fuel and emissions. So, I mean, that is pretty basic, but digital technologies do generate some CO2, but we account, I mean, the entire digital industry, telephone exchanges, terminals, whatnot, they only account for 3.5% of all emissions, whereas transportation accounts for 30%, buildings 20%, and the rest is manufacturing. So 3.5% is not zero, but it's very low. Telecoms alone account for less than 1% of all CO2 emissions, so that's the starting point. Now, what is it that we do to do even better than that? Well, we've taken a very strong commitment to arrive at carbon neutrality by 2040, so 10 years prior to the Paris Agreement. So we've made that commitment and we'll stick to it. And there are many ways we can ensure we will get there. And then in terms of the manufacturing industry, you refer to GSMA. Unanimously, it was decided, and all 750 members of GSMA have decided to align themselves to the Paris Agreement. Now, there are some operators, including Orange, that have set 2040 as a deadline, and others are even more ambitious, are looking at carbon neutrality by 2030 or even before that. So in the telecoms industry or in digital technologies are probably those that are most advanced towards zero carbon. For telecoms, data center, I mean, for those things, I mean, then eventually cars as well. But Jean Jouzel this morning said that if you want to reach the objective, you have to work 3 times harder than what is being done now. But apparently, the telecoms or the digital industry is doing quite well. Now, let's talk about the 5G telephony. Now, the big discussion is that 5G will mean that we'll be using too much by way of digital resources. Maybe some uses can be made more reasonable. I mean, you have the younger generation that tends to use a lot of digital resources for fun. But nonetheless, you can well imagine that 5G technology could be the solution for smart cities. I mean, is that the sort of thing you have in mind? One way of using these technologies for carbon-free cities? Well, indeed, digital technologies, including 5G, because of performances in terms of high speed, real time, that will be something of a breakthrough in terms of the Internet of Things, the remote connections, smart cities, and indeed the energy footprint. The 5G will facilitate things. I mean, 5G is not a challenge for the energy transition. It is indeed part of the solution. It's not part of the problem. It's part of the solution. And if you look at the performance of 5G compared, say, with previous generations, the energy footprint compared with, say, 4G. For an equal amount of energy consumed, 5G is 10 times more efficient, I beg your pardon, than 4G. So it's true that people use a lot of these things, and this is a debatable point. Maybe some of these uses are superfluous, but many uses are very useful indeed, especially for such things as the energy, the environmental transition. Well, some cities are now getting 5G. When will 5G come to Paris? And understood that the 4G system will sooner or later grind to a halt because of overuse. So when will we get the 5G? Well, we're ready to go. We're ready to go right now. Well, of course, we have to abide by the decisions of local authorities here in Paris. As in elsewhere, there are a number of local authorities, including the Paris authorities, have decided to have a public debate about 5G because some people have concerns, and okay, we can certainly address these concerns. So there will be a conversation about this, but when we have the go-ahead, we'll be more than happy to roll out 5G in an ambitious fashion. Well, to wind up, because we have to wind up, but on the use of digital technology, Marie-Ange Debon, do you believe that there will be, that your industry will be more energy efficient? Well, 5G will facilitate the sending of information regarding traffic and such like. So we will be able to reach our users much more effectively. We have another issue with the COVID crisis. We want to be better able to manage or regulate rush hour and social distancing. So somebody proposing to take a bus or a train, you know how many people are on that bus, and if it's where they were waiting 5 minutes because the next bus has fewer people on it. So that means that sort of real-time information will make it possible to optimize their transportation. Well, we tested things with another operator, and we can drive collective shuttles, that is, driverless shuttles that can be driven using 5G technology, autonomous buses, would you believe? Yeah. One last word about digital technologies, Jean-Bernard Lévy. Well, yes, of course, these technologies enable us to be more effective. We can collect data more effectively as well. We can optimize energy generation, power generation. You have these meters, the electricity meters that now can be read remotely, and then you can save actually 10% on your electricity bill thanks to these meters. Not to mention cybersecurity issues. We are mindful of all this. We're very mindful of data protection. I mean, this is a related field, and it should also say that EDF has always been at the forefront of new technologies. We do this for digital technologies. We've organized plants using data scientists, data analysts, making it possible to use digital technologies at its best. Well, thank you. That sounds very exciting. It would be lovely to discuss solutions for hours on end, but there will be other opportunities. With La Tribune magazine, we will have other opportunities. Thank you.
bonjour, merci, merci d'être aussi nombreux.
So, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us. Now, we are at the Zero Carbon Forum. As we all know, our continent is a key region when it comes to the environmental transition and the implementation of the Paris Agreement. And mayors are extremely mobilized and they are taking part in this forum. We are at a turning point. So, just before COP26, we want to act as role models, and we want to talk about the new Green Deal and see how we can take part in it in an active fashion. Several guests are with us today, mayors, European players. We are going to welcome Mrs. Laurence Tubiana, who is with me on stage. I would like to thank her for being here today. I also like to welcome Pascal Canfin, Dario Nardella, Peter Kurz, and Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski. When we talk about this new Green New Deal, we need to talk about the main issues, the main challenges surrounding this Green New Deal. And I will ask Pascal Canfin to speak first. Are you online, Mr. Canfin? Are you with us? So he is not there yet. In which case, we will begin with the mayors of the various European cities. I will ask the question to them first, and then we will listen to Pascal Canfin afterwards. Mr. Dario Nardella, the mayor of Florence, are you with us? Dario, you're a French-speaking person, and you like France. We're very happy to welcome you. Thank you for being with us today. You've been the president of Eurocities for a few weeks now. What is your stand on the Green New Deal? Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleague, dear colleagues. First, I would like to warm-heartedly thank you because you trust me as the mayor of Florence and the president of Eurocities. I would like to thank the mayor of Paris, Mrs. Hidalgo. And I must say that the cities and regions on our continent have already worked on biodiversity with the local climate and energy action plans that were developed by the mayors. We also work on a circular development, circular economy, and we also want to decrease air pollution and make sure that people have a good quality of life in our cities. Mr. Trantara, the president of La Tribune, said it is the victory of proximity. Solutions are provided in the cities and in the regions. In my capacity as president of Eurocities, I would like to say a few words to that effect and answer your question. The European Union has always been involved in the fight against climate change. In 2008, we were designing the first phase in order to mitigate climate change in Europe. With this new European Green Deal that was proposed by the EU Commission a year ago, in line with the Paris Agreement, is turning the EU into the first continent that will really act against climate change. When it comes to achieving ambitious climate objectives, we need to understand that everyone is involved. 64% of the mayors of the major cities are already involved in this fight, and some cities have even decided to move even faster. We believe that the efforts made by the signatories to the Covenant of Mayors in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 28%. In Florence, we have made great achievements and reduced polluting emissions. Our objective was 23% by 2020, and we have achieved 34%. The next goal will be a reduction of 60% by 2030, and we want to reach carbon neutrality by 2040. Now, at the European level, cities and municipalities can do a lot. I would like to add also that they cannot act in isolation. And if actions were to be postponed, this would have a disproportionate negative impact on our societies. So that we can truly implement the Paris Agreement and decarbonize our world, municipalities need good frameworks at the local, regional, and national and international level. The discussions that are taking place in Brussels right now are indispensable in order to achieve the long-term Paris goal. The mission statement of the European Union has to be adopted, and we need to make sure that the renewed or reviewed NDCs are provided before COP26. At Eurocities, we ask for a further reduction of CO2 emissions in the EU, at least 60% by 2030. We are convinced that this is the only way for Europe to be on the right trajectory. I am very pleased with the agreement that was reached by the 27 EU members today regarding the revision of the climate objectives, 55% by 2030. All the European recovery plans have to build upon those objectives. For that reason, we, as municipalities, want to reassert our ambition to maintain a global warming below 1.5 degrees, in line with the Paris Agreement. We cannot afford to invest money into a recovery plan that wouldn't be in line with our climate objectives. It is of utmost importance that the monies involved or invested will really support and accelerate the transformation towards this better situation. In order to achieve this, we have to make sure that we all sit at the table and are able to play our share, do our share, and play a role in those negotiations. It all goes beyond pure urban policies. It is about developing transnational networks, and mayors are a key element in this regard. The fight against climate change will only be successful if cities are involved. They have to make sure that the process can be implemented at the local level. With the current pandemic, cities have to play a major role in the recovery plans. We talked about this with Mayor Tsarkovsky, for example, and it is important that this is recognized, not only in the implementation phase of the projects. This also has to be the case in the planning phase. To give you an example, 30% of the EU budget is allocated to the common agriculture policy. But we don't have any similar financial instrument for a common urban policy. So maybe Europe has to act as a leader here, and its citizens will help the EU achieve those objectives. Well, thank you indeed. That was very clear. Grazie mille. thank you very much for those very clear and wise words. Now we'll move on to Warsaw and give the floor to the mayor of that city, Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski. You were one of the main actors in those meetings within the Eurocities network that you're very familiar with. You were also a former minister, a scholar, a candidate to the presidential elections. You are a true European citizen. You speak 6 languages. So today, can you please explain why this Green Deal is important and how it would allow to find historically green projects in European cities? Rafał, thank you for being with us today. I will hand over the floor to you. So, good afternoon. I was told to speak English. Incredible, and I have all my notes in English. So, first, I would like to thank everyone for having invited me and given me the opportunity to speak about those very important topics, but I will continue in English because all my notes are in English.
I wanted to first of all thank you, Hermano. Muito obrigado, and of course as well the mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, that we have this fantastic opportunity to actually to talk about climate change and one of the most important challenges that is before us on a day of miracle. We have a day of miracle today. I don't know whether you realized, because my crazy government decided at the same time not to veto the budget and to agree on quite ambitious targets when it comes to the reduction of the emissions. So we are really in a very jubilant mood in Poland today because the Conservatives decided to back off, which is always good to see the populists actually agreeing with reality. But it is 5 years from COP21, and we are getting even more ambitious in Europe. 55% target in the European Union. We cities are ambitious as well. You know, we want to be carbon neutral by 2050. Some of the cities, especially in the Scandinavian countries, are even more ambitious. I've just talked to my friends in Finland. They want to do it by 2035. So there's quite a lot of work before us. The most important thing, guys, is that, you know, we are in a difficult position because, of course, we are now all focusing on fighting COVID-19. And the important thing is that we need to do 2 things at the same time. We need to address the recovery, and at the same time, we need to meet our priorities when it comes to fighting the climate catastrophe. And we need to do them simultaneously. And I'm very happy that that's exactly the position of the European institutions. Because if we want to use this opportunity, and of course every crisis, to use a cliche, is an opportunity, we need to invest in green solutions in times of distress. And when there's going to be billions of euros on the table, we need to do everything that we can in order to invest that money wisely and actually help us to be innovative, help us to meet the priorities, help improve the quality of life, the quality of the air in our cities, but most importantly, save the planet. And there are not that many days in politicians' life that we can actually address all of those very important things at the same time. And that's why I think we are so very much excited. Now, you cannot do it without the cities. That's what I say to all my friends in Europe. That's what I also try to say my government, which obviously tries to divide the European money according to political criteria. You cannot do it without the cities. Because of course, you know, structural funds are all about supporting the poor regions. But if we really are serious about meeting those very ambitious deadlines and very ambitious thresholds that we set for ourselves, we need to do it within the cities. And we are very much serious about it in Warsaw. Warsaw alone emits 10 million tons of CO2 and other green gas to atmosphere. And of course, you know, this is the environmental cost that we need to actually build the city's infrastructure and transport, but we feel responsible, and that's why we need to address that. We've done it in Warsaw, massive investments in zero emission public transportation, new metro stations, hundreds of new trams. We are also phasing out the use of coal stoves by 2023. We are investing in greenery. We're also, checking out what other cities are doing. We're watching Paris quite closely, and we are introducing the zero emission zone in the center of the city. We want to be ambitious, and that's what we're going to do. Now, the only problem is that, we are dependent on the national governments when it comes to the energy mix. So we got to push them hard as well, so that, they deliver, and then we can be even more ambitious than that. I mean, Warsaw was the only city so far in Poland which declared to be neutral by 2050. And we would love to be even more ambitious than that, but of course, we are too much dependent on the energy mix, which is set by the government. We cannot lose the people at the same time. We need to talk to them. We need to actually build this awareness, because, all the young people, my daughter, my son, they all know it, but the people who are older, my generation and older, they need to have that awareness in order to actually join in that fight. And now the last argument I want to make, and I make it as a mayor of Warsaw, but also as the rapporteur of the Committee of the Regions. We need direct financing, and we need some supranational European programs, because we talk about targets, thresholds, we got excited, but people do not really understand what it is all about. Now, if the European Union, the European Commission sets some European standards and some European programs, such as, for example, let's take all the diesel-powered buses from the streets of our cities in 5 or 7 years, and then realizes them directly with the regions, directly with the cities, then we can really show palpable results immediately. And it will also allow us to get out of the schizophrenic situation in which a given government can be penalized for breaking the rule of law, and we're not penalizing the people, we're not penalizing the regions, we're not penalizing the hard-working mayors. And that's a great solution for us within the future. That's what we got to work on. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour cette
Just perfect, Raphaël. Just perfect. Merci énormément. Direct aux régions, direct aux villes dans cette stratégie. Merci, Raphaël. Au revoir et à très bientôt. Dans cette stratégie des villes, nous avons le maire de Mannheim, Peter Kurz, qui a été l'initiateur d'une stratégie verte très
green
forte.
strategy, a very powerful green strategy. He signed the Mannheim Declaration that calls the European Green Deal to support local green deals. I will hand over the floor to Mr. Kurz.
The floor is yours.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez Rivo, and excusez-moi que je parle anglais. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and participants. Let me start by thanking you, and especially Mayor Anne Hidalgo, for the opportunity to speak at such an important event. We find ourselves in unsettling times, and I think that it is important that we do not lose sight of the significant roadmap that the Paris climate agreement laid out 5 years ago, and that we continue to focus on the greatest challenge of our time. The current European Commission has a mandate until 2027, which gives the European Green Deal just 7 years to make a difference, not only in Europe, but also on a global scale. Therefore, the EU Green Deal has to go beyond the standard EU approaches to policy implementation. It needs to become a horizontally and vertically integrated transformation strategy. Today, more than ever, we know that sustainable cities have to be our ultimate goal. We must create a sustainable economy and society, and cities must undergo a transformative process without social disruption. This is an unprecedented task. Cities are the places where the ecological, economic, social, and cultural dimension of sustainability come together in a dynamic way. Cities that are well designed and well managed will reduce poverty, protect citizens from the effects of climate change, and boost sustainable economic growth. The EU Green Deal needs a local component to create resonance and ownership among European societies. Therefore, we need local Green Deals also. A large number of European cities have already developed strategies and plans to address the policy areas of the European Green Deal, and we have heard about this. This is also why many cities and city associations adopted the Mannheim message in October 2020, calling upon European and local decision makers to implement the core systemic changes and key policy shifts needed to bring about transformation for a resilient, inclusive and sustainable Europe, and proposing to establish and promote local Green Deals. In terms of a real multi-level governance, these local Green Deals have to be part of the European and the national agendas. The decisive role of the local level has to be recognized. Dear colleagues, we have the potential to establish more than 80,000 local Green Deals in Europe's cities and towns. Local and regional authorities implement 70% of EU legislation, 70% of climate mitigation, and 90% of climate adaptation measures, as well as 65% of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. These local Green Deals will go beyond just a plan and the usual action planning approach. Local governments will have to get local businesses, stakeholders, organizations, and civil society initiatives on board. They will have to build their local Green Deals strategically around the 9 policy areas of the EU Green Deal in a joint implementation process. Together with national government institutions, they can add components to their deal, giving them room to experiment outside current legal framework conditions and to pioneer solutions. Through this, the Mannheim message becomes the Mannheim process. It is clear that in times when we have to rigorously defend the Paris Climate Agreement, the European Union has an obligation to consistently wave the flag of scientific facts and to be a driving force on a global scale. European cities must do the same. We cannot wait on others to do so. And so I want to invite to join our Mannheim message. It's a process of fundamental change and to which we are committed. And so thank you again for having me, and stay safe.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your commitment also. C'est le moment de passer la parole à Pascal
It's time to hand over the floor to Mr. Pascal Canfin, who is with us now. You're a European MP and also General Director of the WWF. You have the floor, Mr. Canfin. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, we can indeed. Hello, I will be speaking French. Will be a nice change for me. Thank you for having invited me. If I may, I would like to say a few words about the European dimension. I think it was mentioned on several occasions by the previous mayors. Nowadays in Europe, we are seeing something that we have never experienced before, be it in Europe or elsewhere in the world. At the European level, we are currently launching a deep transformation, a multi-dimensional transformation of our public policies, be it finance, energy, transport, housing, agriculture. European policies are undergoing a major transformation. To give you an example, maybe the latest example, well, 2 examples actually today, where you have the climate agreement. We're going to increase the commitment minus 50%, and we're going to increase that decrease and reach 50%. And at the EU Parliament, we are even willing to go beyond this and move to 60%. So in the future discussions, 50% will be the minimum target. And this is going to deeply transform our societies. Let me give you a concrete example so that you understand things better. What minus 55% would mean. In June 2021, a European bill, will be tabled by the EU Commission. And this is of utmost interest to you. It will be impossible to sell vehicles that are non-electrical nor hybrid vehicles after 2035, because the CO2 standards that are the consequence of those increased ambitions, the CO2 standards are going to be so harsh, so strict, that only hybrid and electrical vehicles will be able to meet those standards, which means that we are planning the decommissioning, the end of diesel and petrol-fueled cars in Europe. Another example is that of the budget. The Mayor of Warsaw reminded us of this early on. Poland could have vetoed two decisions, either the budget or the climate, and there was no veto, and I'm very pleased about it. We're talking about 1,000 billion euros for the European budget and 700 million euros for the recovery plan. We're talking about huge sums of money. We are going to be fully in line with the Paris Agreement. 40% of the recovery plan, so between 37 and 40% of the recovery plan, will have to be aimed at programs that are good for the climate. And you're going to say that if the 60 remaining % are invested into programs that are harmful for climate, then there is no point. So the sound was interrupted, but we are going to apply the rule to all our expenses. Well, thank you very much, Pascal. I will now give the floor to Laurence Toubiana. Thank you very much for being with us. You were an ambassador. You represented France at COP21. So what about those statements? What is your reaction? What is going on right now in Europe is something that is essential. It is essential for Europe, it is essential for our union, but it is also essential for the world. The Green Deal that is going to transform our economy and that impacts all the industries cannot be done unilaterally. We're not talking about EU directives that will simply be imposed on everyone. It will only become true if the cities design and implement their own respective Green Deals, the one that they want to have, the one that they need. And I would like to insist on this. We need a network of mayors, and this is my first proposal, and it is very consistent with what I've heard, listening to the mayors from Florence, Mannheim and Warsaw. We want to have a network of European mayors who are extremely active. The Green Deal is something that they have to take part in also. They have to design it. The discussions in Brussels shouldn't only be discussions amongst representatives in Brussels. You have to speak out. You have to express your needs. And you have to make sure that the recovery plan, for example, has this environmental dimension. So more than ever, we need an active network of mayors. It's not just about exchanging best practices or comforting one another. You really have to speak out. You have to make yourselves heard at the level of the EU institutions so that we have a better plan eventually. This is why we need a European platform, and I really ask you to create this platform. Also, you are always talking when your citizens know, though, to understand what they want to achieve and how they want to get there. And I believe that you really have an essential role to play here. One word about the Green Deal. Well, the Green Deal is really a great thing. It's even greater if it takes all European citizens on board. And there is also this notion of having a deliberative democracy, citizen involvement. You cannot have a profound change take place in society if citizens are not involved. And I'm sure you are the ones who are best positioned to do this. And this Green Deal, the Mayor of Warsaw said we had to do both at the same time, the recovery, the fight against COVID and the Green Deal. And that's the reason why social justice really has to be at the heart of those Green Deals. And I think that we don't hear that word often enough, because we have to operate a transition at the European level, but also at the national and local levels. Social justice is of the essence here, and so that citizens really want to change also.
The third thing is that mayors cannot act alone. It seems to me that we've reached a turning point I think it's even a break point where there are economic sectors that are trying to play for time and give themselves another 10 to 20 years before they have to change. And on the other hand, we have this platform of mayors that want to press ahead, want to reach carbon neutrality sooner and more fairly, and have found interested partners in business and are quite resolute in their commitment. Next year in Glasgow, the mayors will have to be present alongside government representatives and make themselves heard every bit as loudly. This transformation on the ground, this genuine transformation, this material transformation has got to make itself heard. These plans for transformation have got to make themselves heard on the international level. Thank you very kindly, Madam. Thank you for the European Foundation's unstinting efforts. I'd like to thank all of our panelists. All of you have confirmed that this is indeed a historic moment, and the cities of Europe are in the midst of this historic period of change. We will be preparing the Conference of the Parties 26 with a great deal of zeal. We will now hear Laurent Fabius, the former chairman of the Conference of the Parties 21. Thank you all very kindly.
Bonjour à tous, vous êtes
Good afternoon. There are more and more of you logged on to the Zero Carbon Forum here in the Paris City Hall. Please welcome Mr. Laurent Fabius, former chairman of the 21st Conference of the Parties. Good afternoon. I'm going to call on Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, to join me for a very lengthy ceremony, during which I'm going to bestow the facsimile of a small gavel, which everyone noticed at the COP21, because it's a perfect replica of the gavel I used to pound on the lectern to announce that the Paris Agreement had been carried. And given Anne's significant efforts, I believe she is the rightful heir to this gavel. She's an extraordinary ambassador for the climate. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't be pounding on any person, but I will certainly be making this gavel heard to ensure that we can pursue this hard work. I'd like to thank you very kindly for your very hard work. Right, a round of applause. Thank you. I was allowed a free choice of subjects this afternoon, which is generous. I will spend 5 or 6 minutes discussing 2 topics. The first will be where things stand regarding the enforcement of the Paris Agreement, and secondly, where the cities stand in this COP21 landscape. When France applied to host the conference, we were chosen, and we were greatly aided in this task by the fact that we were the only ones to apply to host that conference, and there was good reason for that. There was disbelief that the conference could succeed. I was Minister of Foreign Affairs at the time, and we did a very good job convincing people so that on December 12th of 2015, all of the countries of the world, all of them, without exception, voted for the Paris Agreement. Had there been only one vote against it, there would have been no agreement. It had to be unanimous, or it could not come into existence. It's become, it has set the standard for legislation in this regard. It is constantly quoted, and the agreement refers to the theme of net zero, carbon neutrality. How did we succeed? How did we carry this off? Because there were 3 planets in alignment. The scientific planet, the IPCC, it was, and since 2015, the scientific community has continued to work very hard on researching these matters, and this is critical. They are the ones who give credibility to the threat of global warming, not to mention one famous American exception. Everyone now recognizes that the planet is warming and that this is due to the greenhouse gases that we have been releasing into the atmosphere. So that was one planet that was aligned. The second planet that was in alignment was the civil society, cities, regional governments, the business community, and I was chatting with business leaders just a few moments ago, youth, NGOs were all mobilized. And since 2015, they have continued to work hard, perhaps not everywhere and not with the same energy, but most business leaders understand that there is a moral necessity to move away from fossil fuels and turn to renewable sources of energy, and that it was also in their financial and economic interests as well as in the interests of their employees. So 2015 marks the start of a period of continuous involvement and improvement. And the third planet that came into alignment was the planet of governments. And that was a rubbing point. In 2015, we were able to convince all of the governments of the world, and I traveled 40,000 kilometers a month, which was terrible for my carbon footprint, but I had to cover that many kilometers to convince everyone. I toured the world to convince the leaders of the world to sign. When China supported the preparation of the conference, that was extraordinarily helpful. When Obama's government supported us, when European governments, when India and ultimately all the other countries came out in favor of the conference, this was a very powerful surge. But since then, we have lost ground, as several countries that were unenthusiastic at best, some oil-rich countries, among others, signed unenthusiastically 1 to 1.5 degrees of a temperature rise at most, means that coal has got to be done away with. Oil should be left underground, and this is unpalatable, obviously, if you derive your living from the sale of oil. And when the U.S. left the game, this sent a powerful and very negative signal to the doubters, so that we haven't done as well as we had hoped since 2015. For the last few weeks, there has been renewed hope that the wind may start blowing in the right direction. The new Chinese president has committed to the zero net goal, zero emissions. The Japanese Prime Minister as well. South African President, our UK friends, leadership of Europe just a few hours ago, and with the election of Joe Biden, whose positions are very different from those of his predecessor, seems to signal that the U.S. will come round to our position. So things are changing. There is hope. In this new context, we are preparing for next year's Conference of the Parties in Glasgow, which will be addressing some very practical matters to implement in full the Paris Agreement. That was my first point. My second point, and I will be briefer, has to do with the critical role that cities and regional governments can play in this process. As we've heard throughout the proceedings, cities are where greenhouse gases arise, and decarbonization can make a difference. Heating, urban transportation, if they are designed properly, can help us reach our goal. And Anne Hidalgo has a perfect understanding of this. In her capacity as one of the leaders of French-speaking cities, she is uniquely placed to help us succeed. I will conclude by saying that internationally, there are new directions in which we need to strike out. For instance, as we've seen in recent weeks, there are 3 goals. The net zero target by 2050. That's one deadline. And then the defined national contributions, also set for 2030 deadline. And then the recovery plans, which must be of the green variety, or they will be of little use to us. So those are deadlines that we've set for ourselves, and they have to coincide with the deadlines set for the themselves by cities. Cities and state governments must align their goals and join forces and make objective audits. All of this must be the fruit of a joint effort, must be a co-construction effort. At conferences of the parties, cities are always invited, but their responsibility is such that I believe we will never succeed internationally if we do not completely tie in very closely cities and businesses and the civil society as we work. We must harness their energy and their commitment and their purposefulness. We are heading for over a 3-degree increase, whereas before the COP it was on the order of 5 to 6. So we are better positioned, but we will have to come down further in order to reach the goal of coming in under 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. Much remains to be done. This is the responsibility of state governments in part. It's in part the responsibility of city governments. It is also in part the responsibility of the business community, but it is our shared responsibility to implement in full and worldwide and practically on the ground the provisions of the agreement that it was my honor to push through. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Arnaud Gatcha, Deputy Mayor of Paris, responsible for international relations and Francophonie. I am thrilled to moderate this very last panel discussion of this exciting day focused on concrete solutions to end climate change. Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis, nous arrivons à la fin de cette journée d'échanges passionnants.
This exciting forum is nearing its close. We have discussed the initiatives of different players who are becoming involved for the future of the planet. We've talked about what cities have implemented as part of the Paris Agreement. This final panel discussion will be resolutely forward-looking. The future is very near. This future should, in fact, have been our present in the sense that the 26th conference of the parties should have been held in Glasgow a few days ago and had to be postponed for 1 year because of the health crisis. At the 26th edition of the COP, the states will be invited to present their roadmaps regarding their ambitions for the climate and their contributions to the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Adaptation, resilience, climate financing challenges, biodiversity challenges, energy challenges, and transportation challenges will all be at the heart of our discussions. We have discussed these very topics at great length today because they have been our guide as cities took action. Last March, Mark Sharma took the floor to say, as the future chairman of the COP, recalled that we should decentralize our efforts, saying that it was the UK and Italy's responsibility as co-hosts to work in close cooperation with cities, with regions, and citizens. The Glasgow Summit, as we're well aware, will be decisive. And it is very encouraging that John Kerry will be sent to the meeting to represent the next President of the United States, Mr. Joe Biden. We're looking forward to the return of our American friends as we fight against climate change. Local governments have been working hard to fight global warming through networks set up at their local level. We're going to hear from Emilia Sayes, General Secretary of ULCG, who's played a critical role alongside its partners, ICLEI and C40, to make themselves heard. We will also be hearing Frank County, Mayor of Des Moines, Iowa, and recently elected President of ICLEI, National Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. In world governance, NGOs have a critical role to play as part of the international community. As we've heard today, they have been keeping watch over developments, have been informing us, and been acting on the ground. We will be hearing Zoé Lavocat from Action Climate Network from the French branch. Cities that host COP meetings can play a critical role, and Glasgow will be the next one to standard bearer, and we will be hearing Ms. Susan Aitken, leader of the Glasgow City Council, who can report on developments there. I will ask Emilia to kick off. My question to you is very simple, Emilia. What is the role of local governments in the initiatives to fight against global warming, please?
Thank you very much, Arnaud, and I'm really sorry I'm not with you in Paris, but we are all living throughout this day with the same spirit that we went through 5 years ago. A lot has happened in these 5 years. It's not perfect, and I'm sure that Frank, Susan, Christiana, and so are going to expand on that. But the role that we play is very, very critical, you know, not only because of the powerful commitments that we are putting through, like in the declaration, in the Paris Declaration, that so many leaders are signing off today. And not only because we are ready to reduce carbon emissions and to use energy in a different way. We have a critical role to play in changing the mindset of the communities. We will need to go through transformations that imply communities embracing the changes. We will need to consume differently. We will need to produce differently. The way that we work, the way that we learn, everything will need to be changed. The good thing is that in this incredible trying time of the pandemic, we have seen that there are things that are possible in a scale and manner that we didn't realize before. And the role of local governments, beyond the many good examples that have been given throughout today, is to make sure that that mind shift happens and that it happens with the full participation of the communities. The ecological transformation needs to be embraced by the people. And for me, that is one of the critical issues that we need to bring to the international agenda beyond the very concrete examples that we are hearing from the mayors around the world. And that's the role that I see for United Cities and local governments. You know, we have over 250,000 mayors now around the world, and not all of them have the capacity or the vision that you enjoy in Paris or in some of the other cities. We need to bring them with us, and the only way to do that is with the communities.
Thank you very much, dear Emilia, and thank you for your energy. Monsieur le maire de la ville de Des Moines,
Mr. Frank Conley, Mayor of Des Moines. You were recently elected chairman of the Executive Committee of ICLEI. What will your organization's priorities be, sir? What will you bring to the COP26 negotiations?
Bonsoir, merci beaucoup de nous avoir invités déjà. En tant que ONG,
someone else has taken the floor. Thank you for inviting us. We really have to agree on how we see the future of the fight against climate change. First of all, we have to prepare for a succession, pave the way for the next generation. The countries of the North have got to make a renewed commitment and a more ambitious commitment. 80% of greenhouse gas emissions are produced by countries that are members of the G20. So we have to be more ambitious. And we have to be transparent as we work to meet the commitments that we've made. And we have to leave no one behind, act inclusively, include representatives of civil society, and make sure that all the stakeholders have a say. The fact that COP26 was postponed because of the pandemic is in no way a sign that things have ground to a halt. Quite the opposite. International negotiations have continued, and local governments have continued to work. We've identified 4 key challenges at ULCG if the Paris Agreement is to be successfully implemented. The first challenge is monitoring and transparency. Local governments act, they have the ability to act to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This requires monitoring in order to enlist the support of our citizens and also in order to adjust our policies as we go. The transparency must be a transparency in coalition forming. Local governments have formed coalitions, which are a very good thing, but there were some significant commitments made back in 2015, commitments to 100% renewable energy by 2050, a decrease in the greenhouse gas emissions of 80%. Well, how far have we come? How much further must we go to reach these goals? That's what I mean by monitoring and transparency. The next challenge that we've identified as an NGO is that we, as I say, need to be more ambitious. We've heard this repeatedly. Local authorities have got to be given the means to act because there are social justice goals. The territorial authorities have got to act responsibly. Western cities are heavy emitters of greenhouse gases. I don't have the figures, but the 10 biggest French cities release a great amount of greenhouse gases. A huge challenge in our local territories, but internationally as well, and everyone has got to shoulder their responsibilities. And this applies to state governments as well. They made a commitment to spend $100 billion to support developing countries. How far have we got? We need to support the adaptation project. The last challenge that I will mention is how to co-build, how to locally co-build hand in hand with our citizens and with local players. Why act with them? Well, simply because they can contribute solutions, but also because they are the ones who will bear the brunt of climate change.
So the real challenge is to be able to work with all these people to arrive at a more equitable, a better adapted society, but a more sustainable one as well. And by the way, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. The last big challenge, and we saw that today, is of course the COVID crisis, because that has forced us to recognize that all the networks are interdependent. Now, the reason we have a connection between the COVID crisis, the social crisis, the economic crisis, and that it is proof, if proof were needed, that you cannot work in silos. Everything's got to be cross-cutting. And so when you work on a local scale, on a national scale, on the international scale, of course, you should be able to reduce inequalities. You should be able to create employment, to create jobs, to improve living standards, the quality, air quality. All these things are cross-cutting. So that is how things work. Thank you. Well, thank you, Zoe Lavocat, for this statement. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to the mayor of Des Moines, Illinois, Mr. Frank County. You have just been elected the chairman of ICLEI. So what is it your organization will do in preparation running up to COP26?
Good morning, everyone. I am proud to be here to represent ICLEI as the interim president of our Global Executive Committee. As a little background, ICLEI was established in 1990 as a contribution to the 92 Earth Summit. ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, is a global network of more than 1,750 local and regional governments committed to sustainable urban development. Active in over 100 countries, we influence sustainability policy and drive local action for low emission, nature-based, equitable and resilient and circular development. At the Earth Summit in 1992, 9 stakeholder groups were identified, including local authorities, and they were designated as essential partners in society for the implementation of global sustainability agenda. The local government and municipal authorities, LGMA constituency, has represented local and regional governments at the process under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, since the first conference of the parties, COP, in '95. Local Governments for Sustainability acts as the LGMA focal point since its inception in 1995. In this regard, ICLEI coordinates our inputs to the negotiations, established relations with the Secretariat and parties, and support the organization of local and regional leaders, summit, and other events at the UNFCCC arena. One of the key witnesses of the global climate change regime in its first 20 years was neither the UNFCCC nor the Kyoto Protocol, as they did recognize any role for cities and regions. They did not. So building on decades of solid progress on local government action and committed advocacy and networks of the cities and regions. Paris Agreement in its preamble paragraph recognized the importance of the engagement of all levels of government. Cities and regions were committed to act on a climate even before the Paris Agreement, but these were all voluntary and were not taken into account neither at the national or the global arena. Starting with a Paris Agreement, cities and regions became a core partner of the global climate regime. This recognition comes with new and serious responsibilities for those of us at that level. Now enshrined in the Paris Agreement, cities and regions honor and were honor bound to deliver on it as well. Because of this responsibility, the climate neutrality goal and that 1.5 degrees Celsius vision of the Paris Agreement should be part and parcel of all of our local and regional plans as well. Starting with the Paris Agreement, success or failure of the climate efforts also relies on the shoulders of mayors, councilors, governors, and all officials of the cities and regions around this globe. So ahead of Paris, less than 500 cities and regions were acting on climate mitigation and adaptation, according to our ICLEI registry. Here we are 5 years later, November of 2020, there exists more than 1,000 cities and regions in the world, including 300 plus that have declared climate emergency. 500 plus have adopted a climate neutrality target. 300 plus are transitioning to 100% renewables, and 65 are even divesting from fossil fuel investments. 5 years ago in Paris, none of these commitments were even a part of the debate, but at the same time, more and more cities across the world are experiencing new and unprecedented scale climate disasters ranging from wildfires and floods, hurricanes to droughts. And 5 years ago, ministers and leaders were talking about climate because of their legal and diplomatic necessities. Now, every election, every investment, every city hall discussion is linked to climate. Cities now have a global fund that supports their efforts with public and private investors, and ICLEI's projects facilitate and tap the program, and has more than 60 projects in the pipeline for an investment volume of over 2.5 billion euros. In the US, the Paris Agreement calls for integrated, holistic, and balanced climate approaches linked to sustainable development and education. ICLEI USA provides comprehensive support to its network and is tracking over 233 local government commitments towards an equitable transition to end the reliance on fossil fuels while acting swiftly to address climate adaptation. Aligned with the agreement's acknowledgement that action should follow science, ICLEI USA's database and science-driven targets and actions has grown to more than 2,000 examples from hundreds of US local and regional governments. ICLEI USA took its first ever people's delegation to COP23 to demonstrate the commitment of the US citizens, particularly youth, and their quest to hold local, national, international leaders accountable to address the climate crisis. And with and without national action, U.S. local and regional governments have and will continue to demonstrate progress towards integrating jobs, justice, climate-friendly policies to drive a green economy from COVID-19. And we look forward to working with the incoming Biden administration. The success of COP26 depends on action at home, at the capitals, and before arriving in Glasgow. Let us be clear, none of the national climate plan, so-called NDCs, are compatible with the Paris Agreement because they were all prepared before the Paris Agreement. Therefore, the innovative spirit of the Paris Agreement, such as climate neutrality and that action, was not in place. Therefore, COP26 will be meaningful and successful only if each and every nation brings their new national plans and so-called NDCs with more ambition and more action. And this can only happen if nations engage their local and regional governments in the design and implementation of their NDCs. We've seen the success in Japan and Korea as they've engaged their local governments. And we are hopeful, and even the city of Bonn is committed to climate neutrality in 2035, 3 years before Germany's coal phase out. Glasgow, London, and Bristol, along with 40 other UK cities, committed to climate neutrality much earlier than national governments. Therefore, a 7-pillar multi-level action COP roadmap towards Glasgow starts by raising ambition, by ensuring thousands of cities and regions join the race to zero by 2050 by the latest and encouraging ambitious reductions by 2030. The second pillar is to increase examples like Japan and South Korea and Chile and Rwanda so that more countries include cities and regions in their NDCs. And third is to increase the access to finance, including divesting. Fourth pillar is to connect climate action, COVID-19 response recovery and redesign programs. And fifth is to connect climate to nature and circular economy. And sixth is to connect climate-friendly ministers such as urbanization, family, health, education, youth to the ministerial debates before and at COP26. And seventh, which is excellently introduced by Susan Aiken as the mayor of Glasgow and COP26 city host, is to connect climate action to climate justice and social equity. ICLEI is the focal point of the LGMA constituency in collaboration with Glasgow as the host city. Scottish government and the UK government, along with the high-level champions, is once again ready to facilitate our journey toward COP26 in Glasgow. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Franconi. Thanks for your visions. Et maintenant, nous allons accueillir Cristina Figueres.
We will give the floor to Cristina Figueres, who is the former Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello. Thank you very much. And thank you. Wonderful to be in contact with Paris again. Before I talk a little bit about moving forward into COP26, I just wanted to remind us all where we were 5 years ago. We were preparing COP21 on the heels of the terrorist attacks on Paris, the most terrible terrorist attacks that Paris has ever experienced. And Paris, France, and the world, in fact, were in complete shock. So first, my thanks, my true gratitude to the courage of Mayor Hidalgo, of Fabius, who was there with us, President Fabius, of President Macron, who was at the time, President Hollande, who was president at the time, for having the courage to go ahead with the Conference of the Parties under such extenuating circumstances. My gratitude also to every single delegate of 195 nations who had the courage to adopt into the Paris Agreement a target, a long-term target that frankly, 5 years ago was unthinkable, impossible. And that is the net zero by 2050. Today, we all speak about net zero by 2050. But 5 years ago, that long-term target was considered impossible because no one knew how we would be able to get there. Now, fast forward 5 years later, we are today celebrating what I would like to call the Paris effect. 5 years ago, not one single country had a net zero by 2050 commitment. Today, 60%, if not more, 63% of the global economy, as far as countries are concerned, have a net zero by 2050 commitment. That includes the EU, UK, China, Korea, Japan, Colombia, New Zealand, Chile, Costa Rica, and of course, now very recently, the United States. To just name a few, but actually tomorrow, at the official 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we will have over 100 countries that will adopt a net zero by 2050 target. Completely unthinkable 5 years ago. The Paris effect on national companies. The Paris on national governments. The Paris effect on companies. Today, we have more than 1,000 companies that have joined the race to zero and have committed to, again, to net zero by 2050. In fact, we have a growing number of companies that have committed to net zero by 2040, by 2030. We have a growing number of companies that have committed to being climate positive by 2030. So increasing, pulling the future into the present and increasing their own ambition. Cities, we used to be able to count how many cities had net zero commitments. 5 years ago, 0 cities. Today, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, kicking into the thousands of cities that have net zero commitments. And I must say, that is where it is precisely in cities where the Paris effect arrives at the doorstep of urban families. That is where it really makes a difference, because those cities that are decarbonizing will have better air, better transport, better energy generation, better waste management, everything to do with the well-being of the families and the individuals that live there. The Paris effect is such that while before Paris, we were on a global trajectory of anywhere between 4 to 5 degrees of temperature increase by the end of the century. Today, we have the report that says that we are now on a trajectory of 2.1 degrees. A marked difference from where we were just 5 years ago. Not where we need to be yet, which is to 1.5, but much, much better than we were. And my last point on data point on progress is that 5 years ago, we did not have any sectors in the global economy that were at cost parity with respect to the incumbent technologies. Today, 25% of the sectors focusing mainly on power generation because of the reduction of costs in renewable energy, 25% of our activity already has clean alternatives at cost parity to those incumbent activities that are based on fossil fuels. And even more exciting than that, the clear trajectory is that by 2030, 9 years from now, 75% of all of our economic activities will have cost parity clean alternatives. So what we need to understand is that we have done extraordinary progress with respect to where we were 5 years ago before the adoption of the Paris Agreement. However, with respect to what science says, we are still far behind. So much better than where we were in 2015, but still lacking in speed and scale with respect to what science says in order to protect the well-being of humans. That is why COP26 is so important, because we expect the Paris effect that has already had all the progress that I mentioned. We expect this Paris effect to continue to grow exponentially and to have increased nationally determined contributions, many of which will come tomorrow at the Ambition Summit, but many of which will continue to trickle in over next year and be made official at COP26. So we look forward to a very successful COP26 that will mark the Paris effect.
Thank you very much, Christina Figueres. Thank you very much. Madame la maire de Glasgow, Susan Aitken.
The mayor of Glasgow, Susan Aitken, will now complete this cycle of statements. In November 2021, COP26 will be hosted by Glasgow. This will be a highlight, all the more expected as preparation time was extended because of the COVID crisis. Madam Mayor, what are you expecting of these Glasgow talks? What message would you like to deliver to organizers and indeed the parties that you will be hosting? And indeed, what message would you like to convey to all citizens who will be watching these talks?
Merci, Arnaud. Thank you for that warm welcome, and to Mayor Hidalgo for inviting Glasgow here today to celebrate that powerful symbol of hope, the Paris Agreement. Glasgow's status as host for COP26 has thrust us to the forefront of global conversations on the critical importance of cities in the race to net zero. Scotland's ambitious net zero targets won't be delivered without the lead of its biggest city, its economic and innovation powerhouse, Glasgow. And that relationship between the national and the city is replicated across the world. We've heard from Mayor Cowney how individuals, cities and states progressed the aspirations of the Paris Agreement despite President Trump's removal of the US from the agreement. And I'm sure I speak for all of us when I say welcome back. No. In the 5 years since the role of cities and non-state actors in addressing the climate emergency was recognised in Paris, we have created the momentum, transforming aspirations into action to secure a safer, cleaner and more just future. And today we've heard how cities are delivering and seeking common cause. Harnessing that unity of purpose within the international family of cities has the potential to be one of the most significant contributors to the well-being and indeed the survival of our planet. Glasgow's privilege of hosting COP26 also comes with huge responsibility. That responsibility is to the visiting states, to delegates, activists and to our citizens that Glasgow hosts a successful event. It's a responsibility to Glasgow's residents that the ambitions and aspirations of COP are relevant to their everyday lives and challenges. And it's a responsibility to the leadership shown by our peer cities that their voices and the voices of their citizens are heard amid the international focus on nation states. So we will all take our place at Glasgow's table and grasp this opportunity to demonstrate our leadership on the climate emergency. For those of you who are unfamiliar with our city, Glasgow is an ideal location for COP26, and it's our imperfections which make us so. Our story is a familiar one, from the carbon intensity of our heavy industrial past to the low carbon and sustainable focus of the present. And as we accelerate our transition to net zero, we continue to contend with and learn from the legacies and scars of that past.
Dear Suzanne.
The journey to COP26, I've stressed that climate action and ambition must be a bit more than just targets. It must be made relevant to the life chances of citizens, to communities and to their cities. Climate change already has a disproportionate impact on the most marginalised in our societies. That's as true on a city scale as it is on a global one. So I'm delighted that the Glasgow message, I'm nearly finished, that climate justice and social justice are inseparable, is resonating with our peers.
Dear Suzanne, I'm sorry, I'm very sorry, but I need to stop our discussions. Thank you very, very much. And je vous remercie beaucoup. And so, a big thank you for your time and your statements. This brings to an end this day of discussion. We are looking forward to COP26, which will bring a new impetus to the fight against climate change and global warming. This will only happen only if governments work hand in hand, involving local authorities as well. Thank you.
Nous sommes toujours en direct.
We're still live from the Paris City Hall for this Zero Carbon Forum, and it is our pleasure to welcome Jean-Yves Le Drian, the French Foreign Minister, and Anne Hidalgo, the Mayor of Paris.
Madame la Maire.
Madame Mayor, dear Anne,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
pas plus qu'un seul État ne saurait lutter efficacement contre les dérèglements climatiques.
no single state could alone withstand climate change, and clearly states cannot fight climate change alone. And faced with such an urgent challenge, we need the energies and support of all, and that is why a multilateral approach has got to be an inclusive approach, bringing in all those who are willing to make things change, those things that will determine our common future, starting, of course, with global warming, which has been the challenge of the century. Since the historic agreement of 2015, cities have been valuable allies for states and central governments. At COP21, Madam Mayor and mayors of cities of the world gathered here in Paris to call upon states to take strong commitments, and their voices were heard. Since then, many cities have decided that the environmental transition should be a priority, and we're at the forefront not just of greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also to bring about innovative solutions to the first manifestations of climate change, roping in, as it were, civil society, but also the private sector. And we are, on this occasion, I should like to pay tribute to the work of C40 that mobilized under your stewardship. But I should also like to mention the fact that when the Trump administration announced its pullout from the Paris Agreement, many cities, many local authorities in America expressed themselves and indeed expressed their intention of continuing by our sides, and that is why we're still with you today, and we have to recognize the role that you have played in addressing the climate emergency. And I would like to thank you all, especially all those cities in America that decided to pursue their commitment. But elected officials around the world have understood that by protecting the planet, you protect the planet's inhabitants. Mankind, after all, cannot expect to survive healthily if the world has run out of air, and if the world runs out of air, if we become a breathless economy, there's no way we can prosper. And the recent development, especially with the COVID crisis, is a cruel reminder of that fact. For the past few years, we've had an effective multilateral system, but what we want to have now is a new form of multilateralism, something more effective, something more pragmatic. And for the past few years, we've been doing just that. We've been involving civil society, local authorities. We've been involving all stakeholders to bring about a new momentum in the multilateral system, just as we did during COP21. France has always been in favor of the involvement of non-state players in climate talks. This could be towns, local authorities, NGOs, investors, even private individuals. Everybody can make a difference. Everybody should be encouraged to make a difference, and that is why the French Foreign Office is very much in support of partnerships between French local authorities and their foreign partners around the world. But of course, we're not trying to sort of withdraw from our own responsibilities, and states have signed up to the COP21. As many as 196 states have shown their commitment to reach these objectives, and there are three major challenges. containing global warming, adapting to climate change, and ensuring that financial flows are capable of addressing this. But of course, the Paris Agreement remains, as it were, our compass. We have a long way to go before we can reach the objectives set by IPCC. But France, and this is the second message I would like to convey here, France intends to play its full role. Internationally, of course, we have a legal framework, and in France we have the Act on Energy and Climate, which commits France to carbon neutrality. And indeed, this year, France has had its climate assembly with 140 proposals that has been submitted to the French President, and now a bill is before Parliament. But of course, France wants to play its role in Europe and indeed around the world. In Europe first, because we have a carbon neutral objective by 2050. We would like this, we want this objective to be met. We want to bring down emissions by 55% compared to 1990, and indeed, that was indeed officially recognized at the European Council after a night-long discussion. But of course, the European Union should become a champion in clean and renewable energies, and what is needed is in a carbon adjustment mechanism at the borders to preserve our own environmental integrity, but we want to make sure that addressing carbon leaks is a reality, and the signal we have to send is clear. Those who want to take advantage of the opportunities of the European market will have to accept the climate standards of the EU, or they will have to pay the price. And access to the European market must be granted on the basis of such commitments. And this is why we believe that environmental standards and commitment to the Paris Agreement should underlie all commercial agreements with the European Union. So, as you can see, we are ensure that Europe will be exemplary, that it will show the way. It will show the way in Glasgow. Europe will be a reference for the rest of the world. But of course, our commitment, climate commitment, can be seen on the international scene because we have decided to involve official development aid to grant ODA for climate projects, and we've been working hand in hand with our European partners, and this is what brought the success of COP21, that we will be taking concrete initiatives. This is the One Planet Summit that will be one next year. Planet International made it possible for us to have more cooperation with India. We are also working with Africa, preserving the forests of the Congo basin to preserve that natural resource. And so we are involved in that struggle. We will never let up. Now, mayors around the world are proof that new solutions can be implemented locally. Nonetheless, we have here a global challenge, a challenge which we can meet only through a full coordination with our international partners. Such is our conviction, such is our method, such indeed is my method. So I would like to thank Anne Hidalgo once again for organizing this day of discussions. Of course, this is a symbolic event. Tomorrow, 5 years to the day, it will be for us to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. Of course, we are trying to prepare for the Glasgow event for the COP26, and we must be up to our commitments, and that is why tomorrow afternoon there will be a summit for the climate ambition co-hosted by the French President and the General Secretary of the United Nations, the UK Prime Minister, in partnership with Chile and other countries where states will get a chance to express themselves. And so, dear friends, 5 years after COP21, we wanted this anniversary date to be first and foremost an opportunity to mobilize for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, Mr. Jean-Yves Le Drian, for those kind words. And thank you for taking part in this very important time. We're going to close this two-day event during which we listened to many experts, elected officials, companies, NGOs. And I would like to obviously thank La Tribune. Dear Jean-Christophe Tortora, I would like to thank you for having prepared this event together with us. Thank you for having given it so much importance. It was difficult to organize the event due to the current COVID situation. But now it's time for us to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, of COP21. It was something that we really had to do. It was close to our heart. I know that my friend, my brother, Eric Garcetti, is online with us, the mayor of Los Angeles. He is also the president of C40, and I have had the opportunity and the honor to chair the C40 during 3 years, and I would like to thank him.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. Et je suis vraiment très heureuse.
And I'm really happy to have the opportunity together with him and with Mr. Le Drian to be hosting this closing ceremony. Mr. Garcetti is now chairing over C40 with lots of energy and resolve. C40 is an organization that is very close to our heart. And 5 years ago, here in Paris, together with Eduardo Paes, who is now the mayor of Rio again, who was chairing C40 together with me, so together with Michael Bloomberg, Eric Garcetti, here in Paris, as you said, we had invited 1,000 mayors from all over the world in order to express our wish to act. It was a true call for action. 5 years on, and this was repeated several times during those 2 days, some progress has been made. And I would like to say that the progress achieved was achieved because of the various local governments that were involved, as you said, local governments in North America who were able to make up for the withdrawal from the Paris Agreement by the US government. So mayors were extremely active and present, and despite the fact that the US had withdrawn from the Paris Agreement, they remained really active and were able to have some great achievements, extraordinary achievements in some of the cities that were very much involved in the process. We had shared visions, we had shared actions in order to adapt our cities to climate change. It was also about making decisions regarding waste management solutions, the conservation of biodiversity, and we have also committed in all our cities to make sure that the fight against climate change would not leave anyone behind. It's important to fight for biodiversity and the climate, and we know that some populations are more vulnerable than others, and we have really tried to make sure that those people would be included also. NGOs have remained extremely mobilized also, and we also needed the support provided by the corporate world, and we saw this today. Many companies have also made a commitment because they have realized that in the future the planet will no longer be able to function using fossil fuels. We will have to consume less energy. We will have to make sure that the climate is an integral part of their decision-making process. And I'm referring to an industry that is undergoing a major change. It is the financial sector. I have mentioned this on several occurrences already, and we would like Paris to be the financial market for the green finance, and we're also making some commitments with major stakeholders to that regard. But in order to do this, you have to have a framework, an international framework. This is what we achieved with the Paris Agreement, but there were also many new pieces of legislation that were passed in order to make sure that this international legal framework would produce some mandatory rules that would apply to the decision makers. But we needed this international multilateral framework to have this come true. So, as this is a closing ceremony, but it's not, we're not really closing anything now. We are going to give the Paris Agreement a new momentum. And together with the mayors and with Eric Garcetti, we have decided to make a commitment, to commit towards the zero-emission target, the zero-carbon target. We are also going to measure how much progress we are making. Reporting is of the essence here if we really want to act and not only spread the word. We have to measure the positive outcome of all that we undertake in our cities and our regions. So this evening, today, we are going to table some new proposals. We're going to make some commitments on behalf of our cities in order to really live up to that challenge, which is to conserve our planet and give hope to our youth. And this is something that we have to do for them. We have to make room for our youth. Our youth is suffering because even more than we are, they are faced with that climate urgency, even more than we are, because they have to build their own future. Young people have to build a future, bearing in mind that there is no second planet and that we do not live in an infinite world. And young people also have to face this situation that we have now with the pandemic. So I am now going to hand over the floor to Eric Garcetti. I would like to thank Eric for the great work that he is achieving at the C40. So the mayors will be acting hand in hand until the Glasgow conference in order to really live up to the hopes of our citizens. We obviously want to be efficient and we want to act for the common good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello from the City of Angels.
Thank you. And it is wonderful to be with my friends in Paris, especially my dear sister, my sœur, and mi hermana. We speak a lot of Spanish to each other. It's our common language. But it is such a joy to be back in Paris with you. I so much wish I could be there in person in a year that has been full of so much pain and loss and suffering. But thank you, Mayor Hidalgo, for your courage, not just in the face of a pandemic, but a global crisis that was before 2020 and will last after 2020 in our climate crisis. And all that you do to push us to make our ambitions bigger in the race to zero. And let me add as well my thank you to Jean-Christophe Tortora and La Tribune for helping organize this event. I can't believe it's been 5 years since we were in Paris, standing with the power of the mayors that were on the steps of the Paris City Hall. It was one of the most moving and emotional experiences of my professional life, to see the entire world every village and town and city unified to meet the crisis of our life. And so much has happened since then. That experience is so vivid, the power of our commitment. I felt how significant and urgent it was. And most of all, I knew that we were the ones, cities around the world, who could make this promise real for the nations of this globe. Cities are where agreements signed by nations become action in our communities. Whether you're talking about the US-China Climate Leaders Summit in 2015, which was one of the largest agreements between nations or cities before Paris, or the C40 World Mayors Summit that was held a year later, where the Deadline 2020 program was launched, thanks in large part to the leadership of Mayor Hidalgo. Cities are now where more than half of the world's population lives, and cities account for more than 70% of global carbon dioxide emissions. We see the most devastating impacts of climate change, from fires in my city to floods in other ones. But it's also there where we're taking the aggressive action to turn the tide, where we can see not just the horror, but the hope as well. Our numbers speak for themselves. 54 C40 cities are on track to meet their Paris Agreement targets and to do their part to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. 54 cities, compared to just 2 countries right now who are on track, Morocco and the Gambia. So cities are leading, inspiring nations to catch up. And here's the thing, in the face of this global pandemic of COVID, in the face not just of a public health crisis, but an economic crisis, we're not slowing down. In fact, we are accelerating. We're doubling down on our values because we know it's the only way out of this moment. We're coming together, as we always do, to map out the steps, to be friends and friendly competitors, and who can do more to get there faster. Earlier this year, as the severity of the COVID pandemic became apparent, I created a C40 Global Mayors COVID-19 Recovery Task Force that Mayor Giuseppe Sala of Milan chaired. But we had representatives from every continent of the world. And its charge was to outline concrete steps forward for cities to rebuild and reimagine their economies in the wake of COVID-19. And the task force was crystal clear about one thing. Any national stimulus plan must be a green stimulus plan and based on the principles of our global Green New Deal. Because as we protect people's lives from COVID, we can save hundreds of thousands of lives from premature death by tackling air pollution. We can create 50 million global, good-paying green jobs. And we can save $1.4 billion in healthcare costs. And we can cut our greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. My friends, we have to act now, not in some distant shore or across an ocean, but where we live. It was Eleanor Roosevelt who once said that human rights there mean nothing if they don't mean something where we live, where we pray, where we study, where we work. And it's the same thing when it comes to global warming. There's no time to waste, and this decade will define human civilization, whether our children and grandchildren not only have a healthy Earth, but an equitable Earth and an economy that they have a place in. The stakes could not be higher. And I could not be more confident that cities will be at the front of the pack in 2021, setting the bar higher and higher. And thank you, Mayor Hidalgo, for welcoming America back after the election. Because I know our incoming president, one of the first acts he will take is to rejoin the Paris Agreement. But while America was withdrawing from that, 548 cities in 48 of our 50 states said, if our current president was getting out of Paris, we're getting in. So don't worry, we've been continuing. And next year when we gather in Glasgow, the mayors of at least 1,000 cities mirroring what we did in Paris City Hall, large and small, will commit to bold climate action, a Paris 2.0, if you will, to build a global movement made up of business and labor and youth leaders, forging a bright path forward inspiring nations to act with the same urgency that we feel in cities. You know, I began, and I'll close, looking back to 5 years ago, to that remarkable moment standing on the steps of Paris City Hall with hundreds of my colleagues from across the globe. I want to close by challenging you to imagine the future. Close your eyes and picture your city 5 and 10 years from now. Will your bus fleet be 100% electric? What percentage of power in your city will be carbon emitting, and what percentage will be carbon zero? How much of your waste will be diverted from landfills or recycled? How many kilometers of bike lanes will there be? How many new trees have you planted 5 years from now? And answering those questions can't start on the eve of COP31 5 years from now. It begins today, now, here. This is the time for transformational climate action. Now is the time to join C40 and the city's Race to Zero campaign and to help us recruit other cities in building a movement that will save our planet. Thank you, Foreign Minister, to the Mayor. Thank you to France for being an incredible leader in this movement. Thank you to the mayors of the world that are inspiring national leaders to be brave. And I know that we will accomplish the goals we have set out in the declaration that we are about to sign, and help secure this future that is defined by a healthy planet for ourselves, by our children and our grandchildren. After all, as the poet once wrote, a man or a woman's reach must always exceed their grasp. In other words, we reach for things we might not be able to hold. That is the history of humanity, that one generation does something for the next and the next. And the second line of that poem says, after all, what is a heaven for? And I would say, after all, why else are we here? Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo. Thank you to France. Thank you to my fellow mayors. And let's get the job done.
Merci au président du C40. Merci à Eric Garcetti, au maire de Los Angeles.
Thank you to the president of C40. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti, the mayor of Los Angeles. I would like now to ask Mrs. Hidalgo, Mr. Jean-Yves Le Drian to come and sign the Paris Declaration.
Annoncer la vidéo d'Emmanuel Macron.
Voilà, à ce stade, cette déclaration de Paris qui est signée. Merci au président du C40, à Eric Garcetti.
Hereby signed. Thank you, Mr. Eric Garcetti, for having joined us to sign the declaration. The Zero Carbon Forum will soon come to a close, and we'll now hear from Mr. Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. Dear Ministers, dear Anne, dear Mayor, dear Chairman of the C40. Dear friends, 5 years ago here in Paris, we welcomed representatives from the entire world to negotiate an international agreement on the climate, which was to mark history. And I would like to pay tribute here to my predecessor, François Hollande. I'd like to pay tribute to the minister who worked hard by his side, Fabius Ségolène Royal, and the entire team of negotiators. And there were many of them who mobilized and unstintingly worked to achieve this international success. We can be proud indeed of this agreement. Indeed, 5 years on, it is still entirely relevant, more than ever indeed, and represents a step forward for multilateralism, for science, and for solidarity in the face of the climate challenge. We need to regularly monitor the progress that we made on the road towards our common goal, which is to limit global warming and to keep it well under 2 degrees centigrade compared to the pre-industrial era. We are duty-bound to succeed, and we have a method with which we will do so. We have set an ambition out for ourselves. We've set our sights on a target that we have not yet reached. Today, Europe and France must continue to mobilize. We'd also laid out a legal framework. We want to see that climate justice is done. France has been playing its role. We have mobilized public funding to support the energy transition in developing countries. Last year, we hosted the Conference for the Reconstruction of the Green Fund, which doubled its capitalization. Private financing is critical as well to transform our economies in depth. And tomorrow, I will preside over a meeting of major players in this area. We have played our role. France has done its part in the area of financing. The French Development Agency is fully in line with the Paris Agreement provisions. We had pledged to mobilize at least 5 billion euros by 2020, and we exceeded that objective. We exceeded it last year with 6 billion euro, of which 1.5 billion euro for the purpose of adaptation. Thanks to these efforts, we were able to convince our partners that multilateral cooperation was the very best solution. 2020 and 2021 will mark a turning point. All countries are duty-bound to set their sights even higher in the run-up to next year's COP. Europe must be in the vanguard of the environmental transition, both effective and just. I cannot join you this evening because I'm in Brussels, where we're working out our European contribution towards the reduction of decreasing greenhouse gases. We will be very ambitious, and we will be working in very close unity to succeed by 2050. 55% of a decrease in greenhouse gas emissions must be reached by 2030 compared to 1990, and we've also pledged to design the instruments that will allow us to succeed at community level, at the European community level, right down to the municipal level. We have been very purposeful. We are in the process of shutting down our coal-fired plants. We've invested hitherto unknown amounts into shutting down these plants, into converting our automobile fleets to clean energy. And the Citizens' Convention for Climate will continue to work out practical solutions to reach our goals, so that in the next few months, new regulations, new bills will be drafted, allowing us to reach our lofty goals, i.e. to set our sights even higher than the ones we set for 2030, 5 years ago. We are closing in on our objective. The goals that we set out for ourselves in 2015 still hold. Every year, the IPCC sounds the alarm, and we must continue to move forward. France will meet its goal. We will meet our deadlines. Europe will too. We will continue to wage this fight, and the international community will continue to work by our side. When the United States unilaterally decided to withdraw in June of 2017, we mobilized, and I want to pay tribute to the C40's mobilization, the mobilization of the business community and the international community, which by December 12th at the One Planet Summit worked to form new coalitions, and we made ourselves heard, and alongside our Chinese partners decided to retain this very ambitious agenda. It is my fervent hope that we in Europe will continue to strive for even loftier goals, and our Chinese partners have also announced that they would be setting more ambitious goals, and I'm particularly pleased that the United States have announced their return to the fold. Now, we know that coalitions are absolutely essential. Coalitions among states devoted to specific themes, coalitions between public and private partners, coalitions between local authorities, and the cities fully understand to what extent their full commitment is critically necessary as they're fighting to save their planet for their citizens. Our economic health, our physical health, the well-being of our community are pegged on the health of our environment. The fact that you turned out in your numbers today shows that you are committed to seeking out pragmatic solutions to serve the well-being of our citizens. We have got challenges to overcome, but we have many solutions to put forward. Over half of the population consumes 70% of the amount of energy that we consume and releases similar amount of greenhouse gases, and we have no choice but to consider, to carefully ponder the impacts of our lifestyle on the environment, and we must achieve economies of scale. Over 10,000 cities, representing over 1 billion or nearly 1 billion inhabitants, have committed to climate goals. As part of the C40 network, the climate leadership group that we are members of, 160 cities have committed to keeping global warming to within 1.5 degrees Celsius. And I want to pay tribute to your firm commitment. There's been a tremendous mobilization of all the players. These One Planet summits that we've been hosting since 2017 bring together ambitious players year after year, prepared to make practical commitments. On January 11th, we will be hosting the first edition of the One Planet Summit devoted to the conservation of biodiversity. These two struggles are closely bound: the fight against global warming and the fight to conserve biodiversity. By protecting primary forests, we protect the lungs of our planet. We have to prevent the bleaching of coral. We have to transform systems in depth. We have to find solutions that are based on natural solutions and green our urban spaces to struggle against urban heat islets. I am truly sorry not to be by your side in Paris City Hall, but I am fighting the good fight today in Brussels, I assure you, and tomorrow we'll have a video conference with the Secretary General of the UN and Boris Johnson. 5 years after the Paris Agreement, we will be mobilizing the international community to prepare for the Glasgow COP26 and continue the fight. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your mobilization. We will continue to work hard with strength and enthusiasm. Thank you very kindly for your attention.
Nous arrivons au terme de cette édition du Forum Zéro Carbone.
This Zero Carbon Forum is hereby called to a close. Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madam Mayor of Paris, with enthusiasm, we have been sharing ideas for 20 hours. 800,000 spectators logged on to follow the proceedings, and I believe that within a few hours, a few days, we will reach 1 million spectators, people who have been following the proceedings from the four corners of the planet, 5 years after the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your confidence. I'd like to thank the entire City Hall team. I'd like to thank the La Tribune journalists, our foreign focal points for this magnificent edition of the Zero Carbon Forum. You go faster when you work alone, but you go further when you work jointly. Thank you very kindly, Madam Minister. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Minister.